for the help and support groups chat session, and I
What
noticed you mentioned that.
what just happened, Roger? Did your session restart?
No,
I just saw a countdown.
it was just starting now.
Oh, gee, okay.
I've got to test the audio and everything, so it's don't worry about it. It's not the official beginning. It's just where I'm doing the audio test because I tried to do that. The guy that I commented on my conspiracy videos said that I needed to freaking hold off on the extra time, but man, I can't trust freaking the computer enough to freaking just jump on here without.
Well, yeah, we've had an hour's worth of just pre-show sort of on some of those videos.
Well, I mean, pre-shows, yeah. That's and doing the audio test is important too.
Hey, but back to Mark's point, Roger. The description has a little bit to do with the number of views, so don't be lazy.
Well, I mean, if you want to do that, go for it, man.
I mean, you're an English guy, or you're both English guys. You should be better at this than me.
Well, technically, I'm from the United States. No. just saying it, dude. You know,
Americans, yeah.
Canadians have more energy than we do. You know,
English speaking. What I meant, but okay, touche.
Only problem is with that is that I was creating those sort of referral the referral posts for the Minds town hall meetings. I had to go back through them just to make notes on the subject matter, so I could actually. So that's extremely time consuming.
You don't have to review every minute.
Well, the majority of it is
just fast forward through the main.
Yeah, but it's easier just to listen to everything, and just in case there's something I may have missed.
Now, does the boosting help with your Rumble view counts at all, Roger?
No, and I found this out before, and a lot of people always argue with me about this, but the thing of it is like that works for like just that platform. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I have to cross stream on different platforms if I want.
What works for which platform?
Well, like if I turn around and I freaking post something on
Minds,
and I want it to influence how my views are on YouTube. It won't do that. What I'll get is I'll get views on Minds, but that'll be completely separate.
Well, it is separate, but the assumption is when they view your post on Minds, they will click on your YouTube link and view your video.
Well, that would actually as a social media, that would work. But
yeah,
I prefer YouTube because Minds has got embedded YouTube player, whereas
Rumble doesn't.
And Vimeo, if I remember
correctly. But where Roger's not being monetized on YouTube, is he?
Right. I'm being monetized on Rumble, so.
But yeah,
on Rumble.
That's we needed some.
So the number, it's not in thousands, but at least it should help boost your view count on Rumble somewhat. I'm curious how.
If people on Minds actually loves us and wants to support the Minds community by coming in and being a part of this, then yes, that would be great. Okay, not trying to like do a plug or anything to people on Minds.com right now and saying, look, we are members of Minds.com, and if you really care about the Minds community, support this. I'm not saying that. Okay. Well, I'm saying that
I,
if
I sense some weaseling going
all,
on here.
all I'm saying is this. I'm just saying, look, if Minds members care about the Minds community and they want to support a Minds community member, then they'll come in and they'll support what we're doing.
Right. We have good content. It should be automatic.
Right.
Problem is, if we have crappy content, then we should improve ourselves.
Well, I mean, the
So,
truth is we've probably got some of the best content. To be honest with you, I've watched a lot of stuff on Minds, and they don't really have much to offer when it comes to the.
I haven't actually seen very many recent podcasts, so to
Yeah,
speak, on Minds.
they've got. I think the only ones that are still going is Drake.
Censorship, obviously.
censorship.
Censorship, and then PSEC does posts and stuff,
Yeah.
but not really like.
And Dragus, wait,
Yeah.
Dragus Prod has got its own show, doesn't he? Not part of
Yeah.
censorship.
Well, it's actually
Yeah.
all part of Dragus, so. Like
Well,
he
yeah,
put,
Yeah.
so.
And of course, Willie's own stuff, but that's also part of Dragus, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I
Yeah.
have no clue at
I
all.
think.
Now, I am going to go ahead and get into this because you guys, it's time for the throwdown. What do you say about that? You ready to get jiggy and start
Okay.
talking?
Just normal trolling like you did on the chats just now.
Oh, that was excellent. I thought that was great. So. Now, I'll do my countdown and then I'll do an introduction and we'll get into this. Okay? Okay, so 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Tech Talk. I'm Roger Hanson here with Mark Edworthy and Tanhai Tran. Today, we are going to go one step further with the conversations that we've been having concerning AI, and which I know Mark has a problem with that term, but that's the appropriate thing for me to say right now. Other than that, we've also discussed Alphabet Inc. and Meta. Meta, what's the proper term for that again, Mark?
Meta Platforms Inc.
Yeah, Meta Platforms Inc.
It's the corporate name, yeah.
And then we also had Tan go through and do a presentation on a lot of good stuff on one of the episodes. So now, what we're going to get into is native language processing and the things that are involved with that, which is actually got a lot to do with artificial intelligence and stuff. Now, I did want to get farther into it and start talking more about the linguistics part of all this, but there is so much information when it comes to this stuff. There's that I know that this is going to end up being more than one episode. Besides the linguistics, I wanted to get into the machine learning algorithms and just machine learning, which Tan kind of went over, I believe, in the episode we did before, didn't we, Tan?
Yeah, I think so, a little bit. But before you dive into the individual topics, maybe we could, as a preamble, bring up Bill Ottman's post.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Now we could do that, and there's also I got a response from Nancy, who was on the show last week, and she had an opinion about this topic too that I could read out loud to her.
She can't join today?
If she joins, she'll come in. I sent her the offer and posted the link for her, so if she comes in, then sure, that'd be great, you know.
Sure. Read her opinion.
But here, let me find. I've got to find my place again. I lost my notes for the episode. I made sure that I pulled up notes for this because, like I said, there's a lot of information here, and if we actually go silent and don't have anything to say, I'm just going to start reading. So, a fair warning to both of you: if you don't want me reading, then you probably talk, okay? And you know how bad I am at reading. I mispronounce words and everything, so just putting it out there for you. And that's specifically to both of you, okay?
Okay.
Because you know how bad I am at reading. It's horrible. So yeah, I found that. Now let me pull up the note that she said, and we'll be ready to go. Let me. Okay, so with what she had to say about it, in her words, she said, in essence, NLP provides the foundation for developing AI systems that can not only understand human language, but also potentially interact with and even influence the neural pathways within the human brain. This can lead to breakthroughs in areas like brain-computer interfaces, personalized healthcare, and our understanding of the human brain itself. And she said this is how IBM views it, or how they say they view it. So that is
more markety. Yeah. It's a very IBM sort of statement as well.
Okay. So with that being done, I will go ahead and.
Right. So Nancy just commented about NLP.
Yeah, NLP and how IBM views it.
Okay.
So what was the comment that that Bill Altman said?
Can you go back to the chat? I don't remember. Go back to the chat. I think Mark also linked to the post.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was that relevant to
Oh,
this?
was it not? I thought he was poo-pooing AI.
No, he was poo-pooing some individual.
Individual AI technology, right?
No, individual person.
So kind of elaborate on that
okay.
one.
I could be wrong. Can you go back to the post?
British Macron scandal. Big deal.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see.
yeah,
You're right.
well, yeah. I suggest that he has to be very careful
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
he's been very.
That's actually a good point. His point wasn't anything to do with AI, but I replied with an AI quote, and then that starts a firestorm in our chat with Mark and Maria discounting the trustworthiness of AI answer.
Oh no, I didn't. I didn't say anything about the NLP. I just suggested that he has to be very careful because he's stepping closer to defamation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Now
Yeah.
I can have access to his post, and what it says is Bridget Macron scandal is a big deal. Bridget is Michael Trognok's. Now this is proven, but still not admitted. She groomed Emmanuel since the age of 14. The implications are insane. And then he goes on to say, I still don't buy the Michelle Obama Big Mike one. Numerous others exist.
Yeah, it hasn't been proven in court, and I think Tang, you did you posed that same question to the NLP service.
Chat GPT.
And didn't the NLP service said, GPT say something about that somebody has already been sued for such allegations?
Yes. Yeah, yep.
It says numerous photos exist of her as a little girl. I get the joke, but a lot of people are jumping on this bandwagon without doing research because they want to believe it. So
in fact, Bill's post is incorrect. It hasn't been proven. It's actually been disproven. Else there wouldn't have been a legal case for defamation in the first place.
Yep. Now, so ChatGPT doesn't link references to its answer, but Gemini does. Google Gemini does for the fact that it states it links the associated articles or references that it uses. So that's
okay. I'm looking at your screenshot of your ChatGPT thing, and it does have a two small elements saying New York Post and The Guardian.
Okay, it does as well then. Yeah.
So
not sure if the actual
not sure if the reference link is as trustworthy.
No, so that we can get it out there too and let everybody be aware of where this all started. I'm going to bring up what Mark wanted to have a conversation about, and it says
Yep.
And it says after that post, it says, to be honest, I am not overly interested in the subject matter, but on the broader point of Chat GPT and other artificial intelligence, natural language processing related frameworks, I believe that people are in danger of becoming overly reliant on these frameworks, which in turn could do further damage as far as the critical thinking is concerned. Now, with that, I'm going to open it up to you guys because I got a crazy lady behind me yelling for my brother.
Is that your mom? That's no way to talk about your mom.
Oh, she is my mom. She is crazy.
Jeez, I was joking.
Yeah.
I'm having issues with my mic right now, but yeah, I know.
Right.
I'll be right back. You guys talk about that a little bit more before we get into the technical stuff, if you want. And I'll be right back.
Yeah. So to your point, Mark, we shouldn't be overly reliable on any claimed research, right? So it's the same caveat emptor that we have. We need to. It needs to apply to this as well as any other areas of.
But my issue is that these developments are being pushed further and further onto the population, rather than allowing the population to choose what to use, or if they want to use it.
Yes, there's a danger that if the AI algorithm is being biased somehow, then it's not a good thing. Yeah.
And I gave you those Jeff Taylor YouTube video links earlier, and even though he was talking about religion and stuff, the underlying issue was related to I think it was ChatGPT and Gemini actually. So both Google and Facebook Meta platforms. These companies have imposed certain restrictions on these intelligences or these NLPs. Therefore, they can steer the conversation, and manipulate.
Sure. I mean, these AI engines are acquire its knowledge base through training data, and if the training data is biased, then
and see that.
I mean, we see this in academia, especially in the last 10, 15 years, where you've got colleges, universities pushing things like DEI over everything else. You have a maths lesson, and you've got to learn about DI. You have a history lesson, and black people were in Roman in Britain in first century AD.
Yeah.
Which is,
Well, I mean, the thing is it's like a lot of this topic has to do more about politics, and it has very, very little to do about the technology that's involved, because like I was telling you before the stream, everybody's jumping to the conclusion that this has to do with AI, but it's not all about the AI either. You know what I mean? Like, in order for you to transfer freaking audio over to metadata, you have to use this type of technology. And that's without actually using any form of AI, and it's been in practice for a long time, or been in use for a long time.
But on the specific point of NLPs, neural language processing, those people that control the framework can control the narrative.
Yeah. Well, I
mean, natural language processing is just one part of the AI engine. It's just the interface to receive queries.
Right.
The whole backbone of the engine is about its training data.
But with me, I'm talking about
provides the training data.
And what I'm talking about is converting analog over to metadata. That's something that's really it's something that a lot of people don't realize. Like, this has been out for quite a long time, and
I've done back in the late 2000s. I did a few charity things for. It was in late 2000s. I did a few charity things for a disabled young adults charities, and mainly acting as tech support. And I played around with a few text-to-speech synthesizers, I suppose, frameworks, both hardware and software. And this isn't new technology at all. In fact, this actually goes back to the 90s. I can remember a few devices back in the 90s.
Yep, this has to do with analog to digital conversion, is what it is, and these are tools that are now being implemented into AI. So, like, a lot of the things that you learn about when it comes to AI that you're reading isn't really just about AI. They're using older tools inside of it to achieve their goal. You know what I mean? Because
again, this is why I don't like the usage of AI when we approach these things. That term is overly used and, in my view, inappropriately used.
Well, I mean, okay, so
this database, yeah.
But he stomped you there, Roger.
Well, I mean, I don't really know.
You don't know what to say to that?
I keep forgetting what the term is that he would rather use other than artificial intelligence.
Database. Queries.
Advanced algorithm, deep learning.
Yeah, deep learning would probably be... actually, no, it's only deep learning if it can store and remember and then retrieve that information.
Okay.
I mean,
most of the AI, what do you call it? AI vendors, algorithm vendors now involve heavily on deep learning. I mean, how else would you get a vast knowledge base?
But that is in relation to storage. You can, but I've seen frameworks where you use have one session and then it forgets everything from that session later.
Okay, so
That's what ChatGPT is doing. I mean, at least the last version that I tried, it doesn't seem to have any memory of the conversation.
Right. And
Right?
yep. And another thing
It's
too.
not able to learn. It looks like it's learning from a static training data. It's not
Is that
adapting as
learning?
it interacts.
Is that learning, or is that just Powhatan?
It's
Now,
learning, meaning it acquires the knowledge to do its inference with, but it's like a static data. It doesn't adapt like it's when you have a conversation.
Learning is
There's new
to be
knowledge to be
adapt.
gained, and
Yeah,
it's not
learning is to
learning
be able
that.
to adapt and
Yeah,
to
yeah,
actually learn.
well,
yeah, yeah,
see,
yeah.
they're called. They're actually called large data sets. Just
Right.
you know
Yeah.
what I mean. And when it comes to these large data sets, they kind of go back to what I was talking about before when we were on. I think we were on Untethered, and I mentioned the fact that look at YouTube. Right, you look at Alphabet Inc. and all their platforms, and then look at Facebook, and then Meta Platform Inc. or whatever they go by, and all
That's
their
true.
platforms. Okay, now people would have to pay for the data that they're getting if they didn't freaking have platforms like that. But they could just tap right into Facebook and they can pull off get all the data they
Actually,
need.
do they? Because we can access Wikipedia for the price of a standard internet ISP cost. So using your argument that we had back in chat earlier for free, quote unquote.
See, he's got to take a political shot during a tech talk. You
So
know,
yeah,
seriously, like
you can access this data for I don't like to use the term free, but for simplistic purposes, I'll use that term. Yeah, for free.
well, I mean, the information is there, is what I'm saying. Why would you have to even get a data set up your own large data set when you can just pull the information straight off of Facebook, straight off of Instagram? Um, all that actually, like, these platforms claim that they're not making money off of it, but they really are,
Yeah, of course,
because
yeah.
they're benefiting out of the research that they're pulling from it. You know what I mean? The
Hmm.
data that they need from it. So in reality, they're actually benefiting off of a supposed failed project. You know what I mean? Because they always say, "Oh, we're just barely able to uh, make a profit off of it if we ever do." Period. But if that's the case, then why do they keep on doing it? And I would guarantee you this is the reason why.
Yeah, the user base is the guinea pig here. It's the experimenter, and they can use that data for the data that they collate for further purposes.
And Chat GPT would be actually a general pre-trained transformer, and that is a transformer-based model. You know what I mean? So just to make that clear too.
You have to explain that. You have to elaborate a little bit. I think a lot of our audience wouldn't understand what
Okay.
you
Okay. So
mean.
like when you go to any Chat GPT, there's GPT at the end of that for a reason, and that's a general pre-trained transformer. Okay. Now, with that, what it does is it works on content aware responses, okay? And that's through prompts, conversational agents, automated writing tools are used. Then you have a language comprehension system, or different ones, even. You know what I'm saying? So that's one big deal that goes along with it. Then you have to deal with things like natural language generation, which is something that people don't realize that if you
So let me jump in for a little bit. So a transformer is just basically a mathematical function
mm-hmm.
that takes some input, applies the function, and gives you the output for it.
Right.
And with ChatGPT, it has many layers. I think it has millions of layers of that functions where the data goes through, and it the output of that function has like an output and then some error
Right.
factor or something,
Yeah.
and it's being fed back into another layer for additional refinement, and then at the end of the process, when the error factor is within some sort of tolerance level, then the training is done. But it's pre-trained because I think it's pre-trained because exactly what we alluded to before, where it's not able to learn anything new from our conversation. It's basically answering from pre-trained data, and any new data that it gains from the conversation is not absorbing, it's not saving, it's not being fed back into its data set.
Which is actually interesting because those Jeff Taylor videos I gave you earlier, Jeff and his co-host was arguing that in some of these frameworks, they are actually learning, they're actually recognizing individual.
Yeah. I'm talking about ChatGPT specifically. I don't think it's able to learn right now.
Now, ChatGPT.
Olama, the chat engine, the Olama engine also is not able to learn it.
Yeah, now
I
actually did check that out, and there's they're moving towards neural networks rather than the systems that they had before. So that's really what is what the issue comes down to when it comes to the learning behind it, because
I think they're all neural networks, Roger. They're multi-layer neural networks.
Well, that actually, from what I'm hearing, is a new process, though, because they were actually doing HMMs first, and that's I don't know.
And what is HMM?
It's hidden Markov models,
right?
And those are basically statistical models that have been used in a lot of domains, especially when it comes to speech recognition, natural language processing, and bioinformatics.
I don't know if hidden Markov chain is an old thing.
Right.
Like 20 years ago, when I was studying university, I took fourth year AI course, and they were talking about HMM, but I'm not sure if they're being used anymore. Like, I mean, GPT is a new one of the new models, but they're not like, it's not like hidden Markov models inside.
Most of them moved towards MXPTs is what happened, and when you get into that, you're talking about coefficients. Now, coefficients, they capture the essential characteristics of the human voice, and they do that by modeling how sounds is perceived by like our auditory system and stuff of that nature. So coefficients basically it's hard to explain how that would be. Like it would be the timbral texture of sound. You know what I mean? Like the vowel quality in your speech. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah, there are different features that the engine
right.
can extract from the voice sample and use that as a mathematical value, as a numeric value to compute
But
again.
that would change depending on the accent of the individual.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it also allows the system to recognize what they call phonetic elements,
Mm.
and that's regardless of like background noises or pitch or any of that stuff. You know what I mean? Or something wrong with the variation in the way you're talking. It still allows it. So you got a lot of cool things that were taking place with the MFCCs too, and
But that raises an issue because not everybody speaks in the same manner, in the same lexicon, same. I'm not sure what you would call it. Same, not accent, but same mannerisms.
Dialect.
yeah, and see,
Um,
yes, that's right, and this has to do not only with being able to recognize your accents and stuff, but this also has to do with translating different languages too. This gets really deep. It has to do with actually, like, say, Tan wants to talk to me in Vietnamese, okay, and I freaking don't understand what that means. This new technology can actually translate what he's saying to me in English, and then do the same thing
Yeah.
to him.
Sorry, I had to laugh that because I was thinking of our discussion on the word pinnacle the other day, and I was just thinking translation from British English to American English.
Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah.
So, but it really is pretty interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know of any popular app that does that right now?
Well,
I think they are.
There are
Siri.
various frameworks that will translate text from one language to another language. I mean, Google Translate, as an example, be the obvious one.
Google Translate, it doesn't do conversational, does it?
Now you
No,
have to do Google
it
Assistant.
will read a sentence or
Oh,
a paragraph.
actually, I
and it will-
think the Microsoft translator does it.
Yeah.
You can turn on listen mode or something, and
Okay.
it listens to the conversation and it translates like in real time.
Now
There you go.
you seem to be breaking up for a second there.
Yeah.
Are you still
Oh,
there? Are you still
I'm
there?
I'm
Yeah.
still here,
Okay.
but am I breaking up?
Just for a second.
No,
I
yeah,
think you were probably
Just
getting
now.
all right.
No, yeah. I mean, I'm on the road, so it
Yeah.
might be a dead zone that I just hit.
Yeah.
So what did you just miss? So I'm saying, so Mark was saying something about some app. I just remember that Microsoft Translator does this thing,
Hmm.
right? So I think that there's a listen mode that you just tap on, and then you can
Actually,
just go to a foreign country, use that app, and then be able to understand foreign people speaking foreign language, and then you can.
I've got an open source Android application on my phone that I've not tested out, but
It does that? How
in
good is
theory,
it?
but I've not I've not done any testing on it. But it's something called Translate to You.
Okay.
I'm not sure how where it is, but it's because I've not really used it. But yeah.
Now, I've actually never used this stuff, but what I've found it is they say that Apple Siri does it, Amazon Alexa does it, and Google Assist also does it. So those are the only.
How successful?
I don't really dig into that stuff because I don't get into the whole Apple series and like telephones or something that I'm not.
I have Alexa. I don't see any translate function
Now
on this app.
do you have something that says voice assistance?
Well, you've got voice assistant.
Hang on, let me check.
No.
Amazon Assist.
You can ask it a question using your voice. You can.
Yeah, so that's just talking to it, though. It's not like translating our conversation.
You could. You might be able to just say, ask it to translate, and then get someone else to speak in their natural language, in the first language.
Mm. It's not continuous, though, so not very useful.
So there you go, guys. We know now that Google Assist sucks.
And Alexa. So then,
well,
Microsoft seems to be the most advanced in the translation capabilities, but it's not very popular.
Well, with the Apple
Somehow.
Siri too, you remember they've got those household Apple Series where you can be sitting in your front room and the Apple Series does all the cool stuff for you, so you can just sit there and be lazy and poop yourself.
Oh yeah, that's what the Amazon Echo is doing now, isn't it?
Probably.
Whoever sticks those devices in the home is just asking for trouble.
I have a few of those devices in my home.
Okay. Actually, I did find a open source project that does local processing.
Okay.
So you could actually build your own local infrastructure and not be reliant on the internet.
I couldn't be bothered maintaining that. I mean, I don't even have a local NAS server. I suppose you probably do, right, Mark?
I did have, but I need to. Actually, I need a new power supply for a machine anyway. So
And see, I want to dig deeper into this too because, like I mentioned, there's some of this technology that was around before this popular AI came around. Okay, and this is a good time to bring it up. It's automated speech recognition. Okay, now everybody knows.
It's old.
Right.
Automatic speech recognition is old stuff. It's probably like in common use now.
Right. And well, for me, I remember back.
Well, that's what Alexa, Amazon Alexa, and Echo and Google is using, right? So it's like you go, hey Google, blah blah blah, automatic speech recognition.
Dude, I remember when they were starting it out with freaking Windows Vista. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would sit down with my laptop and just play around with it to try to get the commands. Granted, it wasn't really all that great, you know what I mean? But it was there. I mean, they were actually working on it, and that was back when I was like in my 30s.
Actually, I think you'd have to go back at least another 10 years if we can say starting out.
It would have been about 12. At least 12 to 15 years ago that I remember first getting interested in it. I would sit at the laptop and sound like Scotty off of Star Trek.
I think this development go back at least 20 years. At least 20 years.
Yeah.
So I mean, for me, it's not only like crucial for like artificial intelligence, but like it has to do with engineering.
And you say it's crucial?
Yeah, it really is. This automated speech recognition is probably one of the most crucial parts of this whole thing.
There are other human interface devices, such as a keyboard.
Well, that's not the same thing. I mean,
I wouldn't call it
really
crucial.
you should
It may be
kind of-
convenient, but it's not crucial.
you should really be ashamed of yourself for saying that out loud on the internet. I mean,
No, I kind of agree with Mark. It's just another interface.
Yeah, I disagree with your term crucial.
it really is. I mean, you have to have audio signal processing. Okay, it's very crucial. Like do you want your audio converted from analog into metadata?
No, you are missing the point. It's just another human
It deals with
interface device.
It deals with analysis.
A mouse or a keyboard or a touchscreen or keyboard. It's just another method of inputting data.
But it's crucial because it deals with analysis. You have to transform and interpret freaking sound waves.
It's not crucial as far as the user is concerned because, again, the user can always use a keyboard.
But dude, you're not going to get no sound. I mean,
irrelevant sound or not.
We're sitting here having a conversation.
If somebody wants to ask these frameworks a question, they can always simply use a keyboard.
You see, you're getting confused with AI again. I'm talking about on the actual function of the computer. We are sitting here having this conversation right now.
That's what I am talking about. The function of
you know why we're doing that?
Interface device, i.e., the way that the user interacts with the software.
It's called audio signal processing.
Keyboard. A physical keyboard where you type on.
Your keyboard is for typing. Your audio signal processing is for your audio to pick up what you were saying and transmit it to me.
Again, it's just another form of input. It's just another method of providing an input to interacting with a.
Well, you know, it's converting spoken language into data is basically what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So that the computer can actually understand it.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Okay. Again, I still criticize your usage of the word crucial.
It is crucial. It's just as crucial as what the keyboard.
Let me jump. I think he's saying that the technologies to recognize the voice input and being able to translate it into some meaningful query for the computer.
Yeah.
So
I can see
there's some AI technology in the works there in order to process the input, but there's another big AI engine that.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up again.
He just went off.
Yeah, just
now.
Still driving, yeah.
Another part of all that too is like the system has to distinguish between like various noises, different streams of sound. You know what I mean? Like you have background noise, you got various accents and stuff like that, things like that.
As far as background noise, reduction, echo reduction stuff is a fairly old technology.
Right.
I'm using this microphone, which has got hardware noise reduction, very good noise hardware noise reduction in it.
Now, this goes back to what I was saying too. Like this has to do with technology that we've already been using. So don't be fooled whenever you read or hear about this stuff with AI. This isn't any big deal. This is something that your computer has had to do all the time. You know what I mean? But you also have to take into consideration too, not just accents and background noises, but like the different speaking speeds, how fast we talk or how slow we talk, you know. It also does that. So that's important too, because like when you get all rowdy and start bouncing around in your chair and everything, you know.
I know people that speak a lot faster than I speak at a sort of moderate sort of speed, I think. But I know people that will speak a million miles an hour.
Now, the whole thing with analog to digital conversion, okay, that's something else that I think a lot of people don't really understand. When it comes to like analog sound waves, um, that's something
I
that
think people do understand analog to digital conversion because throughout sound to computer, audio to computer sort of technology, going back to CDs, going back to optical discs.
yeah, but
People,
people don't understand that sound waves are continuous, okay, and they're naturally occurring vibrations that are in the air. You know what I mean? Um, and they they freaking change in pressure even over time. So
Mhm.
you got vibrations going on, and you've even got pressure that's involved in that changes as it goes as time goes by. Um, and another thing that I remember too is it's generated by like by like the sound that's produced in your ear. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing too, right there. That's important when it gets into this thing about analog sound. And it's just like the internet when we were talking about about the internet on Untethered, about the computers. Okay, computers used to be analog before they were freaking before they were digital, or they had metadata data. You know what I mean? Um,
Analog, analog. You mean as in clockwork computers?
yeah, yeah.
Um, anything that's electronic is digital by the by its
You you remember when you had to access the internet through those weird beeping sounds in the phone?
Okay, okay.
You know,
Yeah, but that's still conversion of analog to digital.
mm-hmm. That would be analog to digital conversion.
Hmm.
Isn't that really cool? How I worked that out. I was able to throw that in there too. Huh?
Hmm. I mean, another way of looking at it is, yeah, you can use the phone argument, but also people that use magnetic media, so floppy disks and hard drives and um, tapes, cassette tapes, they're still analog mediums themselves.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, the thing that's amazing about it is like whenever me or you speak, or say somebody plays an instrument or anything like that, or any physical um, object vibrates, you know, what happens is it creates these vibrations, and the vibrations then create pressure waves.
Mhm.
Okay, and these pressure waves propagate through the air, and that is what creates analog sound waves.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's what's going on there with that. Um, Now, analog sound waves are basically frequency, amplitude, and waveform shape. You know what I mean? Um, Now, the thing is, too, is when it comes to frequency, frequencies usually refer to how many cycles the wave completes per second. And that's measured in hertz, which is the HZ signal, just so you know. I don't
HD.
know if that I don't know if you guys measure in hertz or not over there in England.
I think hertz is a sort of common standard.
Well, I want to make sure because I know how it is over there. You guys use weird terminology like milliseconds and well, you don't even use milliseconds, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to double check.
Compared to what?
Well, that is a good question, actually, because there is no other word for a millisecond is a millisecond, right?
Yeah. Sure, we might use different measurements like feet and or miles compared to kilometers, and pounds and ounces instead of pounds, stones, and ounces compared to pounds and stone compared to ounces or kilograms.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, these cycles that waves complete per second, which is measured in hertz, that determines the pitch of the sound. The higher frequencies correspond to higher pitches, basically. And like with a lot of this new AI stuff, they say that there's they they're they have they're varying in frequencies and the amplitudes of it, but I don't see how that actually would work out, considering that all of this is actually supposed to like when it comes to analog sound is basic. Usually, it's generally very smooth. You know what I mean? And rather than having like discrete steps involved in it, um, it's like I was saying right now. It's before is the waves are continuous, and they occur like in vibration or vibrations. You know what I mean? And they're generally smooth, but like they're saying that with this AI and everything that it varies in frequencies and amplitudes. So that kind of got me wondering there because um, I've never experienced that when it comes to audio. You know what I mean? Where they say that. So I don't know that kind of sticks out to me.
Okay.
Have you really done it much when it comes to audio and things of that nature? When it comes to like amplitudes and frequencies?
No. I'm not an audio file per se. No, maybe just to measure dB levels, but apart from that, so measure the loudness.
Just the thing that you got to remember is different sources produce different waveform shapes. Okay, and that's why a violin sounds different than a piano. You know what I mean? That's even when you're playing the same note. So that's the one thing that you do have to remember. You know that there are different waveform shapes. You know, and that's basically the whole beginnings. You know what I mean when it comes to audio and dealing with audio. And I like discussing this too because that's one of the big things that I've been doing. I mean, heck, I'm into audio and video, and I don't get too many chances to talk about audio as much as what I do videos. And it is very important because, like this show right here, okay, if something was to happen to the video, that could be taken care of, no problem whatsoever. But like if the audio messes up, it's basically screwed. It's a bad video. It can't be fixed. You know what I mean? Basically. So for me, in my experience with audio, audio has always been the hardest thing to deal with when it comes to audio and video because you have to constantly keep up with it, make sure that everything is working. Before I go on the videos, I make sure I do a sound test, and I do that for a reason because the one day that I decide not to do an audio test is the one day that everything screws up. Guaranteed, it always happens.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, we've come across that on the.
Oh, crap. Now it's doing that to you too. So we might have. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
You're back.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just saying. We've well, we had audio problems just then. But yeah. We've had audio problems on previous streams, and we haven't realised until too late. So fact.
Yeah.
What was it? One of our streams, what was it, 3, 4 weeks ago?
Yeah. Well, we actually had to do one all over again because of the audio. I mean, it literally just muted us out for the entire freaking show, and I swore up and down that I was going to go back through and check the audio all through the streams. You know what I mean? But I haven't been doing it like I should be. But like on this one, I definitely did go through it. So with that being said, I'm going to move forward and try to get a little bit going here because this has to do with how sounds travel too. Sound travels. So you got different waveform shapes, but you also have to understand that sound travels through a medium like the air. It can travel through water or a solid, even and that's caused by molecules in that medium. It begins to compress and expand in patterns. And these patterns mirror the sound's vibration. You know what I mean? So that's basically how it works out with that. Now, when these waves reach the human ear, the eardrum vibrates in response, and the brain interprets these vibrations as sound. Okay, so that's the basic structure of all of it.
But then again, that's the same principle as a microphone and
Exactly.
the magnet on the. I can't remember what the term is, but the magnet on the microphone.
Right. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. During this step, the microphone converts sound into an electrical signal. Okay, which is then amplified at rapid intervals and into basically digital data is what it is. Now, first, the waves have to be captured and then digitized. The digitized representation of sound is what the computer begins to work with. Okay, it doesn't just grab these waves. It first has to capture it and then digitize it, and then it becomes a digitized representation of the sound, and that's what your computer begins to work with. Okay, so it's not actually the wave. It's a representation of that wave. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's done locally. Anyway.
Okay. Now, after that, analog waves can be captured using devices like your microphone, like we were just talking about, which converts the pressure variations of a sound wave into a corresponding electrical signal. Okay. Now, the analog electrical signal still varies continuously, which maintains the same wave, but it also maintains the same waveform characteristics as what the original sound had. So you're basically you've got this analog electronic signal, and it does. I guess that would be where it varies continuously, though. because that would that, that, there he is. I think he's back. Is that you? Sounded like somebody tried to come in.
No, I can only see both of just us two at the moment.
Yeah, I heard a traffic, but but anyhow, that's basically what all that comes down to. And Now, in modern digital systems, analog sound waves have to be converted into digital data using analog to digital converters, which is ADCs. Okay. This process involves sampling the waves to discrete intervals and measuring its amplitude at each point. While this results in a loss of the smooth continuity found in analog signals, high sampling rates and bit depths can preserve sound quality to a level of that's indistinguishable to the human ear. So when you actually convert analog into this digital form, you're actually losing quality. You know what I mean? It's too minute for you to actually hear with the ear. So I did find that pretty interesting.
Right.
And after that, now see. Oh, so let me go back and let me point out. This is the basic functioning of audio. Okay, this has absolutely, well, I guess it does now, but it's not just AI. You know what I mean? This is the way it has always worked when it comes to converting analog audio over to what we hear on the computer.
Again, it's got nothing to do with artificial intelligence. It's just the way that's been converted normal different than speech audio being picked up by a microphone.
Well, they do it better than what we do, is what it basically. From what it sounds like, they do it faster and more efficiently.
It's got no. It's a local thing. Again, the microphone will convert the audio pattern from analog to digital. It's a hardware thing. It's got nothing to do with artificial intelligence at all.
Well, it makes it to where it does the process easier and faster, more efficient.
Again, it's a hardware thing. It's it's the same thing as I'm speaking into this microphone there, and and it's being converted to a data pattern, in which it's then converted back to a audio analog pattern in which you can hear me.
Yeah, no, see, I basically just spelled out like the basics of audio, but it gets more complex. Like after that, you have to go into feature extraction. Okay. Now, have you ever heard of feature extraction?
In what context?
Feature extraction is it's a step that you have to take in audio signal processing. Okay. Especially in applications like speech recognition. They also it has to be used in speaker identification, and it also involves like acoustic events detection and stuff like that. Now, it converts raw audio data complex, high dimensional waveforms into a set of measurable and meaningful values or features that preserves essential information while discarding irrelevant noise and redundancy. So it's going through and it's determining what is irrelevant noise and redundant, okay? And it's keeping what it feels is meaningful and measurable. So that's something that is interesting to me. If it can make it to where that's more efficient, then that would be cool. You know what I mean? But that's also a part of audio that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with AI either. You know what I mean? They've been doing this for a while. So feature extraction is actually a pretty good topic when it comes to that, because you start getting into the bread and butter of everything. This is about audio capture. Now, the whole thing about feature extraction, what its real goal is to like simplify the data that makes it in a way that makes it easier for like machine learning models, so that they can analyze and interpret without losing any of the characteristics that define what's actually being heard. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So that's something that is really important right there when it comes to like machine learning, and it needs it. It's actually pretty that when I use the word crucial, that is probably where the word crucial should have been used more than what I used it before, because that's what it has to use in order to do it. Now, yeah. Now, another thing that I do want to also talk about is when audio is captured. Okay, the thing about it, when it's captured, it exists in something that's called a time domain signal. Now, have you ever heard of a time domain signal?
Domain signal.
Yeah, it exists as a time domain signal.
You're gonna have to elaborate.
Okay, now time domain signal is a sequence of amplitude values that represent sound pressure changes over time. However, this raw waveform isn't well suited for analysis because it's highly variable, and it often contains noise and lacks obvious structure. Now, feature extraction techniques transforms this time domain signal into a frequency domain or a spectral representation where patterns related to pitch, tone, and rhythm and articulation become more visible and quantifiable. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, one of the most commonly used methods for feature extraction in speech processing is what we were talking about before, and that's the Bell frequency capsular coefficients. And that's they call those MFCCs. Okay. Now, what happens here is this method mimics the way human hearing works. It focuses more on the frequencies that the human ear is more sensitive to. Now, to extract MFCCs, the audio signal is first divided into small overlapping time frames, and that's typically between 20 to 40 milliseconds in duration. And each frame is always analyzed separately. Okay. Fourier transform is applied to each frame to move the data into the frequency domain, followed by a Mel scale filter bank to emphasize perceptually important frequencies. Now, are you able to understand that?
Say that again.
Okay. The Fourier transform is applied to each frame to move the data into the frequency domain, followed by the Mel scale filter bank to emphasize perceptually important frequencies, which that's kind of tricky right there. So you have a Mel scale filter bank that is used to emphasize perceptually important frequencies. So, like I said, you know about the frequencies having different sizes and everything. Like when you're actually looking at that, the wave sizes. Um, that's kind of interesting. So now another thing, when you were talking about mathematical steps, that has to do with filtered values. Okay, these filtered values is then taken to compress the dynamic range, and a final mathematic step is used, and that's called discrete cosine transform, which is DCT, and that's applied to reduce the data into a small number of coefficients that summarize the spectral shape. I hope you understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I tried to read that as slow as I can.
Yeah. Confusing, that sort of, but yeah.
Because this is really important to you, so that you understand like the importance of MFCCs and how they actually are used in the process. You know what I mean? Because I know you're a rebel and you're not really cool with all this stuff. You're a rebel without a car.
Hey guys, sorry I'm back. I got knocked off when I switched network.
Okay, don't worry about it. I had to fill Mark Edworthy in with the lowdown on how how MFCCs work.
You filling in, Mark?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Well,
Okay.
he's not really too familiar with like audio waves and stuff like that, so I kind of.
I'm familiar with audio waves, I'm just not know.
Well, you seem pretty amateur. You seemed pretty amateuric in the information that I gave you. You just sat there listening and didn't say so.
Actually, also I was slightly distracted by something else as well. So,
Yeah,
to be fair,
he purposely ignored it all. That's what it was.
No.
Now that you're back, actually, Tan, I gotta ask you something. Are you there?
Okay, shoot.
Okay, so do you know much about DCTs, discrete cosine transform?
It's in signal processing?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Okay, so do you know anything about coefficients?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I hope I really don't have to go through all of
I
it.
didn't study electrical engineering, man.
You
Well,
know,
actually, so this is for the sake of listeners. You should give a brief overview of any terminology that we talked about.
I just did. I'm just trying to see. I did all that. We got that taken care of. What about
Okay.
spectral shape when it comes to audio data? Do you know anything about that?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll just continue where I left off with the coefficients. We just got.
Okay. Yeah. Just continue. Sorry.
Okay, so we just got to the coefficients, and what the coefficients do is these coefficients capture the essential characteristics of the human voice. Okay, And how it does it by modeling how sound is perceived by the human auditory system, which I mentioned just a little while ago. Now, coefficients form the MFCCs and represents the timbral texture of sound, and that would be sounds like the vowel quality in your speech. Okay, so MFCs allow the system to recognize phonetic elements in speech regardless of background noise, pitch, or speaker variations. Um, Once features are extracted, the system performs segmentation to divide the continuous stream of audio into distinct units, such as phonemes, syllables, or words. Now, after a segmentation, pattern recognition and classification techniques are used to map the extracted features to known linguistic units. This is where machine learning models trained on large speech data sets come into play. Now, this is the large speech data sets that I was talking about when Mark always talks about how they have a database, okay, where they use that to fall back on, and SEO is probably most likely where a lot of this comes from.
Again, search engine optimization. Remember
Right.
to use full terms.
Right. Now, this is where machine learning models are come into play. You know, where they're trained on large speech data sets. That's where all this comes into play. Now, these models compare the incoming signal to learn patterns to determine what words are most likely being spoken. And this is where we also come into like hidden Markov models, which is the HMM or the HMMs. Have you heard about the HMMs, Dan?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Like I mentioned before, I took an AI course 20 years ago,
So,
and we study speech recognition
mhm.
and neural net. And hidden Markov model is one of the neural network models that are being used 20 years ago, though.
Mhm.
But we've been through this.
Now, what about the you have HMM, but did you learn more about the Markov process, the standard Markov process?
Yes, I mean, that's the basis of what the model is, but it's kind of hazy to me at this point. We can review.
Now, the system transitions from one state to another with certain probabilities. Okay. Now, the next
Yes.
the next state depends only on the current state, not on the prior history. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. It's a feedback network. So yeah. So HMM is a probabilistic model, and
Exactly.
and
This comes back to the conversation we were having about Chat GPT. Okay,
mhm.
and why it's so stupid, why it's so dumb, why it's so ignorant, why it's the dumbest form of intelligence on the face of this planet. If we use the word intelligence, which would make Mark Edworthy mad. Okay.
Again, intelligence can mean a lot of things. We display a form of intelligence, but so does a ant. But you aren't going to ask an ant to do algebra.
That's not really a fair assumption.
Yeah, when you use the term intelligent, what do you actually mean?
What do you think about that, Tan? Do you think that was
Well,
actually pretty shitty? You know what I mean? That's like, really, dude, you got to go there. It's like now we got
again,
to go into Scientology.
what sort of level of intelligence? You can get people with an IQ level of 85, and you can get people of an IQ level of 120.
Now, in the case of speech recognition, the observable outputs are typically acoustical or acoustic features derived from the audio signal, such as mel frequency, cepstral coefficients, which is the initials for, or which is where the initials MFCCs come from. Now, these features represents the sounds being spoken, but they don't directly tell the system which phoneme, syllable, or word is being spoken. Instead, the HMM tries to estimate the most probable sequence of hidden linguistic units, like phonemes or words, that could have produced the observed sequence of audio features. Another common feature is the spectrogram, which displays how the frequency content of the signal evolves over time. Have you guys heard of spectrogram?
Yeah.
Yes.
Would you like to elaborate and tell us a little bit about what you know when it comes to spectrograms? Because I've got to go to the bathroom real quick, and I'm tired. I'm really. So, what do you guys know
Again,
about spectrograms?
this is relating to signal processing now, right?
Right.
But signal processing, we're talking about electrical signal. You're talking about sound waves.
Yeah.
Audio signal. Okay, right. Okay, audio signal, same thing. Spectrogram, isn't it like a diagram where it shows the frequency over time, the frequency of the sound signal over time.
Frequency of noise.
Yeah. But what about it though? What was Roger reading? It's.
I'm not sure where he's heading on this one. I think he's trying to demonstrate how audio signals are then translated by a machine.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Well,
spectrograms are often visualized as heat maps. You know what I mean?
Audio and heat are two. Sorry, audio heat isn't related to audio.
Maybe back in the day when you were in college and learning this stuff, but things have changed over time.
Sorry, heat are two different concepts.
I think they're two different things. I think the spectrogram and the heat map are two different things.
Yeah. You need to understand the key word is visualized.
Yeah, but still, heat and audio are two completely different principles.
Oh yeah. Okay, so now I see the Mark's comparison about ants and. Ants and what was the other? Comparing ants against what?
Humans, yeah.
Yeah.
Now the thing of it is like these.
So there are two different ways of representing the audio signal, though, right? So one is showing the frequency of the signal over time, and the heat map is where it's the distribution of a certain frequency, right?
It's
right.
Where time
thinking heat, that's in hot and.
I mean, it's just, when you think like an ant, you really get things messed up. And now, when it comes to these heat maps, that's where time is plotted on one axis, frequency on another. So you have time plotted on one axis and frequency on another, and the intensity of the signal, which is the amplitude, is represented by the color or the brightness.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Now, this brings us into neural networks. Okay, this is
Okay.
where things start to evolve. Neural networks, especially convolutional neural networks, which is CNNs. Have you guys heard of that?
Never.
Now
I'm kidding. We've heard of them, of course.
So you've heard of convolutional neural networks?
Yes.
Okay, so let's hear a little bit about that. Let's hear a bit from Tan Hai Tran, because we don't get very much FaceTime with you, so that we can actually hear your beautiful voice, Tan. So tell us a little bit.
Fuck, it'll get you everywhere.
Tell us about convolutional neural networks.
Why don't you tell us what it is?
Oh, come on.
No, I'm kidding. Let me try. Let me give it a try. So convolutional. We talked about this in previous episode as well, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Convolutional neural network is a special type of neural network. It's got multiple layers.
He's kind of fading out.
I'm not figuring out. I'm just thinking.
Okay. Well, it's just the way you do that. You know what I mean? It's hard to tell if you're like fading out your deep thoughts. So you're like, and it just gets silent. And I'm like, oh, he's fading out. That's my bad. Now I'm distracting you too. Shit.
Yeah, it's a popular type of neural networks that's being used for deep learning because it has multiple layers and multiple feedbacks. So one layer feeds the output to the next layer, and I think we alluded to this before, where it had a neural network with like a network like a ChatGPT network, for example, has millions of layers. That the more layers there is, the better accuracy the learning result will have. Conceptually, I mean, this is something we should really have a presentation slide with diagrams to show.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can bring up Google an image of a convolutional neural network and show it to the stream, so we can have something to visualize.
Oh man.
It has basically it has at the front one input layer where you put data is being received, and then it has many hidden layers in between, where each of those layers is a computation function that feeds to the next, and in the end you have an output. So each input in that convolution neural network, are you finding an image to show?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll keep talking. So each input is called a tensor, right? And so the tensor is being fed into a function.
Yep, I got it now.
Right. What do you got there?
It's right on screen share. The diagram for
I can see.
this is convolutional.
Yeah. But this is
You have your
nothing different. Nothing different from a multi-layer neural network. But why is it called convolutional, right? Why is it called convolutional?
Now, the neural network, especially convolutional neural networks, they can be trained to analyze spectrograms in much the same way as they process images, detecting patterns that correspond to phonemes, words, or environmental sounds. Um, Now, other features uh, that might be extracted would include like zero crossing rate, the rate at which the signal changes sign. And you also have short time energy, which reflects volume fluctuations. After that, it goes into like pitch tracking. That's to capture what do they call that? Intonations, I think is what they called. And also you have formants, which involves resonant frequencies in your speech. You know what I mean? So you've got all that going on within neural networks and convolutional neural networks. I really didn't check into exactly what the difference is there, to be honest. But that's basically what's involved when it comes to neural networks and spectrograms. That makes sense.
So it's called convolution because it involves a mathematical operation called convolution, and convolution refers to a filter that is applied to an input like an image. Um, so it's a technical term. So it's a function. It's a dot product function between the filter and the input.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, that would make sense because earlier, when we were talking about coefficients and stuff, it mentioned what is it? There it is. I what is that? Logarithm or algorithm? I don't know. Logar or IOGA.
Logarithm.
Logarithm.
Yeah.
Now that has to do with the a Fourier transform,
Fourier transform. Yeah.
where it's applied to each frame to move the data into the frequency domain, followed by the Mel scale filter. It's a Mel scale filter bank, and that's to emphasize perceptionally important frequencies. And then from there is the logarithm of the filtered values is then taken to compress the dynamic range and a final mathematic step called the discrete cosine transform, which is the DCT. That's applied to reduce the data into a small number of coefficients that summarize the specific shape or the spectral shape. Now, these,
Yeah. So
yeah,
so this type this con this net this type of network is mainly used for image pattern recognition, right? Mm.
now,
Like object detection and things like that. It can be used in a car where it can recognize
yeah,
obstructions.
that
Um,
like facial recognition to sync up the audio to the mouth, maybe.
or security camera video analysis to recognize intruders.
Actually, it goes on from what my notes say. It says for tasks like speaker identification. So,
Uh,
feature.
yeah, yeah, that could work. Because I mean, if you, I think you see this in Google Photos. Google Photos has this feature where you take a photo and then you can identify it with some name, some person's name, and then in other similar images, it automatically knows to classify similar images under the same person's name.
Right. So now we're getting into some cool stuff. We're getting into like speaker identification that has features like voice pitch, speaking
Well,
right.
we're going to Fourier transforms and things like this, man. We're getting way over our heads.
We're big dogs. That's how we roll, dude.
Right. We're puppies pretending to be big dogs.
We're peeing on the porch. We're peeing on the porch. We
What
aren't.
do you mean, big dog?
We're not even out in the yard yet, hanging on the grass. We're peeing on the porch because we're too afraid to go outside.
Right.
Now, that actually is interesting because apparently it's saying that this technology is actually using identification with like features like voice pitch, speaking rate, and unique spectral signatures. They're extracting them to distinguish one individual from another. You know what I mean? So it's actually freaking detecting that this person is this guy, and then this person is this guy, and it's recognizing each individual person who's talking. For like, if you have maybe two or three different people in a conversation, or even on on the same screen, that's kind of cool.
Well, like it goes tie into your natural language processing. Convolutional neural networks can be applied to language processing as well.
Okay, so now we're getting into the hardcore stuff. Like I was saying, now, what do you know about syntactic parsing? You guys know anything about that?
Syntactic parsing?
Yeah.
Syntactic parsing?
Remember that we are not linguistics. We don't specialize in linguistics.
I think Mark's feeling intimidated.
No, I'm not being intimidated by you asking us to provide explanations of
Yeah, well, I mean,
the preparation of language.
No.
yes, I think Mark can relax. George is just throwing word salads at us. I mean, but seriously, so syntactic parsing does relate to natural language processing, or more broadly, any kind of language processing, including computer programming language
right.
processing. So in order to understand the language, you need to have a set of syntax. The language needs to have a set of syntax and a set of grammar. So the first part of processing the the language is to parse the syntax. So to understand like a certain keyword in the language is an acceptable keyword in that language. So that's syntax parsing.
Right.
And then you need to do the semantics parsing, which actually try to interpret the meaning of how those keywords are put together.
See, you're awesome, Tan. See, that's what I'm saying. If we didn't have you here, we would never been able to say that as well as what you did. Um,
I'm a little intimidated myself.
well, I mean, not only did you mention syntactics, okay, but then you went on further and started talking about semantic, which is actually kind of cool because, like, um, these terms are also you'll hear a lot of people use analysis at the end of it, like semantic analysis, which is basically the same thing but different terminology, I believe. Now I could be wrong, I don't know, but you're probably
Yeah, I think you're right.
yeah. Okay, so it's good to ask you to find out to make sure, but I mean, I know that a lot of people use analysis instead of parsing, but that's basically what it is. And syntax parsing too, I think, is another term they use. Now, I do want to point this out just to kind of like rub salt in the wound that this is a key process. Okay. This is a key process in natural language processing.
No comment from Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment.
Now, just to make things clear too, is like this is important to do because this kind of brings up a lot of interesting conversations we've had. Now, this what we've been discussing here actually does help Mark's argument about search engine optimization. You know what I mean? This is all about what he's been saying for the longest time. That's what these supposed AIs are doing. They're going off of large data sets, which would be, in my opinion, it would be search engines, and it would also be the data that they pull from platforms. You know what I mean? Things of that
Okay.
nature. That's why I think Alphabet Inc. and Meta also keep Facebook and YouTube and all these platforms going is because even though they claim they just barely uh, make a profit off of them, or they don't make a profit, whichever way their story is now, they still pull a lot of data off of that for research. That's just my take on it, but
Okay.
that's how I feel about it. I don't know what's your thoughts on that, especially when it comes to this stuff, Tan.
I don't have an opinion.
Okay, because Mark thinks I'm
Either way.
crazy as a loon bird. He said you're crazy, Roger.
I've never stated that.
Yes, you have. Don't even. Somebody said it. I heard somebody say it.
Yeah, again, not me. I've never stated. I've corrected you on a few things, but I've never actually stated that you are insane or crazy.
Okay. Okay, so
Just checking, right?
I sometimes wonder, but
yeah, I
then
know you.
actually,
That goes without saying. Everybody's doing that, but the syntax parsing, from what I've learned, is it involves analyzing grammatical structure of sentences, and that's to determine like how words are grouped and related to one another, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, the goal uh, of doing this is to create a structured representation, often in the form of a tree when it comes to this neural.
Yeah, but it's a syntax tree.
Yeah, the syntax tree. Yes, that's right. And that's where I was going with that. So we go from well, actually, it's called parsing trees too. You got syntax tree, you got
Okay.
parsing trees, and things of that nature. But that's where all of this ends up. And this is where it gets really, really interesting because I was talking, or me and Mark was actually talking to Nancy last night on her show.
Hmm.
And I mentioned that because what we were hearing from her kind of threw that off at me when it comes to like syntax parsing trees and things of that nature. Um, now, the whole thing about it,
Okay.
the goal is to create, a structured representation in the form of a tree that shows how components of a system's sentence, such as nouns, verbs, adjectives, and phrases, relate to one another according to the rules of grammar. So that's what's taking place in here. But at its core, it breaks down a sentence into its parts of speech and identifies the grammatical roles that those parts play, such as subject, uh, predicate, object, modifiers, etc., things like that. Now, this structure allows machines to understand not just the words in a sentence, but the relationship between those words, which is essential for interpreting meaning, resolving ambiguity, and performing more advanced NLP tasks like question answering, machine translation, or summarization. So that's what's taking place there. Um, Now, a core process in natural language processing that involves analyzing the grammatical structure of a sentence is what this is. Okay, the main goal, like is to determine how the words in a sentence relate to one another. That's both in terms of their parts of speech, like I said, which involves nouns, verbs, adjectives, and then their hierarchical roles in forming meaning. Okay, so did
Okay.
did anything I say right there make any sense to you?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it makes sense. Sentence structure, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, again, I'm going to say that because this is true, this process is essential for machines to move beyond keyword matching.
I would say it's essential for understanding anything, language, how we speak to each other, how sentences are formed.
Now, this is also essential for machines to move beyond keyword matching and to begin understanding language in a way that more closely mirrors human comprehension.
Mhm. Yeah, comprehension, yeah.
So,
I
so
mean, you can throw a load of words at us, but unless you structure them in a sentence, then those words become meaningless.
well, comprehension is human comprehension is very important. You know what I mean? Like that. That's right there, almost at consciousness. You know what I mean? Like being able to comprehend, having a conscience. So you got to see right there where it's starting to at least comprehend. It's mirroring our comprehension. You know what I'm saying? It's imitating it basically.
Okay.
So that's kind of cool. So you know what that means, don't you, Mark?
Yeah, like I said, being able to put
do
two
you
words
do you know
together
what it
and
means?
yeah, being
I
able
don't,
to
I
make
don't,
a sentence.
That means that
I'm
means
doing this right now. You are doing it right now. We are structuring sentences so that other people can, or that we can understand each other.
You know what that means, though, right? That means that soon there will be robot sex slaves.
Isn't there already though?
Sex.
Soon? What do you mean soon?
Yeah.
Do you need to comprehend words, sentences to have sex?
Yeah, I don't know where you
At
came
least to talk.
from. I do. Like, women don't like hearing, you better freaking have some comprehension.
Talk.
Talking to a woman.
You better talk.
Yeah, like that's without saying.
Okay.
Now, there's two type of syntactic parsings. There's constituency parsing and dependency parsing.
Right, say that again.
Constituency parsing and dependency parsing.
Constituency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
Okay.
you guys know that stuff?
No.
Okay. So
Yeah, give me
constituency.
two
Explain.
seconds.
Explain.
Okay. So constituency parsing.
Give me 2 seconds.
It breaks down a sentence into nested subphrases, reflecting the traditional grammatical hierarchy that's seen in like formal linguistic studies. Now, the best example for it is in the sentence, "The cat sat on the mat." All right. Constituency parsing.
Okay, Roger. This is American English, not hard to pronounce. It's constituency. Constituency parsing.
Oh, constituency. Constituency.
That's right.
Constituency. That's
Yeah.
okay. Constituency parsing would identify the cat as a noun phrase, and on the mat as the prepositional phrase, modifying sat. Okay.
Okay.
Now, each of these units is then connected with a tree structure to show how they came together to form the full sentence.
Its unit is called a constituent.
Yeah, constituency parsing. Now,
Okay.
depending on parsing focuses, dependency parsing focuses on the relationship between individual words rather than grouping them into phrases. It identifies which words depend on others to derive meaning. The verb is often considered the central word, and all other words are linked to it based on grammatical roles. So, a good example for this would be in the sentence, "She gave him a book." Okay. Now, dependency parsing would show that gave is the main verb, she is the subject, him is the indirect object, and a book is the direct object, all connected through directional links. So that's the difference between the parsing. Okay. Now,
So what's the purpose of constituency parsing?
well, the purpose for both of them is about the parsing algorithms, and then the parse tree or the syntax tree that we were discussing. Now, this tree-like diagram visually represents the relationship among words and phrases, showing how smaller units of language combine to form larger ones, like nouns, phrases, or verb phrases. That takes you into things like complex or ambiguous commands, or contextual dependencies, things of that nature that it has to deal with. You know what I mean? Because ambiguous commands, ambiguity, period, is just all through this. I mean, that's one thing that AI has a real big issue with when it comes to that stuff. So um, that is pretty much where I do want to actually kind of take a break from it and come back maybe later on and talk about the other stuff because um, do you guys have anything that you want to say about that last part that would actually make any sense to you or because
So we're talking about this relates to we're talking about parsing, talking about we're talking about what is it?
parsing algorithms. You got the parsing tree or the syntax tree, how you were referring to it earlier. And this all goes down to algorithms. And what they do is they use two types of parsing. It's constituency parsing, and then there's dependency parsing. And they use that in order to like deal with issues that pertain to like complex
right.
commands and stuff.
So this applies to machine translation.
Mhm.
Uh, Basically, right? Basically, machine translation.
Right. All of this from the beginning where we started out has to do with voice assistants, voice-based interactions, automated speech recognition, audio signal processing, all of it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and this really isn't everything. You know what I mean? This is basically where I want to stop because if I don't stop, I'm going to have to talk about a lot of information that I haven't really put on here yet for talking points. Because semantic analysis is just as interesting as syntax. You know what I mean? Then,
Mm-hmm.
then there's we haven't even gotten into intent classifications. You know, like you have states, you have transitional probabilities, emissions probabilities,
At
initial
the end of the
state
day, we're just
probabilities.
talking about linguistics, aren't we?
Huh?
At the end of the day, we are just talking about linguistics.
Well, computer linguistics,
Yeah,
especially,
it's still linguistics, nevertheless.
mhm, it would be the stuff that I was trying to tell you that is is pretty complex stuff for computers to handle. You know what I mean? It's
It's,
something that maybe AI would actually be good at. That
it's complex stuff for humans to handle, hence why schools and universities and colleges exist.
do you want to tackle this?
No. Well, I mean,
I mean, being honest, do you really want to tackle this?
Again, I can see your connection between technology and linguistics, but I think we've gone down too much of a rabbit hole.
Not really, because you start checking out stuff like have you guys ever heard of vertebrae algorithms?
vertebrae. I
No,
don't know.
vertebrae.
What? As in backbone.
No, yeah, vertebrae algorithms.
Okay, tell us about it, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so with this, what it does, it efficiently finds the optimal path through the state space. Okay, it, it maximizes the joint probability of the sequence. So you have sequences that are taking place, and like I said, with you also have intent classifications. which talks about states. Now, the thing is in the context of like speech and audio signal processing, HMMs, they serve as a method for modeling sequences of observable events that are generated by underlying unobservable or hidden states. Okay, these are things that can't be detected, that can't be seen. Okay, this makes them particularly well suited for like recognizing patterns in time series data, like spoken language. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Okay. Okay.
Now, what makes the model hidden is that while the actual sequence of states the system moves through is not directly observable, the output of each state, what we do observe, uh, provides clues about what states were likely involved. So when you're using this vertebrae algorithm, that's what's going on when it comes to like HMMs and stuff of that nature, because you have hidden states that aren't viewable. Okay, and you have to determine all of that, or it has to be determined. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's something that really stuck out to me when I started finding that, because um, there was something that we had talked about, I believe, last year. I believe, or it could have been this year too, but I think it was right around when we started talking first about deep learning, and we were talking about paradigms. You remember that?
Mm.
Okay.
And it's
Mm.
where these this deep learning is actually learning how to freaking switch from one paradigm to another one. You know, and when I started learning about this, when it comes to um, these hidden sequences, you know what I mean? These hidden states that caught my attention. I do have to admit that's what it is. Um, and see that'd be something that I think would be interesting in getting into. Then you have other ones. It's called the Baum-Welsh algorithm. Have you guys
Never
heard?
heard of it. No.
You see, I mean, you guys are like, this is your job, guys.
It's hardly my job.
I mean, at one time, people fucking paid you money and shit, dude. It's like, I do this shit for
No.
fun, you know what I mean? It's like,
We don't need to know this
I've
for
never
a job yet.
been employed. I've never been employed
I mean,
to
so
examine statistics. Yeah.
now, other than that, what I do want to do is I want to get a little bit more in depth when it comes to like machine learning algorithms is what it is, and then deep learning models. You know, and we've covered a lot of information on the deep learning models. Um, like we've done the recurring neural networks, and then yeah, we did that on the last one, didn't we?
probably, yeah.
Yeah, and then we had the long short term memories. I know we got into that, didn't we?
I don't remember us. I don't remember us talking about short-term memory.
Mm-hmm. And I also want to point out something too. You guys were talking about bias. You know,
Oh, so this is vertebrae algorithm is what you were referring to, right? Yeah. VITERBI.
yeah.
Not vertebrae as in the
Well,
spine, no.
yeah. No, I was trying to be sympathetic to.
Yeah, that's why I asked. I talking about
No, you did not ask.
Vertebrae algorithm is a dynamic programming algorithm.
Right.
and you agree? Yeah, I asked you. We were talking. Oh, I mentioned that we were talking about backbones, and you agree. So,
You
so
sometimes it's just best to let Mark Edworthy be Mark Edworthy. It's like, it's like, okay, if you want
Yeah,
me
You
to
talking about
we know how
linguistic,
notoriously
right?
good Roger is with pronunciation, so we
right
You
need
were
to push
talking about
back.
linguistics, and
now,
yeah, you talking about linguistics, and you're not being clear about what you're talking about.
there's something that, hold on.
What happened? Did we lose somebody?
Oh,
It did that to me. But the one thing I did want to bring up too is because you guys were getting into a real good conversation about the biases, the bias when it comes to
Mm-hmm.
bias and
mm,
interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Now that has to do
Bias in learning.
right. That has to do with machine learning algorithms. So
Yeah.
when you go into that kind of stuff, you have to start looking at the machine learning
Yeah.
algorithms.
Yeah.
Right?
Incidentally, right, in machine learning algorithm, there is a function called a bias function.
Mhm.
So
Exactly.
you can tweak that bias function to make the learning really biased.
Well, you can also do
No,
it where it
I
gets
don't.
rid of unintended biases too. Like it goes two ways. You know what I'm saying? Like you can purposely do it, or you can uh,
Okay.
do it.
Yeah, I mean,
You can
so
you can
the
prevent
verb
it.
to buy. Back to the verb to buy algorithm for a sec. I just found some information about it. It's named after Andrew Vertebie. Is that how you pronounce his name? Vertebie? Vertebie? Vertebie.
I
Andrew
I,
Vertebie.
I did
Vitaby.
I did
Vitaby.
vertebi. I did vertebi before, and that's when I was corrected by Mark Edworthy. So I just went ahead and said vertebrae.
Vitaby. I don't know. Vitaby, I think it's how it's pronounced.
ah,
Andrew James Vitaby is an electrical engineer and a businessman who co-founded Qualcomm Inc.
Yeah. Yes.
And he invented the Vitaby algorithm.
Yep. Now, model parameters. You guys know about that, right?
What about it? It's just parameters to the model.
Right. And that's exactly why I brought up the whole thing about the bias thing is because when you go in and you set up model parameters, you have to make sure that all of that is set to where freaking it makes it to where it doesn't unintentionally uh, do create biased content. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Do you
So
know, by the way, that the ChatGPT 4 has around 1.7 trillion parameters to its model?
wow.
Yeah.
So
Uh, large language model.
now I know like you're when you look at all that, you also have to think data sets. Okay. No, like these people are calling large data sets are not large. They are like the super size me freaking cheeseburger of freaking computers. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day when they supersized freaking the Whopper. You know what I'm talking about? So
Right. Yeah,
so
yeah.
like they're under exaggerating the term large data sets. Just so you guys know, like these are huge.
again,
Yeah, yeah.
again,
Yeah, this is the opposite of the
we're
super
like large
size.
and yeah, large and huge. What's the word I'm looking for?
Technical terms.
No, uh, I can't think now. Subjective. Yeah. Huge is subjective. Large is subjective. Large
No,
compared.
I think in big data, science. There's a definite definition between what is large and what is huge.
Yeah. Is there an actual
definition?
Yeah, definition for what is huge? Yeah, compared to what is large.
And what is supersized? Like the one.
There's no such thing as supersized.
Well, I mean, dude,
it's just large.
Come on. I want to bring it back. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sick of seeing the commercials saying we're bringing it back, and they never bring the supersize back.
Original, I've not eaten in a burger joint in McDonald's, I think, in decades.
I can't afford it.
Can't afford a 99-cent burger?
They don't sell them for 99 cents anymore, dude. Try 69 cents
cone.
Like all of a sudden, they're selling like a cheeseburger from Rally's for like $4.99. I'm like, are you kidding me, dude? You got to pay $5 for a freaking hamburger.
Besides, some of us like to take care of our physique.
Yeah, I know. You supermodel. Like, I'm actually calling him man meat now when he goes on Nancy's show, because he's the man meat. She just puts him up there on top and tells him to sit there and look pretty. And like, he's getting popular now. He's famous.
Who am I?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I believe it.
He's really hitting it off.
Yeah.
So
especially, yeah, I think helped or largely helped by your introduction of him in the thong.
Oh, that was Sonia. Sonia, oh my God, yeah. That was.
Oh, Sonia did it. Yeah. So you gotta thank Sonia then.
Yeah. Thanks, Sonia. Thank you very, very, very much.
I hope she's listening.
Yeah, she probably, I don't know. She said she was going to take a break, so she could be like hanging out with her kids. I know her son. Oh, there you are. She said, she's just right there creeping, man.
Yeah.
See? Yeah, there you go.
Salt and pepper. She's just creeping. They actually have a song about creeping. Now, I don't know. I mean, for me, I would actually like to go farther into this, and like I'd like to talk about machine translation and stuff of that nature.
Are we not going down such an esoteric sort of route here?
That is actually the coolest part about the deal. Okay, like nobody really believes that there's esoteric concepts when it comes to like computer science. You know what I'm saying? But there is a lot of esotericism when it comes to these. There really is. It's pretty. And when I say esoteric, I'm saying things that aren't really, viewable. It's in the background. You have exoteric, and then you have exoteric, and this is something under the hood. You know what I mean? The way things work.
Are we not going down too much of an esoteric route?
No, I just think it's too complex for some people to comprehend.
Right.
Not making any, or saying any names or nothing.
Right.
It just bores some people.
Yeah, it bores me.
I know, it bores the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could have an entire separate sort of series on this sort of concepts alone. I think we may be heading towards, we are moving away from the purpose of this series.
It's Tech Talk. This is exactly
what it's Tech Talk. We're meant to be talking about more generalized things rather than
we're no longer Tech Talk. We're like PhD talk.
Yeah.
I don't know about all that. Like, if in most modern houses, okay, in most modern houses, people have these serious machines that are set up in their house. Now, just because we hang out on the internet and we're mostly computer guys, except for Tan, he's into the phones and stuff. But but you know, just because we're like that doesn't mean that freaking the average person in the United States, England, Canada doesn't have these things like Apple Series or Alexa or even
So surely we
I mean, do you real do you,
the ethical sort of concepts.
it would be
Oh,
good to know that these are the kinds of things that are taking place when you're talking to Alexa. You know,
Mm-hmm.
to be honest, it's like you've got a lot of these things that are taking place in the background, and you don't even have a clue what's involved there. And it's like I said, I mean, I'm into audio and video, so this actually helped me out in when it comes to speech recognition and um, audio or analog to digital conversion, especially because that's something that I've been interested in for quite a long time. That's been around before AI has ever even been mentioned. To be honest, you know. So I don't, uh,
there, yeah.
you know.
That's cool. That's cool.
So I was really interested in that, and so I have no problem with actually doing this stream, talking about this topic. Which,
Cool.
I mean, to
But
be honest,
yeah, but in such detail.
well, first of all, we need to squash you and Tan's rivalry because you you both are right about a lot of the things you say, and I think I've thoroughly given you both information to prove that it's true. That you're both right to a certain extent. Um, to be honest, I really am. Uh, I could actually go into a lot more, but linguistics is what we'd have to get more in depth. This isn't even linguistics, This is like you're gonna have to
You,
start talking about tokenized.
you, you were talking about language, sentence structure. You're talking about, yeah. So it is all about linguistics.
No, not all.
Yeah.
This is the beginning. Like there's tokenization. You even know what that's about, or speech tagging. That is that is so crazy. Your head will definitely explode if we start getting into that. I really do believe that your head will freaking explode, dude. And
Yeah.
then we'd have to
I,
discuss chatbots.
I think
Okay.
I think you know.
Maybe we
No,
should
I think
actually
Roger. I
go
think you
back.
know a little more than what you let on.
Yeah, maybe we should be going back to basics and talking about the practical usage of these things rather than doing such a deep dive into the mechanisms.
The theory of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we could have done that, but like all of the time, like uh, everybody was having computer issues and falling in and out. I even had an issue for a second there. So, well, the thing of it is we do have good examples. We got like Apple Series, we got Alexa, we got Google Assist that we could talk about. There, heck, dude, when you go on Facebook, help and support AI, you know what I mean? You don't talk to a real person when you have issues on Facebook. I think it's the same way now with freaking YouTube, isn't it?
Right.
I wouldn't know. I've never brought up a support ticket in YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, those are practical uses for this technology. It's, you know, um, there's Chat GPT that does it. You also have basically any kind of AI chat that you ask questions to has to use stuff like this usually. Maybe not the automated speech recognition stuff, but well, I don't know if you have it set. I'm not even sure. Can you actually use Chat GPT with programs like Sirius and Alexa?
No, I don't think so. But Chat GPT has an API that you can. They license an API for you to, you write your own app with.
As an example, those Jeff Taylor videos I gave you Dan, earlier, the person, the Richard bloke that was interacting with Jeff GPT was doing it through voice.
Okay.
So, I didn't check that out because I'm not really into the whole religious stuff. So,
well, there's again, like I said, there's a wider concepts argument that irrelevance of the religion.
I think more, if anything, I think he's mocking.
Not you per se. I mean, like
No, the guy in the video.
Oh, okay.
No, he wasn't mocking. It was actually being extremely serious. I suggest you watch those videos because they are something like 2.5, maybe 3 hours long altogether. But the underlining issue they was talking about was in relation to how the companies that are producing these frameworks are implementing their own
ideologies.
Not ideologies up to a point where limiting.
Yeah,
creating constraints.
Well, it goes back to what I was just talking about too, though, about this bias thing. You know, I mean, it's true. Like, if you want to have an actual Chat GP or chat that's AI that isn't biased, then you're going to have to set it to where it gets rid of unintended bias in the interpretation. You know what I'm saying? And I still say it has to do with these data sets, these large data sets, because it determines what you put in there, or what you put in there determines what this supposed AI is going to tell you. You know what I mean? And like Tan said, you can actually make it to where it is biased rather than not biased too. So it's a give or take on it. So, and that's what I was trying to.
Not only is the user, well, humans, the user have biases, but also the developers that are creating these frameworks have their own biases.
Yeah, they're the ones putting it in, that like the Chat GPT. You there still?
And if as an example, to use a data set like Wikipedia, we all know Wikipedia has got certain biases when it comes to political subjects.
Well, first you got to determine what political stuff that you're interested, that you're talking about too, because I think there's a difference between politics and just stuff that shouldn't be in politics, you know. So with that, I'm just going to leave it alone since this is technically a tech talk conversation.
Yeah, I was going to say everything is politics.
But
there's an argument for it.
But like with Chat GPT, I can see that too. It's in there, and I mean, just so I do make it clear with my experiences with it, I've had no problem with just telling Chat GPT, look, I don't want any kind of bias in there. Take it out of everything that we discuss, and it's done it. Okay. Now it might forget, and I have to say it again later on, but it has done it. If you get it, you know, if you get annoyed with the markdown or like the highlighting words and stuff like that, you tell them, hey, look, you need to stop that. That's annoying, and it'll stop it. If you want it to be like in a regular paragraph form instead of an outline, you say stop making everything outline, do it in regular paragraph form, and it'll do it. It's just you have to always do it because it'll start doing it again. You know what I mean? But you have to be very. Bob Dub always says this all the time. She says you have to be very precise in what you tell these programs to do. Okay, you have to elaborate. Tell them to elaborate on things. You know what I mean, rather than tell them I want to know about this. Say elaborate more on whatever. You know, it's the way you present your question or how you want them to answer is what I'm saying. Don't
Yeah,
just
Hans, I think I did mention that in the Matrix chat when I was just highlighting the Jeff Taylor things videos about being how you frame your questions and what parameters, what syntax you putting in.
and I can tell you something too. These or Chat GPT, I should say, instead of focusing on the other ones. But Chat GPT can pull information out of its butthole. Sanchinafian.
Remember,
What?
a software
In the
framework
world?
hasn't got a butthole.
Well, let's call it the metaphoric butthole.
The metaphorical butthole.
So just remember that it can do it, and it can also find information for you after you mention something. If it doesn't have it in its database, then it can actually search out and find information because Sanachinathian was a character in history that Chat GPT didn't know anything about. And when I mentioned it, it said that it didn't have information. So I gave him just an example of some of it, and it was able to gather the information that I needed for it. Yeah. So I thought that was pretty interesting. That was different because usually, like I said, it pulls information out of its butthole. It's not real. Tried to tell me that Elder Scrolls was freaking coming out with Skyrim 6.
Well, again, it's getting information from certain data sets, and just because the data sets are there doesn't mean that those data sets are true or factual.
You know what's the best way of dealing with that, don't you?
Go and do your own research.
Nope.
Don't be so reliant on such frameworks.
Nope.
Use some critical thinking.
Nope.
Going back to my original point.
Nope.
Don't be so reliant on these things. Again,
blame it on Mr. Robot. That's what you do. It's all Mr. Robot's fault.
There you go.
Like Mr. Robot.
Yeah, we can blame him for promising to show up and never did.
Yeah.
Actually, it sent a message just now actually saying he's had a big day or something.
Now, Sonia says that she couldn't help it by showing up because your luscious locks inspired her.
Yeah,
there you go.
You sexy.
Again, flattery will get people everywhere.
That's right. Straight from the mouth of Mark the Man Meat. Mark Edworthy Man Meat. English Man Meat. I'm telling you. So we've basically made a fool of ourselves. We've covered all the information that I wanted to cover, and you guys got to talk about your grievances with AI. Well, not really, because Mark's going to really be talking up a storm about this stuff even more. Like, this is just the beginning, I guarantee you. So, but other than that, I mean, do you guys think we're done?
All I can say on response to you, everybody's got a little piece of grey matter in there. Use it.
And I do agree with you, by the way. I think critical thinking is very important. People need to stop freaking believing everything they listen to and what they hear, and believe what freaking they learn, and use critical thinking. Pick up a book and read too. That's another thing that's important. And I mean literally pick up a book. Don't be reading freaking audio or books off the internet. Well, I guess you could, but don't be doing the audio books. You know what I mean? Because like the actual process of reading does something for your brain. That
indeed.
You know. So remember that. Read a book. Read something. So before we go, you guys want to tell everybody how they can find you? Starting with Mark.
Okay. I'm on minds.com, as mentioned earlier. So yeah, minds.com/Medworthy.
All right. How about you, Tan?
I don't want them to find me.
So he's the anonymous Tan High Tran.
Which is, again, he can be found on Minds.
Yeah, he's even tried to. It's a little tricky with him too. He's got a different name.
His A-list, yeah, his username's a little different.
Like TH2 Tran, I believe is what it is.
Yes. Oh, geez. So
So if you guys want to contact him, because he's actually the smartest out of all three of us, to be honest with you. Like he's the guy you go to talk about all this complex stuff that me and Mark pretend like we know.
don't sell yourself short, Roger. I think you know a lot more than you let us to believe.
Well, I mean,
it's just sitting there baiting us, giving us the boring, monotonous reading.
Well, I mean,
and challenging us with, do you know this? What is this? Meanwhile, you hold all the answers to yourself, right?
Well, not really, because like you've been to college about this stuff, so like you actually was able to have a conversation with me, and it was stuff you had learned, you know what I mean? So that really helped me out a lot. So with that, I guess we can end the show. We've actually brought it up to 2 hours and 38 minutes. So I guess I could say to everybody, if you liked what you've seen, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give feedback, okay? Because I'm going to tell you something right now. Everybody's always talking about algorithms this and algorithms that, but comments in the comments section is oh so important. It shows that a channel is active, and that
it helps. It helps with the algorithms,
right?
And bad comments are welcome.
Oh, I don't want to go that far.
Keep it on iPad. Yeah,
I would go there.
If you have bad comments, please send them to Tan High Tran. Yeah. This is where he was going to say something cool about constructive criticism. But
no.
I heard chocolate at the end of it. So.
Okay.
So with that, I am going to say adios. I hope you guys have a good day, good morning,
Good night
good night. Yeah,
and
everyone.
good written.
We love each and every one of you from the bottom of our hearts. And Mark Edworthy is giving you a spiritual hug because he loves each and every one of you. From the bottom.
Yay, knuckles,
Mm-hmm.
everybody.
Yeah.
Edmund Burke, an Anglo-Irish statesman and philosopher associated with the Whig tradition, remains one of the earliest and most enduring figures in the articulation of what would later become known as traditionalist conservatism. His political worldview was rooted in a belief in moral natural law and the cultural legacy of Western civilization. Though the older Tory tradition embodied certain conservative attitudes, Burke brought philosophical structure and moral justification to the movement, championing what he referred to as prescriptive rights. These were rights not abstractly imagined but inherited and grounded in divine ordination and centuries of practical experience. Burke placed significant emphasis on the role of institutions such as the church, the family, and the state in preserving societal order. These institutions, in his view, were not artificial constructions but organic expressions of a collective moral wisdom passed through generations. His idea of ordered liberty called for freedom within the framework of law and tradition, best exemplified by the British constitutional monarchy. This system, although unwritten, had been tempered by experience and was, to Burke, the surest safeguard against the chaos of revolutionary upheaval. His most famous and impassioned work, Reflections on the Revolution in France, was published in the final decade of the 18th century. In it, Burke warned that the radical egalitarianism and rejection of inherited authority represented by the French Revolution would end not in liberty but in terror and tyranny. He was appalled by the disregard shown toward history and custom, insisting that society was a partnership not only among the living but also with the dead and the yet unborn. Burke's writing, filled with apocalyptic imagery, captured his horror at what he saw as the unraveling of Christian tradition and civil order. An American historian once noted that Burke's tone in this work resembled that of an Old Testament prophet mourning the loss of a sacred order. Burke's thoughts resonated beyond the borders of Britain. In continental Europe, writers and thinkers such as François-René de Chateaubriand, Louis de Bonald, and Joseph de Maistre drew from his defense of tradition and hierarchy to craft their own responses to revolutionary fervor. In the British literary world, romantic poets such as Samuel Taylor Coleridge and William Wordsworth, who had initially sympathized with revolutionary ideals, came to admire Burke's vision of a society bound by continuity and moral responsibility. In the fledgling United States, his influence could be detected in the political philosophy of figures like John Adams and Alexander Hamilton, who valued a balance between liberty and authority. Yet Burke was not merely a philosopher of conservatism. He was also a formidable public figure who engaged in legal and political disputes that tested his principles. One notable episode was the impeachment of Warren Hastings, the first Governor-General of British India. Over the course of several years, Burke led a prosecution in Parliament that charged Hastings with corruption and abuse of power. Although Hastings was eventually acquitted, the trial remains one of the most dramatic in British political history. This confrontation was more than a legal affair. It was an ideological battle over the nature of empire. Burke argued that the authority exercised by the British Crown and its agents must be tempered by a recognition of the rights and dignity of the colonized. He saw the East India Company's operations as emblematic of unrestrained conquest and arbitrary rule. In contrast, he advocated for a vision of empire grounded in moral responsibility and a universal application of justice. His critique of Hastings can be interpreted as an early effort to apply the principles of natural law and ethical governance to colonial policy. Burke's literary talents extended beyond polemics and political philosophy. Early in his career, he wrote a work entitled A Vindication of Natural Society. At first glance, the piece seemed to attack all forms of social organization, arguing that governments and religious institutions were the sources of human misery. Many readers mistook it for a sincere endorsement of anarchism. However, Burke later clarified that the work was a satire aimed at exposing the flaws in the deistic writings of Lord Bolingbroke. Despite his intentions, the piece gained attention in its own right and has been credited with influencing the development of philosophical anarchism. The idea that Burke had inadvertently laid the groundwork for anarchist thought is not as paradoxical as it might appear. His critique of rationalist abstraction, an idea central to both his political conservatism and his satirical foray into anarchist arguments, intersects with broader debates about the legitimacy of political authority. Philosophical anarchism, a strand of thought that emphasizes the intellectual rejection of imposed authority, shares with Burke a skepticism toward utopian rationalism. Philosophical anarchists question the moral justification of the state and often maintain that individuals have no inherent obligation to obey laws imposed without their consent. Although philosophical anarchism does not necessarily advocate the violent overthrow of governments, it does express a profound mistrust of centralized power. This strain of anarchism is most closely associated with figures such as William Godwin, who espoused a belief in reason and benevolence as the foundations for a stateless society. Other variants, such as the egoism of Max Stirner or the market-oriented ideas of Benjamin Tucker, diverged significantly from Burke's traditionalism but were similarly preoccupied with the legitimacy of political authority. It is ironic that Burke, a fierce opponent of revolution, could have inspired thinkers who sought to abolish all forms of coercive government. The intersection of Burke's work with anarchist and radical currents underscores the complexity of his legacy. His reverence for tradition, hierarchy, and moral law positioned him as a champion of conservative values. At the same time, his commitment to justice, critique of empire, and early literary experiments reveal a thinker engaged with the most profound questions of political legitimacy. Burke's philosophy was not one of blind reaction but of measured skepticism, rooted in an awareness of human fallibility and the dangers of ideological extremism. In the century following Burke's death, his ideas continued to evolve within the broader movement of traditionalist conservatism. Thinkers like Joseph de Maistre and Louis de Bonald extended his insights into continental frameworks, emphasizing the role of divine providence and hierarchical order. In the United States, Burke's influence remained visible in debates over constitutional interpretation, states' rights, and the role of religion in public life. His warnings against abstract reasoning and revolutionary fervor found new audiences in periods of social upheaval. Traditionalist conservatism as a political philosophy gained renewed attention in the mid-20th century. Writers such as Russell Kirk in America drew explicitly from Burke's work to construct a conservative intellectual tradition centered on moral order, historical continuity, and a skepticism of unchecked progress. Kirk described Burke as the modern prophet of a deeply rooted tradition that resisted the fragmentation and moral relativism of modernity. The essence of Burke's thought lay in the conviction that society is a complex and fragile inheritance, not a blank slate to be reshaped by ideological ambition. He believed that liberty must be anchored in responsibility, and that enduring institutions served as the vessels of collective wisdom. For Burke, the past was not a chain but a lamp, illuminating the path forward with the lessons of experience. His vision of a just and ordered society remains a touchstone for those who seek to balance the imperatives of change with the virtues of continuity. In every sense, Burke's life and work exemplify the tension between principle and pragmatism, tradition and reform, authority and conscience. Whether defending the rights of the colonized in India, warning against the perils of abstract revolution in France, or inadvertently inspiring critiques of government itself, Burke navigated the tumult of his age with a mind attuned to both the moral imperatives of justice and the practical realities of political life. His legacy endures not merely in the writings of conservative thinkers but in the broader tradition of political reflection that values restraint, humility, and reverence for the inherited order of human affairs.
admire their conquests, and the people create the kingdom. Belief brings power, vanity, and greed. Violence comes, life is lost, and values subverted. The unquenchable thirst and unwavering need, trophies of the king and the boy who wishes to be. A life full of magic, fortune, rainbows, and far-off lands. Treasures made out of glass and lavished in royalty. Youthful adventures full of powdered potions, towers, maps, and stars, full of discovery. Sodium, silica, nitrate, and arsenic. Chemical compounds and experimentation. Ciphers, accolades, and education. Alchemy, astronomy, and philosophy. Dissection and desecration. Magical lands with the pristine mystical secrets. Let us marvel over the marble as it's rolled over the marver. Is it devil worship and witchcraft? Is it cursed? Will it stand? Let us burn them at the stake. Dictated by tradition, just as the puny finishes the piece. Reflecting on past events the way it ought to be, controlled and manipulated by what we think and feel, mesmerized by the sights we see. Secrets of science, a disordered, random network of invention and destruction. Skin to skin, we create bonds and structures, cross sections, complex patterns, and high relief design. Smells, sight, what we feel and taste. Truth is now false heresy and lies. Fear and hate persists. Hurry up and slow down. Advancement of the gene. Empires are created and empires fall, yet the molten crucibles flow. Heat melts and hardens as we go. Molds, blowpipes in the glory hole. Foundations strong and grand for kings and wise men to adore. Each pondering in their thoughts and thinking only of wanting more. Let us not forget, though, these lofty structures of grandeur, held to the ground and anchored only by chandeliers. Do not be fooled by the lies before you. The people did their jobs. With enchantment they hypnotized and mesmerized each and every one. Lesson learned, traits as well, capturing your hearts and souls. Prejudice, segregation, profiling who goes where and who gets what. Misconceptions that distill guilt, shame, and remorse. Competition amongst one another, survival of the fittest. Taking pride in one's accomplishments while taking joy as others fall. Watch cries burn with riots. Watch cities burn with riots, dismemberment, and sacrilege. Kings reap the reward though as the people flee for their lives. Legislation and restrictions, hiding what you know. But secrets shall surely surface, the truth will surely show. Judging by the food we eat, where we sleep, or judged by the food we eat, where we sleep, the weapons we wish to wear. Through your persecution, we still breathe and suffer the consequence. But let the people and the children see bondage of the people as they promote the hate. Treachery and freedom are but words, full of alibis and alias. Economic lies, full of excuses to justify evil plots of intelligent design. The king chooses his heroes, separated and categorized by stock and grade. We rally around it willingly, proclaiming an intellect supreme. The whore of Babylon has corrupted your wives. What once was evil we value, and what was pure we now despise. Selling your children, probate is a civil case for children all the same. Mesmerized and hypnotized by temptation, we climb to fame, rewriting history with lies and deception. By the river of fames, in a deep dark hole, the truths are hidden, all forgotten. We do not search those shores in vain, for it brings no answer in which to claim. For there is no reward, copyright runs the show. Discredited and bankrupt fools them all. Those who try will surely fall. Manuscript, cipher, manifest, and letter. Gathered with education and travel, the writer will still remain. But what of the writer? Where did he go? What of the children? Where did they go? To the deathbed with a compelling theory, the search is over. Vanished, forgotten, forsaken. Boogery, death, and disinheritance. Nothing was given and nothing was taken. The people still what knowledge they know, taking credit and notoriety wherever they go. Secrecy, misinformation, and conspiracy, they play their games too. Through coded language, scholars are seduced. What is the price for knowledge? We wait patiently for the answer day by day. Coveting knowledge, controlled by the king, they forbid participation. Expelling some for the things they do, they gather crumbs from the royal table so that scientists can eat. Economics and exploration. Alliances are made and organizations created, forcing cooperation upon the people with social reform, referendums, and counter-referendums. Sign your name on the dotted line. Offer of yourself your name, giving credibility to the cause. Use lofty words for institutional thought. Sovereignty of marriage. Separation of religion and state. A hostage is taken and religion is lost. The institutional man is trapped by ignorance and his own consent. By stipulation, of course. Yet this ignorant man will rant of freedom. But what does his conscience say? Loyalty to your leaders and work in harmony for the cause. Together we stand and divided we fall. Strategy is preferred over honesty and loyalty over his honor. Heroes are only used for sacrifice, and their stories shrouded in mystery. People work in secrecy and out of sight. Actors are pretenders. Pretenders wear masks. Harbingers of sorrow with peace in one hand and deceit in the other. Idolize your king and set him upon a golden throne. Lie with a smile and a handshake while you worship your paper god. Idolize them for their cruelty and make legions that live on, or legends that live on. Tell those lies of old. Since the beginning of civilization until now, brainwashing has allowed us to believe in many lies and deny the truth. A select few would have the many believe that lies, through natural selection, preserve the stock of our race, passed on to the next generation, furthering the evolutionary gene of mankind. Others would have us believe that brainwashing and lies were needed in order to preserve our ideologies, traditions, and beliefs. Like leeches, some would use all information learned in order to manipulate the masses, creating alliances, agendas, and laws that take away freedom in order to control. Contracts and oaths are valued instead of human dignity or flesh and bone, and what we are concerned with in life. We are being replaced by oath and documentation, and our values as individuals erased by influences occurring outside of ourselves. We believe that these influences are necessary, but to what extent? How important are ideas, and how do they affect our peace of mind, beliefs, our lives, and the other people that we care about? In what ways are these ideas positive or negative? Are these ideas that society has imposed on us? Is it right to judge a couple that has a child out of marriage or call marriage an institution? Giving privilege, money, and value by the simple fact of being married or single. Why does the individual get taxed more than the couple, when it is easier for two to survive rather than one? These are important issues that we should each ask ourselves according to our own conscience. Decisions which should be made but not influenced by those outside of ourselves. If we are influenced outwardly, then it should be only by the people that we hold close to our heart. Should we live, rather it be according to city, state, country, or region, should where we live, rather it be according to city, state, country, or region, dictate that we believe? We hear the word truth, but should we believe that there is truth? Evidence show that truth is unobtainable, yet we should search out truth. This also should be done on a personal level too. An outward influence should also be avoided. Not everything that we hold personally sacred or of value is considered logical. The idea that we are exonerated from the rest of the world, or exonerated from the rest of the world, must also be smashed too. Though we fight instincts within ourselves about old beliefs passed down. John Anthony West, born January 1st, 1932 in New York, USA, is an American author, lecturer, guide, and a proponent of Spinks water erosion hypotheses in geology. He was influenced by R.A. Swaller de Lebesgue. In 1993, his work with Robert M. Schoch a geologist and associate professor of natural sciences at the College of General Studies at Boston University, was presented by Charlton Heston in a NBC special called The Mysteries of the Sphinx that won West a News and Documentary Emmy Award for Best Research and a nomination for Best Documentary. The documentary contends that the main type of weathering evidence on the Great Sphinx and surrounding enclosure walls could only have been caused by prolonged and extensive rainfall during the time period from 10,000 to 5,000 BCE and was carved out of limestone bedrock by an ancient advanced culture such as the heavy Neolithic Quaroan culture. This challenged the conventional dating of the carving of the statue circa 2500 BCE. West suggests that the Sphinx may be over twice as old as originally determined, whereas Shock made a more conservative determination of between 5,000 and 7,000 BCE. John Anthony West's publications are John Anthony West and Jan Gerhard Tunder, The Case for Astronomy, Quest Books in 1970, John Anthony West's Serpent in the Sky, The High Wisdom of Ancient Egypt, Quest Books, 1993, John Anthony West, The Traveler's Key to Ancient Egypt, A Guide to the Sacred Places of Ancient Egypt, Quest Books, 1996. John Anthony West and Laird Scranton, The Science of the Dogon, Decoding the African Mystery Tradition, Quest Books, 2006. John Anthony West and Laird Scranton, Sacred Symbols of the Dogon, The Key to the Advanced Science in the Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphs, Quest Books, 2007. Sacred geometry is the geometry used in the planning and construction of religious structures such as churches, temples, mosques, religious monuments, altars, tabernacles, as well as for sacred spaces such as temenoi, sacred groves, village greens, and holy wells, and the creation of religious art. In sacred geometry, symbolic and sacred meanings are ascribed to certain geometric shapes and certain geometric proportions. According to Paul Coulter, in the ancient world, certain numbers had symbolic meaning aside from their ordinary use for counting and calculating. Plane figures and polygons, triangles, squares, hexagons, and so forth were related to the numbers 3 in the triangle, for example, were thought of in a similar way and in fact carried even more emotional value than the numbers themselves because they were visual. Okay. The belief that God created the universe according to the geometric plan has ancient origins. Plutarch attributed the belief to Plutarch, writing, Plutarch said, God geometrizes continually. Convivialium disputationum liber 8.2. In modern times, the mathematician Carl Friedrich Gauss adopted this quote, saying, God arithmetizes. At least as late as Johannes Kepler, between 1571 and 1630, a belief in the geometric underpinning of the cosmos persisted among scientists. According to Stephen Skinner, the study of sacred geometry has its roots in the study of nature and the mathematical principles at work therein. Many forms observed in nature can be related to geometry. For example, the chambered nautilus grows at a constant rate, and so its shell forms a logarithmic spiral to accommodate the growth without changing shape. Also, honeybees construct hexagonal cells to hold their honey. These and other correspondences are seen by believers in sacred geometry to be further proof of the cosmic signature of geometric forms. Geometric ratios and geometric figures were often employed in the design of Egyptian, ancient Indian, Greek, and Roman architecture. Medieval European cathedrals also incorporated symbolic geometry. Indian and Himalayan spiritual communities often constructed temples temples and fortifications on design plans of mandala and yantra. Many of the sacred geometry principles of the human body and of ancient architecture have been compiled into the Vitruvian man drawing by Leonardo da Vinci, itself based on the much older writing of the Roman architect Vitruvius. Stephen Skinner suggests that it is possible to place a geometric diagram over virtually any image of a natural object or human creature structure and find some lines intersecting the image. If the geometric diagram does not intersect major physical points in the image, the result is what Skinner calls unanchored geometry. Pythagoras is often credited for discovering that an oscillating string stopped halfway along its length produces an octave relative to the string's fundamental, while a ratio of 2:3 produces a perfect fifth and 3:4 produces a perfect fourth. However, the Chinese culture already featured the same mathematical positions on the guqin and the tone holes in flutes, so Pythagoras was not the first. Pythagoreans believed that these harmonic ratios gave music power of healing, which could harmonize an out-of-balanced body. The Masonic Matthew Cook manuscript, written around 1450, and one of the oldest of the Masons' early documents. The text, which purports to describe the craft of stonemasonry from the dawn of time down to the Middle Ages, contains contains a strange variant of the legend of the two pillars for wisdom, famous from Jewish lore. These pillars, first mentioned by Flavius Josephus, was supposedly erected before the flood by, take your pick, Hermes Trismegistus, Watchers, Nephilim, Seth, Enoch, Enosh, etc., in order to preserve either divine science or the secret teachings of the fallen angels or the industrial arts from potential destruction by flood or flame. As Josephus put it in describing the astrological knowledge of the progeny of Seth in Book 1 of his Antiquities, I have a hard time with words, guys, so excuse me. He says, 70, and that their inventions might not be lost before they were sufficiently known, upon Adam's prediction that the world was to be destroyed at one time by the force of fire, and at another time by the violence of quantity of water. They made two pillars, the one of brick and the other of stone. They inscribed their discoveries on them both. 71. That in case the pillar of bricks should be destroyed by the flood, the pillar of stone might remain and exhibit those discoveries of mankind, and also inform them that there was another pillar of brick erected by them. Now this remains in the land of Syriad, i.e. Egypt, to this day. Translation William Whiston. The Cook manuscript variant is odd because, unlike all the others, it attributes the building of the pillars to Tubal-Cain, the first blacksmith. Ye shall understand that this son Tubal-Cain was the founder of smiths, crafts, and other crafts of metal. He and his siblings had known that God would take vengeance for sin, either by fire or water, and they had greater care how they might do to save the sciences that they had found. And they took their counsel together, and by all their wits they said that there were two manner of stones, of such virtue that one would never burn, and that stone is called marble, and that the other stone that will not sink in water, and that stone is named latris. And so they devised to write all the sciences that they had found in these two stones, so that if that God takes vengeance by fire, that the marble should not burn.
Like,
Okay.
what I would find useful is if we could, make agreements over social media. That'd be useful for me, because then I can provide a service to someone, and they can pay me for it. And then we can exchange value directly, which would be really, really useful.
Well, see, they do that in private. I actually have private memberships, and if anybody actually wanted to see my shit, then they could give me tokens or cash. But nobody likes my stuff, so I don't get recognition for any of the good stuff. You know what I mean? I've got freaking House Party uncensored on there, dude. I mean, come on. You can't tell me that nobody wants to watch.
Yeah, but it comes down to the cash out situation as well. You want it to be useful, right? Like.
Yeah, exactly. It's like.
To a couple of points. Clause 17.5.n says, by opting to receive Minds tokens, you represent that and warrant that you understand that Minds tokens are a utility token, not intended to be a digital currency, security, derivative, or any other kind of financial instrument. 17.5R states that by opting to receive Minds tokens, you represent and warrant that you understand with regards to Minds tokens, we, Minds Inc., make no guarantee or representation that you will be able to resell, trade, or exchange Minds tokens, or as of the future value, or the Minds tokens all may have any use outside any users outside of the Minds network. You further understand and acknowledge that Minds makes no guarantees or representations as of to any liquidity of Minds tokens, and you understand and acknowledge that the value of the Minds tokens may over time may experience extreme volatility and depreciation. There is one more clause, 17.5.w. Again, you understand that you are not permitted to sell any Minds tokens to any other user or third party, and that's the company, Minds Inc., is not responsible for any perpetuate sales from a third party.
Okay.
Therefore,
so it's basically a token on the platform only. That's what it's intended for.
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's what I've been trying to stay according to.
But I want to know, why did they go with that solution rather than an actual liquid currency?
I believe there is a regulatory issue there in relation to Security and Exchange Commission, and there's a legal issue there.
You know what else you could do? You could just put your servers in space and then fuck all the governments and let the
only problem is that Minds itself is headquartered in the USA, and it is not where the server is, it's where the company is based, or where the company has got offices in.
What? Okay, right. How can we get around this? Can we put the company somewhere else?
We could do that like they did in GameStop did. We could freaking go out and buy an island off freaking the coast, you know what I'm saying, and start shooting
let's do that.
Operations and shit.
Let's start a country.
Like GameStop is a good example of what you're talking about. All right, now you go in and you look at the cryptocurrency, and you'll see how scandalous freaking GameStop is. They break all the freaking rules. You know what I'm saying? And now they're getting all caught up in Reddit on the little freaking emojis and shit. Like every time you use an emoji, you get money for it somehow. And I'm like, oh my god. It's insane how big they're into that. That's all I'm saying. But that's, I've been trying to stay away from doing all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? And the thing is like if I can't make cash off of it, I'm not going to freaking be subscribing anymore. I'll just get a subscription to
As a coder and developer, I look for problems, right? And the problem I see today is people want to exchange value and services without a middleman, a bank, or anything else in between. They just want direct person-to-person exchange of value. You know, that would make the world fair, and you know, then we can have direct exchange rather than these corrupt currencies all around the world. And no one is solving that issue yet. No one in the world has solved that issue. And I'd like to see that solved.
Connection with mines. You know what I'm saying? I put a video up. I want money. I don't want your tokens. I don't want cryptocurrency. Just pay me, you know, a little cash for it. I mean,
the problem with
it.
The problem with valuing the mines tokens is granted that we have value for the mines tokens. That's again how 17.5.n is worded. It is not financial instruments, therefore it technically cannot have a value.
Right. I use it to boost stuff, and that's it. You know what I mean? That's the only use it was meant to be for. So if I want to go on and I want to boost content of mine or somebody else's, I use it. But I don't even think of it as any kind of money. Matter of fact, my stuff just sits around building up. You know, if I do boost my stuff or somebody else, I'll do like 1 token every day for 30 days, and that's about it, because I'll lose money if I try to boost too much. You never get the same amount of tokens that you do with the...
I suggest that you consider value as in the amount, the reach that a token can provide, rather than the actual any sort of financial assets that the token suggests.
I mentioned it before, but that stuff is so bad that, like, now, okay, I've got freaking like 25 views on posts that are scheduled and hasn't been posted yet. You know what I mean? How did 25 views get on freaking scheduled posts? Yeah, and that's what they're doing, man. They're taking those extra boosts that I put in there and they're applying them to the scheduled videos that I got ready. Yeah, and it's like everybody thinks you're stupid and you don't know that. I can show you right now if you want. Every single one of them has freaking like huge amount of freaking views.
I think it might be a good idea.
I've got.
Yeah, I think it could be a good idea for you and Barsha to get together and have a private conversation about this one.
Yeah.
I've got a post on October the 3rd that's coming out with 5 views already. Never been seen. 15 views for one on September the 29th.
Yeah, it would be good if we could get in touch about this, but I really need to go. 1 hour longer than I wanted.
Yeah, I know.
Sure.
But I appreciate you guys coming. Dan got frustrated and said he had to get the hell out of here too. But I am glad you guys showed up. I'm glad Tan did a really good job at moderating the thing, and I want to say thank you to him on stream, because we are recording and streaming, so just to acknowledge him of that. And I want to thank you, Bashi, for showing up and answering a lot of the questions, because it was stuff that was really needed to be asked. We had people that were on previously that had asked these questions, and you seem to do a good job with John and Tan, or Mark and Tan. I don't know why I called him John, but you guys did a good job at answering them.
If anyone will want to reach me, at Bashings, obviously on Minds. I do try to check hashtag Better Minds regularly. So if you have issues, you can report it there or just try DMing me. But yeah,
I appreciate it.
I would like to do this more often. It's just I'm going to have pretty filled schedule for next week's.
Now we're also doing tech talks too, which we did our first one last night with Mark, Tan, and me and Karma. If you want to ever come in there, you're more than welcome to come in there too.
Please do.
It's not about all this stuff. We were getting into some pretty good stuff last night, so I'll put it this way: Dan almost had a freaking heart attack. He was like, "Dude, you better not mess this audio up." I mean, he was serious about it too. He was really happy with it. So I'll shut up now and let you guys go.
I would like to join you guys more often as well. I just need to get the timing right. So this is around the time you guys do this?
I know we did this because Bashy was here. So what's a good time, basically, in your opinion, to do it with your time zone? Would right about now be good?
Away. We can do it anytime.
Right about now?
I would say an hour later, because it was 6 o'clock my time, so 5 o'clock UTC.
He's in India.
Yeah, possibly an hour later, maybe. So 6 o'clock.
Midnight here right now, or like 1 o'clock
in the morning.
Look good.
You tired?
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, I'm awake. This is my morning.
Okay. Okay. But yeah. So you'd say about 6 o'clock.
No, this time that's the time that we started. It was good.
Okay, so
like turnout, you know what I mean? So this is probably a good time for Friday. Just adjust the schedule accordingly, and if you feel
it's
like
already set. It's already set.
Yeah.
Maybe an hour later. You said an hour later.
Yeah, I would say it makes more sense as far as I'm concerned. Anyway.
So
yes, 6 p.m. UTC.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I don't understand this UTC. Can you guys speak regular? Like,
no, we don't want to even have that conversation. It's horrible enough in chat.
Florida.
Just think that there's 5 hours. UTC equates to 5 hours plus. Plus EST and 6 hours plus EDT.
What?
BST is British
Daylight Time.
It all comes down to the Greenwich Mean Time, right?
Yeah.
It's the 0 point of the planet where all time is based from Greenwich, which is a spot in England actually, like where anywhere right of that, you travel around the world. As you go further, it's like plus 1 hour, plus 2 hours, plus 3 hours, depending on your time zone, right, Karma? And so UTC is the 0, okay? You would be like -5 or something like that. I would be like +5, and so therefore there would be like
stream set up just for time.
Yeah.
Okay, what time is
Just
it?
for time.
What time is it?
For me, it's 2:03.
The time now is 7 or 3 minutes past 7 p.m. UTC. Or in layman's times, 8 or 4 minutes past 8 London time, British summer time, or Eastern Daylight Time, so New York is to be fair.
Yeah, I love Warhammer 40K. I've been a fan since I was in junior high.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interested in the lore rather than the tabletop then. tabletop bores me, but that goes back to my dad. My dad's was a professional figure modeler. So he used to create 1-2 inch figures for and paint them for military old military sort of war games. So reenacting things like Waterloo and stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Some people think I'm just obsessed with warfare. It's like, I grew up in a military household. I joined the military myself. I know martial arts, trained and self-taught. Football. It's like my entire life has just been a battlefield. Of course, my media is filled with nothing but warfare. Are you guys not on the Skype/Teams?
No.
I am. Me and Roger is, but
I tried to stay away from monitored chats because of the things that happen to you.
Well, see, these people want to monitor me. I do my best to put on a show for them. That's my attitude about it. You want to watch me? I'm going to give you something to see.
I want to just be able to burn my identity and start again if I have to,
I became the vaudeville, okay? I actor upon a stage.
But yeah, I got chats dedicated to like fringe conspiracy, topics, and I got ones that are dedicated to like proper in-depth research topics from science to history to all sorts. And then I got various tech channels that are like reverse engineering dedicated, malware.
My friend, you and I are going to get along just fine.
Yeah. So I'd love to be in contact.
Yeah. Has Roger told you about my show? I was the host of the Red Pill Hardcore Radio Show. I've actually been at several different radio stations, different radio networks.
I think I tuned into that one time. Yeah.
So, I might start up the show again if I could find a suitable co-host. I've trained many co-hosts over the years, hoping I can find someone to take over my show. It's just, I've never found the one that could do it, So,
well, what do you think the role of a co-host should be?
Well, I mean, the way I treat my co-host is it's basically who can drive the show. The show's got to keep going. It doesn't matter who's leading, who's supporting. I've had entire shows where my co-hosts are just going off. I'm like, speak it, sisters. Go ahead.
I like to be the one that's sort of like background doing the fact checking and like pulling up research and pictures and videos and that kind of stuff.
Oh, I do my own research. I basically it's like what you probably do here. It's just like paneling, No, I don't have co-host research this, do that. Whatever. I actually pull everything up fresh. Like, what do you think?
As you go,
not knowing anything. What do you think?
Yeah, but I find sometimes it's hard to like do the visuals while you do the talking. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
But yeah, some people are good at it.
I was going to say,
I usually have a producer.
I was just going to say, co-host, and it's also related to banter and keeping the conversation flowing, even if you in between guests and stuff.
Roger's good at that.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't even have to agree with me. I like. It's rare that I get controversy because typically people agree with me or have something to compliment what I say. Usually, but I like the shows where people disagree, and then we can sit and talk about the difference and what we know and try to find a middle ground. Those
Well,
are the
that's
best
why we
shows.
keep Mark around. He disagrees with everything I say.
Well,
so.
yeah, I like to stay on the rational sort of viewpoint.
Right.
More of a rationalist.
I think you mean misinformed,
The voice
Mark.
of reason and all the craziness.
Indeed. Indeed.
All right. I like that.
I am back. It took a while for that song to come out, but later on we can probably do it if we want to take a break and everything. And I was thinking about it too. Now, it would be really nice to get an interview in with V. And if you wanted to, Mr. Robot, you want to do an interview?
Hell yeah. I want to know more about this stuff that's been happening to him.
Okay, so let me do a countdown. We'll start it out, and then after that, we'll go into the topics, because this is kind of like set up on how Minds Roundtable was, but it's untethered, and we have topics and everything. With this one,
Are you cool to talk about that stuff, V, or?
We were talking about
you should set something up with me separate. I don't want to step on what you guys already got going.
No, man, hey, this is good. Actually, because you were talking about wanting to do an interview with me too, anyhow, so.
Well, yeah, I mean, you told me these guys like to talk tech, and it's like, when I did my shows, it was so hard to get anybody even close to the intellectual level of anything I was talking about. So I had to bring everything down to like a third grade level, and that just was time consuming and frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys cool with that?
Yeah.
I'd be happy to do it. That sounds like fun.
Okay. All right.
All right.
And then after that we can, because this is the last one we did went like 5-6 hours. So it's these are long streams, so we can.
Yeah, we are going to need a break in between because last night was a killer.
Well, that was
good 6 hours, 5 hours.
I got reamed out.
And I got to talk to probably Mark. Mark would be my guy there. Maybe help me procure a English accent, because I have a movie role I got to do where I'm an Englishman here in a year.
English accent. I have had this discussion with Roger, and there is no such thing as an English accent. In the UK, we've got many accents. Like in the US, there's many different accents.
Yes.
Are you talking about Liverpudlian? Are you talking about...
Mark's got a middle-class English accent, If you want to go the pompous English, you probably need more like a Prince Charles more.
He's got a country boy accent. Like, you know how I got my country boy accent?
Well, the only two accents I'm aware of, or the three, is the proper Queen's English, and then there's the Cockney, and then the Liverpool.
You need to learn to stop rolling your R's, I think, if you
Liverpool,
want
I love Liverpool accents, especially on chicks.
Oh yeah.
What you about, mate?
Newcastle. No. I hate Liverpool and Newcastle.
I'll put a link to our private chat in the chat there if you can see it, V. So just save it there for later.
But yeah, man, you're always welcome on here, man. And see, this is the reason why I'm so glad frickin' V came on, because I knew you and V would just hit it off.
Hey guys, I got to step away for like 5 minutes, and I'll join you in the next segment.
Still there?
So my phone is dying, and I don't know where my charger is, so I'm going to have to skip out the rest of the episode.
Hey man, it was great having you for that interview.
All right.
Hey, do you see the link in the chat there, V?
Yes.
Are you on Rumble Studio?
Yes.
Yeah, copy that down, come say hello, and then I'll invite you to all the other chats and stuff. And we can share notes and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to copy it.
Tap and hold, maybe.
Yeah, he's on.
Roger, can you send it to me later?
Yeah, I can copy and paste it and send it on Skype for you because I'm on
Please.
Skype. So
yeah, my phone's about to die.
I'm gonna put it in the PSEC chat.
Okay.
That way.
All right. Thanks, guys. It was good meeting you, and talk to you soon.
Hey, man.
All the best. Take care.
Thanks for coming in. That was a great interview.
Yeah. How long did we go for?
You guys.
I wasn't keeping track of time.
You guys.
An hour, 2 hours, something like that.
2.5 hours. I just realised that I was muted, but yeah, 2.5 hours.
Wow. Felt like no time. So what's our next topic, Roger?
Roger's just disappeared.
Oh. Well, what do you want to talk about next? I had a look on his agenda, and we have a few options. Where is it? The Webb telescope detects a possible signature of life on a distant world. The judge on tech monopoly. Just before Zuckerberg bought Instagram, he identified a now defunct social startup known as Facebook. I feel like we've talked about that a fair bit.
Well,
or British.
We haven't talked about it on the show yet, so that's the cool part about it. See, we've done the conversation in chat, but we've never done it on stream. This is
Didn't
where
we just have a whole thing on DARPA and Facebook and all that?
Well, that was Tech Talk, and we actually got more in depth. This one is just about the monopoly.
Okay.
So
yeah,
and
that's why I gave you that link to all those that call term, those culture records earlier.
And we're talking about current events that are taking place too. Which
well, I'm interested in this Webb telescope thing. I don't know much about. I haven't come across that news yet. I'm about to look at it now.
Okay.
Now, Mark actually has his opinions on it. He actually said he wanted to make some comments on that. So I think we should start it out with him talking about it because get his take on it first.
Okay. As far as I can see, all the mainstream media, all the medias are saying possible signatures of life, which I totally fundamentally disagree with. There is a exoplanet that's found that's been discovered, or that was discovered in 2009. And it's only just been now talked about. I think it's about 7,000 light years. So I don't know what's that in actual miles. I did have numbers earlier, but I lost them. But yeah, as I said, various.
You got to start over. Your voice just died out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your mic went out. Various what?
Yeah. Sorry, I haven't marked my name.
Quetzalcoatl, and he's a deity in the Aztec culture and literature. Among the Aztec, he was related to wind, Venus, sun, merchants, arts, crafts, knowledge, and learning. He was also the patron god of the Aztecs' priesthood. Quetzalcoatl wears around his neck the breastplate it's a pretty crazy name. Ihikakazakatl, the spiritual veluted wind jewel. This talisman was a conch shell cut at the cross section and was likely worn as a necklace by religious rulers. As such objects have been discovered in burials in archaeological sites throughout Mesoamerica and potentially symbolized patterns witnessed in hurricanes, dust devils, seashells, and whirlpools, which were elemental forces that had significance in Aztec mythology. Codex drawings pictured both Quetzalcoatl and Xolotl, which I always had a problem with pronouncing. Xolotl, which pictured both Quetzalcoatl and Xolotl wearing an ihikakazakatl around the neck. Additionally, at least one major cache of offerings includes knives and idols adorned with the symbols of more than one god, some of which were adorned with wind jewels. Animals thought to represent Quetzalcoatl include resplendent quetzal, rattlesnakes, crows, and macaws. In his form as a hecatl, he is the wind and is represented by spider monkeys, ducks, and the wind itself. In his form as the morning star, Venus, he is also depicted as a harpy eagle, and there we go with the eagle. The earliest known documentation of the worship of a feathered serpent occurs in Teotihuacan in the 1st century BC or 1st century AD. That period lies within the late pre-classic to early classic period. That's between 400 BC and 600 AD in Mesoamerican chronology. Veneration of the figure appears to have spread throughout Mesoamerica by the late classic period, 600 to 900 AD. In the post-classic period, which is 900 to 1519 AD, the worship of the feathered serpent deity centered in the primary Mexican religious centers of Cholula. In this period, the deity is known to have been named Quetzalcoatl by his Nahu followers. In the Maya area, he was approximately equivalent to Kukulkan and Gukumats, names that also roughly translate as feathered serpent in different Mayan languages. In the era following the 16th century Spanish conquests of the Aztec Empire, a number of the records conflated Quetzalcoatl with, say, Acatl, Tepaltizia, Templeton, a ruler of the mythico-historic city of Tolan. Historians debate to what degree or whether at all these narratives about this legendary Toltec ruler describe historical events. Furthermore, early Spanish sources written by clerics tend to identify the god ruler Quetzalcoatl of these narratives with either Hernan Cortez or Thomas the Apostle. Identifications which have also become sources of a diversity of opinions about the nature of Quetzalcoatl. The name Quetzalcoatl comes from the Nahuatl language and means precious serpent or Quetzal feathered serpent. In the 17th century, Ixtlaxochitl, a descendant of Aztec royalty and historian of the Nahu people, wrote Quetzalcoatl in its literal sense means serpent of precious feathers, but in the allegoric sense, wisest of men. Now, that is the end of what I have got for this information. I wanted to finish this up and kind of go over some of the stuff and read it to you guys. I've left references to the ohiohistory.org site that mentions the Serpent Mound on Mind's Chat in Live with Roger Hanson. So if you guys would like to see that, you're more than welcome to look at that. I've also left it in I believe I left it in the I believe I did post it in Skype. It's on Skype and available to anybody who wishes to check it out. No, it's not. So what I'll do is I'll post it in there and you guys can check it out if you are interested in reading about that with straight from the Ohio site. Now, like I said too, it's also available with the Leak Project. Now, he went in and he really did a good job at checking the site out, and he gave a little bit of history on it. It's actually pretty cool. So if I was you guys, I would actually go in and check it out and maybe give it a read if there's anything to read, you know what I mean? So there you go. I am posting it on Discord as well. I thought that I had this stuff posted, but I didn't. So let's see what we got here. How long did we lasted for 37 minutes. I'm going over to all of the channels to see if anybody's made any comments, and if they haven't, I'm going to go ahead and call this quits for the day. Now, with Wow Talk, I am going to leave it open to I'm going to leave it open to if I'm going to stream again or not for the year. What it basically is everybody who's working with me right now, we're taking a break. Summertide in Austin are taking a break from Summertide's mystery show so that they can regroup and come back in October. I'm still on standby with Bob Dub. I don't know exactly what she's going to do. She's got her thing going on, so I've offered to do a show with her if she wanted to do one. So that was supposed to start today or at the beginning of July. So I don't know what she's planning on doing. I'll keep everybody posted on that, but I don't know. But right now, what I'm doing is I'm setting up uploads to where we'll have content that is being posted, and everybody will have something to watch for future future episodes of it. And I'm archiving and editing still, so I'm not gone. I'm just back in the background taking care of things as they need to be and getting things started. I also should mention too that The Wonderful World of Weirdness has created its own crypto currency. We do have the WoW coin. It's on mintme.com. It's down in the description. If you guys want to invest in the Wonderful World of Weirdness, this would be the best way of going at it. If you need any help, you can contact me and we can get things started. So it's up to you on what you want to do. Also, I would like to say that we are taking stories from people who wish to tell stories about what's happened to them, or campfire stories that I've got going on the Wonderful World of Weirdness right now. If you want to tell a story, send it to Summer Todd. She has her email listed in the comment section as well, and she would be willing to get them and pass them on to me and Austin, or do something herself, whichever way whichever way she wants to do it. But if you have those stories and you want to share them, feel free to send them our way. We'd be willing to tell your story on the internet. You don't have to give your name. You can if you want. It's up to you, but you don't have to. That's just how we do things. So I believe I've covered everything. I'm not quite sure. I know that here lately I've been slacking on telling people, what we're into and what we are wanting to do and stuff like that. I believe we've done good on it. I'm checking all of the chats to make sure that I did not miss anything, and by the looks of it, we are all clear. We dodged a bullet, didn't have to talk to nobody, and we are good. We did it. I'd like to thank everybody who came in to check out the stream. We had 2 viewers on YouTube. 65 views on YouTube, which was good. I'm still trying to give D-Live a chance, but it's kind of getting ridiculous. I've got absolutely no views whatsoever on D-Live, which is just outlandish. It's like it's actually worse than what it is to be on Twitch, and being on Twitch is pretty bad. So with that, I am going to end this, and thank you guys for watching. Okay, I am getting everything ready to go. Just started Rumble Studios. Something different seems to be going on there, so I don't know exactly what's taking place when it comes to um, my content, but I am checking it out now, getting everything organized and ready to go. I want to see how it sounds on there. All right, audio sounds good on Rumble. I have Beam set up. Now I'm checking the audience there too. Want to find out. No, I'm not interested. Okay, so let me hit play. Well, okay, I can hear myself good on Beam. So we've got Rumble, Beam. Now I'm going to X and see what that sounds like. Let's check it out, see what's going on. Usually does the little loading thing, so I'm gonna have to probably hit refresh to see what's going on there. X is always weird like that, so. Okay, X sounds good. D Live's up. Checking the audio. D Live sounds good. Let's go to Odyssey. Now, Odyssey actually did good once that I know of. I'm not quite sure what to expect this time. I'll hit refresh. Last time it took a little while to kick in, but it finally eventually did do something. Let me find out real quick. Yeah, I don't know for sure if it's going to work or not. Let me see. Yeah. It doesn't seem to be giving much of an issue. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to say that it's bad, but I was impressed the last time I did this that it actually did have something set up there. So I don't know. And I didn't have to actually have I didn't have to actually do any changes, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not quite sure what the deal is. I'm going to check on my other channel on there too to find out. Maybe it's streaming on the wrong thing. Nope. Okay, so I'll switch it back. Maybe it will kick in eventually. I don't know for sure. So I'll leave it alone. Now I have to check Twitch. That sounds good on Twitch. And it sounds good on Kick. Let me see what's going on YouTube. Sounds good on YouTube. So I have everything set up and ready to go. Now I want to get back in here and find out what's going on with this browser or with my studio. It's got this weird setup now where where everything is like really weird. Like they've switched it around to design and banner rather than what they had when I first started on it. So I'm still kind of, oh, here it is down at the bottom. Okay. I see what the deal was. Now they have dynamic overlay, and video clips with a loop. But am I still able to add some videos on here? That is the question. So let me go in here and find out real quick. And we'll find out real quick. It's a couple of 5-minute videos. While that's uploading, I can tell you guys a little bit about the stream. Today is going to be the beginning of a very interesting, very interesting series of videos that I'm going to be putting on WoW Talk. I actually didn't plan for it. What I wanted to do was kind of get into some of the stuff that relates to the things I've been doing on Ancient Hit Mysteries as well as on Strange Stories. And I decided I was going to just dive right into it. So I went ahead and got started on putting together information on Indo-European languages as well as Proto-Aryan Indo Indo-Aryan languages as well. And plus, I was also wanting to relate that to things like the Nordics and other cultures that are all involved in the Indo-European languages, like the Slavs and the Hungarians, and then you also have the Siberians who have their lore and mysticism and stuff of that nature. So I did all that, and I had to go through and edit it. And I'm not lying to you, it took me almost an entire week just to edit the stuff that I pulled together to get it ready. And with that being said, let me just say February and March is probably filled when it comes to WoW Talk. I have all of the information that I need for these 2 months, at least these 2 months. I could be wrong because I think my reading's getting better. I know I'm tearing these words up like they're horrible. I mean, really bad. So I don't really know how well it's getting, but I have been working on it. Now, that's basically the gist of what's going on there. So it's going to get interesting. And these banners, I am sorry that they're so white and funky looking. I had no intentions of that happening, and they don't give me the option to change the colors on those. But I do like this setup. Don't get me wrong; it is a pretty good setup. So I went and I made some AI music to share too. And I'm wanting to see how it goes with this right here. I just put it up. I want to see what it looks like. I put a lot of stuff on here, didn't I? Here we go.
Long before the rivers knew their name, before the mountains whispered flame, a voice was born, a tongue untamed, a song that time could never claim.
Okay, so that was the song that I wanted to play. At the same time, I did want to put another one up here, but it was just time a little bit too much on the time for me to do it. But I can go ahead and I can get it started again on the uploads while it's playing. Whatever I'm playing, if I'm doing an upload at the same time, then it's not going to allow me to stop and go back to the song to stop the song while it's uploading. So that's kind of a one downfall to it, but this is actually a pretty good setup. So I am going to give it a name and then I'll just let it upload. Now, for now, what I'm going to do is start Well, actually, I guess it's time to start the stream. It's 5:01. So, and I've got my soda. I had to get a soda and some coffee because this is going to be quite a read. It's actually going to be a big one. Now, last week I kind of went through it, started out with the basics. I introduced Yggdrasil. I also started talking about the 9 worlds of Yggdrasil, as well as the world trees, or the world tree, as well as the world mountain. And I believe I started talking about the world ocean too. I'm not quite sure or not about that, but it is a part of this. And this is where I go into more of a deeper look into it. I was covering the Siberian myths that involve shamanism and stuff like that, and the world mountain, stuff of that nature. I also covered some stuff that pertained to sacred reindeer and horses. And now it's all going to be. I'm going to go deeper into it. It's a pretty good deep dive, basically, is what it is. So, kind of gives you an interesting look on how all of this played out in history, and also the Norse mythology. Now, I was always interested in a lot of that, and I do have to say this time, when I was doing a lot of the research and pulling it all together, it really came out to be pretty interesting. So it helped explain a lot of things about, especially Odin and sacrifice, stuff of that nature. So with that, it also, what I'm doing is I'm also relating it to other religions of the time period and even before then, and how they all intertwine with one another through Indo-European and Indo-Aryan, Indo-European, and then Indo-Aryan languages. So, with that being said, let me start the readings and stuff. And like I said before, excuse me, or forgive me for my bad reading when it comes to these words. They're really hard to pronounce on a lot of them. So, with that being said, I'll start. The 9 worlds of Yggdrasil in Norse mythology are interconnected realms that exist within the great cosmic tree, Yggdrasil. These worlds represent different aspects of existence, from divine realms to mortal lands and the underworld. Each world is home to different beings, including gods, giants, elves, and the dead. Below is an elaboration of each of the 9 worlds, their characteristics, and how they fit within the cosmic structure of Yggdrasil. First, there's Asgard, and Asgard is the home of the Aesir gods, including Odin, Thor, Frigg, and Baldur. It is a grand and fortified realm separated from the other worlds by a great wall. The entrance to Asgard is guarded by Heimdall, who watches over the Bifrost rainbow bridge that connects Asgard to Midgard. The Great Hall of Valhalla, where fallen warriors, the Iharjar, feast until Ragnarok, is located here. Now, Asgard is the highest of the realms, representing divine power and the seat of cosmic order. Midgard is the world of humanity, located in the middle of Yggdrasil. It is surrounded by a great ocean, where the world serpent German German Germangadur Germangadur resides. Jormungandr. Germangadur resides. Now, Midgard is connected to Asgard by the Bifrost Bridge, but only gods and chosen warriors can cross it. It is protected by the gods, particularly Thor, who defends it from giants and other threats. Midgard is destined to be destroyed during Ragnarok, after which it will be reborn. Jotunheim is the chaotic and untamed land of Jotnar, which means of the Jotnar, which is actually the giants, the enemies of the Aesir, or the Aesir, or Usir, whichever way you want to do it, Aesir. It is a vast, rugged land filled with mountains, deep forests, and great rivers. The forest of Utgard, ruled by the powerful giant Utgard Loki, is located here. Giants in Norse mythology are not necessarily evil, but they often oppose the gods and present primal, untamed forces of nature. Many conflicts between gods and giants take place in Jotunheim. Valheim is the home of the Vanir gods, a group of deities associated with fertility, nature, and magic. The Vanir and the Aesir fought a great war before eventually making peace through an exchange of hostages, including Njord, Freyr, and Freya, who went to live in Asgard. Little is described about Vanaheim in surviving Norse texts, but it is thought to be a lush and prosperous land. The Vanir are masters of cider, a form of Norse magic, and their realm is closely tied to the cycles of nature and prosperity. Alfheim is the realm of the Lejosaphir, or the Light Elves. It's a really messed up word, Lejosaphar, which is spelled Ljosalfar, and that means light elves. Beings of great beauty and wisdom. So they're very beautiful and they're very smart. The elves are often described as luminous and divine, possessing great magical abilities. The god Freyr, associated with fertility and prosperity, is said to rule over Alfheim. The elves are sometimes linked to nature spirits and are seen as intermediaries between the divine and mortal realms. Alfheim is often depicted as a radiant, ethereal world, though little is detailed about its geography. Now, after that, I want to get into Svartalfheim, or Nidavellir. Okay, and that is the realm of the dwarves. Now, this world is home to the Divergers, or Verdgar, the Verdgar, and that is dwarves, basically. They're master blacksmiths and craftsmen who create powerful magic items. Now, the dwarves live underground in vast forges and caverns where they work with metals and gemstones. They're responsible for crafting many of the gods' greatest treasures, such as Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, and Gungnir, which is Odin's spear, and that's Gungnir, Gungnir, and the golden hair of Sif. Okay. Some sources differentiate between Svartalfheim, home of the Dark Elves, and Nidavellir, home of the Dwarves. But in many texts, they are treated as the same place. It is a shadowy subterranean world filled with tunnels and great halls. Muspelheim is the land of fire, home of the fire giants and ruled by mighty Surtur. It is a realm of constant heat, flames, and destruction. Surtur, the fire giant, is destined to lead the destruction of the cosmos during Ragnarok, wielding a flaming sword. Now, Muspelheim represents the primal force of fire, both destructive and purifying. It is the opposite of Niflheim, and together these two realms played a role in the creation of the world. Niflheim is a cold, misty world filled with ice, fog, and freezing water. It is the oldest of the worlds existing before the creation of the cosmos. The great well of Havergelmer, the source of many rivers, is located here. Niflheim and Muspelheim's meeting in the void of Ginnungagap led to the birth of Ymir, the primordial giant from whom the world was created. It is often associated with the deep chthonic forces of the cosmos. Helheim is the underworld, ruled by the goddess Hel, daughter of Loki. It is a cold and dreary place where those who did not die in battle and thus do not go to Valhalla reside after death. Unlike the Christian concept of hell, Helheim is not a place for punishment, but rather a resting place for the dead. The gates of hell are guarded by the hound Grimur. During Ragnarok, Hel will release the dead to fight alongside Loki against the gods. Yggdrasil, the great ash tree, binds the 9 worlds together, with its roots reaching into the underworld and its branches stretching into the heavens. The 3 great roots of Yggdrasil extend into different realms. One root reaches Niflheim, where the well of Havelgelmir is located. Another route extends to Jotunheim, where the well of Murmur grants wisdom. The third route, hold on a minute, I've got noise coming in. Okay, the 3 great roots of Yggdrasil extend into different realms. One route reaches Niflheim, where the well of Havergelmir is located. Another route extends to Jotunheim, where the well of Murmur grants wisdom. The third route goes to Asgard, where the well of Erd is tended by the Norns. That's the Fates. Norns is. The tree is constantly under threat, with the dragon Nidhogg gnawing at its roots, and other creatures like the eagle and the squirrel Ratatasker, creating conflict between its inhabitants. The 9 worlds of Yggdrasil create a vast interconnected cosmos where each realm has its own unique inhabitants and characteristics. Together they form a structured universe where gods, giants, and humans gods, giants, humans, and spirits interact, shaping the myth and fate of the Norse cosmos. Yggdrasil serves as the cosmic pillar that maintains balance, while the worlds themselves represent different aspects of existence: life, death, nature, chaos, and divinity. The cosmology of Yggdrasil and the nine worlds, as detailed in the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, align with linguistics and mythological elements found in Proto-Indo-Aryan, Indo-European languages, and other early mythological traditions. This connection emerges through shared motifs of sacred trees, cosmic mountains, primordial waters, and the division of the universe into structured realms. Before the development of Indo-European languages, the pre-Indo-Aryan cultures had cosmologies centered on sacred landscapes, particularly mountains, trees, and rivers, which later evolved into Indo-European traditions. Proto-Indo-European logistics influences, like the word Yggdrasil, may stem from Proto-Indo-European roots, particularly Yog, Y-G-G, linked to Odin's name and meaning terrible or fearsome, and Thrasil, which is D-R-A-S-I-L, meaning steed or support, metaphorically representing the world supporting tree. Proto-Indo-European mythology frequently depicts a cosmic tree or axis mundi appearing in the Vedic, Slavic, and Baltic traditions. The concept of three cosmic levels, heaven, earth, underworld, in Norse mythology reflects Proto-Indo-European tripartite structures found in Indo-European religions. Sacred trees and world pillars in Indo-European mythologies. North Yggdrasil equals Hindu Ashvata, sacred fig tree, in the Rigvedas. Slavic dub, or oak tree, as the cosmic center symbol is similar to Yggdrasil. In the Baltic mythology the Baltic mythology features Asterisk Cox, a world tree linked to celestial bodies. The Hittite Ilyanka myth mentions a great tree and dragon similar to Nidhogg gnawing at the Yggdrasil. Indo-European creation in primordial waters. A Norse concept of Gnungagap, a primordial void where fire and ice meet, mirrors Vedic Hinduism's primordial waters, which is the Apis, and fire, which is the Agni. In the Poetic Edda, the world is shaped from the corpse of Ymir, much like Purusha's in the Rigveda, where the cosmos is formed from a giant's dismembered body. The cosmic mountain and world axis. In Norse mythology, Yggdrasil grows from a cosmic source, often interpreted as a world mountain. Indo-Iranian traditions describe Mount Meru as the axis of the cosmos. Greek Olympus functions similarly as a divine mountain. The Agig Erofah, which means sky-high tree, in Hungarian mythology resembles Yggdrasil and connects with shamanic traditions of climbing a tree to reach different realms. The Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, written in Old Norse, preserve elements of older Indo-European oral traditions. The Poetic Edda, which is Havamal, describes Odin sacrificing himself on Yggdrasil to gain wisdom, akin to Vedic seers performing self-sacrifices for divine knowledge. The three wells beneath Yggdrasil, Urd's Well, Mimir's Well, Havelgelmor, are similar to Indo-Iranian holy rivers, which serve as sources of wisdom and power. In Slavic mythology, the Alatir stones, located at the center of the world, mirrors the role of Yggdrasil's roots, connecting to all realms. The structure of the nine worlds aligns with Indo-European concepts of divine cosmic realms. Asgard, which is sky and divine realm, is also linked to Vedic Svarga and Greek Olympus. Midgard, which is the human world, is linked to Middle Earth and the material realm. Now, Helheim, which is the underworld, is linked to Hades and Hindu Patala. The division of realms into three parts, upper, middle, lower, reflects the Proto-Indo-European tripartite ideology found in the Vedic, Greek, and Celtic mythologies. The Norse concept of Ragnarok, where the world ends and is reborn, is similar to the Hindu Yugas, cycles of creation and destruction. Surtur's role in Ragnarok, fire consuming the world, resembles Shiva's destructive dance in Hindu mythology. The rebirth of the world after Ragnarok echoes Zoroastrian and Vedic eschatology, where the world is purified by fire and recreated. While most of the Norse mythology aligns with Indo-European traditions, some aspects may stem from pre-Indo-Aryan influences, particularly Finno-Ugric, Siberian, and shamanic traditions. The Axis Mundi as a shamanic bridge. The shamanic tradition of climbing a cosmic tree to reach different worlds is present in Siberian Hungarian, especially the Igig Irofa, and Finno-Ugric mythologies. This concept aligns with Odin's journey on Yggdrasil to gain wisdom, a possible shamanic influence on Norse myths. The reindeer or horse as the base of the world tree. In Hungarian, Siberian, and Mongolian traditions, the world tree grows from the back of a reindeer or horse, representing the cosmic order. In Norse mythology, Sleipnir, Odin's eight-legged horse, could symbolize the connection between realms, much like the shaman's spirit animal in Eurasian traditions. Norse cosmology, as preserved in the Poetic Edda and Prose Edda, contains clear Indo-European elements, particularly in its division of realms, cosmic tree, and eschatology. However, certain aspects, such as the shamanic use of the world tree as a bridge to other realms, suggest older pre-Indo-Aryan influences, possibly from Finno-Ugric or Siberian traditions. Thus, the Norse concept of Yggdrasil and the nine worlds is not unique, but part of a broader Indo-European tradition that connects with Vedic, Greek, Slavic, and Baltic cosmologies, while also carrying traces of older Eurasian shamanic beliefs. The traditional governing assemblies and the role of the law speaker in Norse societies, particularly as they relate to the ash tree and the world tree concept, hold deep symbolic and functional significance. These structures are often intertwined with the sacred and cosmic symbol of the ash tree, which is another name for Yggdrasil, linking law, order, and wisdom to the cosmos itself. In Norse society, the law speaker played a central role in governing assemblies. Hold on. In governing assemblies, especially at the Althing, the Icelandic National Assembly, or the Icelandic National Assembly, which was one of the oldest parliamentary institutes in the world. The law speaker was tasked with reciting the laws of the land from memory, as they were not written down. This act was not just about the transmission of legal knowledge, it also carried a ritualistic weight, reinforcing the sacredness of the law. The law was seen as a divine, unchangeable force connected to the cosmic order. In some cases, the law speaker was also involved in judging disputes. They had to ensure that justice was meted out in accordance with the laws that were rooted in ancestral wisdom. The law speaker was also seen as a mediator between the divine, the gods, and the human realms. This role was akin to shamanic intermediaries who bridge the gap between the spiritual and earthly domains. The ash tree, Yggdrasil, is often depicted as the Axis Mundi in Norse cosmology, representing the central structure around which the universe revolves. It connects the nine worlds with its roots reaching down to Helheim and its branches extending into Asgard, the divine realm. The ash tree is a symbol of life, growth, wisdom, and cosmic order, which makes it a fitting symbol for the structure of governance and law in Norse society. The world tree was more than just a physical or mythical structure. It embodied the cosmic order, the rules that govern the entire universe. As such, it can be seen as a metaphor for the law itself, where balance, justice, and the natural world are intertwined. The roots of Yggdrasil are associated with the wells of wisdom, such as Myrmir's well, where Odin sacrificed himself to gain knowledge. The wisdom gained from these wells represents the ancient laws of the universe, laws that are not written down but are ingrained in the natural order of things. Just as the ash tree connects all the worlds, the law speaker connects the community to the ancient laws, ensuring they're upheld and passed on. The living nature of the law is symbolized by the living tree, which grows, changes, and is nurtured by those who care for it. The law speaker, like the tree's roots, serve as a guardian of wisdom. The roots of Yggdrasil are deep in the cosmic wellspring of wisdom, while the law speaker draws from the well of knowledge that has been passed down through generations. Just as the roots of Yggdrasil nourished the trees, or the tree, the law speaker nourishes the community with the wisdom of the laws. This is a cyclical relationship. Wisdom from the past sustains the present and guides the future. In many ancient cultures, the sacred tree or mountain was a place where communities gathered for decision making and legal proceedings. The North, no, the Norse, the Norse assembly, such as the Althing in Iceland, would often meet as at sacred locations, such as a tree or a hill, to discuss and make laws. The tree's role as a cosmic center makes it an apt symbol for the place of gathering and deliberation. In the same way that the Althing was the site for decisions about the fate of the community, Yggdrasil is the place where the gods and other beings come together to decide the fate of the cosmos. The assembly in Norse society was not just a political meeting, it was also ritualistic. It was also ritualistic. Just as the gathering around the world tree represented the unification of realms, the assembly represented the unification of the community under the rule of law. The law speaker would recite the law at the assemblies, linking the community's action to the cosmic order symbolized by the tree. The law speaker's role and the ash tree's symbolism both center on the concept of balance and order. Just as the ash tree connects all worlds, the law speaker connects the community to the natural order of the universe. The wisdom they import reflects the wisdom of the cosmos, reinforcing the idea that the law is a divine, immutable force that must be respected. The living word, the recitation of the law by the law speaker, is akin to the growth of the tree. The law, like the tree, is not static. It grows and evolves with the needs of the people. However, the root of the law remains constant, just as the roots of the tree provide the foundation for the tree's growth. Odin's self-sacrifice on Yggdrasil, where he hung for 9 nights to gain the wisdom of the runes, mirrors the law speaker's sacrifice of the memory and voice to keep the laws alive. Both roles emphasize the importance of sacrifice for wisdom, in Odin's case, physical sacrifice, and in the law speaker's case, the sacrifice of personal will for the good of the community. The Althing or other assemblies are not just for the law speaker and the leaders, but involve the people's participation. The world tree metaphor suggests that the law and governance are not imposed from above, but are rooted in the collective will of the community. Just as the roots of Yggdrasil nourishes the tree, people's participation in lawmaking nurtures the social order. The balance between the divine and human realms represented by Yggdrasil shows how law is a reflection of cosmic harmony, and the law speaker as a mediator ensures that the divine and human realms remain aligned. The ash tree, Yggdrasil, serves as a powerful symbol in the cosmic order, and its connection to the law speaker reflects the role of law in maintaining balance and wisdom within society. The law speaker, by reciting the laws and mediating between the realms, ensures that the laws remain in harmony with the divine and natural order. The sacredness of the law and the cosmic tree suggests that governance, justice, and wisdom are not human constructs, but rather extensions of the universal laws that govern existence. The concept of a tree being supported by three roots, especially in context of Yggdrasil or other mythological and symbolic trees, carries significant cosmological and metaphysical meanings. These three tree roots represent key concepts that are essential to understanding the balance and structure of the universe in many ancient mythologies, including Norse cosmology. Here's a deep exploration of why the tree is supported by three roots. In many mythological traditions, three is a number that represents balance, unity, and the connection of multiple realms. In the case of Yggdrasil, three roots symbolizes the three connections to three key cosmic realms or forces that are essential to the structure of the universe. One of the Yggdrasil's roots extends into Mimir's well, the source of wisdom and knowledge. This well is located in the realm of Jotunheim, the land of the giants, who are often seen as beings of ancient and primal wisdom. This well represents the foundation of wisdom, with Mimir himself being a keeper of ancient knowledge and offering wisdom to Odin after the god sacrifices an eye for a drink from the well. This root symbolizes understanding and the importance of wisdom in shaping the cosmos and human life. The second root extends into the Well of Erd, located in the realm of the gods Asgard. This well is connected to fate, destiny, and the past, as it is tended by the three Norns, female beings who govern the past, present, and future. This root signifies the mysteries of fate and time, and how the tree representing life is intrinsically tied to the flow of time and destiny. It represents the cosmic order and the idea that everything in the universe is interconnected by the threads of fate. The third root extends into Helmheim, the land of the dead, ruled by the goddess Hel. This root represents death and the afterlife, and the cycle of life and rebirth. The connection to this realm highlights the underworld and its role in the eternal cycle of existence. The presence of this root symbolizes that the tree is a living entity that connects not only life and wisdom, but also death and the afterlife, underlining the unbroken cycle of life, death, and renewal. The number 3 is often considered a sacred or divine number across many cultures and mythologies. It represents balance, completeness, and connection of opposites. In North cosmology, the three roots of Yggdrasil can be seen as a reflection of the fundamental aspects of existence. These three roots reflect the cycles of creation, sustenance, and death in the universe. The first root represents the creation of knowledge and wisdom. The second root is concerned with the preservation of cosmic order through fate and time. And the third root is linked to destruction and regenerative aspects of death and rebirth. The three roots represents the interdependence of the realms, just as the tree needs all three roots to remain grounded and nourished. The cosmos needs the balance between wisdom, fate, and death to maintain its order. The tree's roots are not isolated but are connected, showing that life and death, wisdom and fate are not separate forces but interwoven and necessary for the continuation of existence. The roots of Yggdrasil are not only a symbol of the connection to different realms, but also represent the foundational principles that uphold the stability of the cosmos. The three roots help stabilize the three, just as the three core principles stabilizes the structure of the universe. The first root connects to Mimir's well, which is the source of all wisdom. This symbolizes the need for knowledge and understanding to maintain balance in the world. The second root connects to the well of Erd, which governs fate. This root symbolizes the idea that everything in existence is bound by time and destiny, and that the future is shaped by the actions of the past and present. The third rule connects to Helheim, the realm of the dead. This root signifies the role of death in the cosmic cycle and how death is an integral part of renewal and rebirth. The idea of the tree as a symbol of the cosmos is central to many mythologies. The tree roots of Yggdrasil can be seen as a reflection of the microcosm of the universe, just as the roots of the tree anchor it to the earth and provide sustenance. The three roots of Yggdrasil anchor the cosmos to its three primary forces: wisdom, fate, and death. These forces create a cosmic cycle that is reflected in the life cycle of all beings, linking all existence together. It's pretty good. Now I'm gonna take a quick break real quick. I have got to go and do something real quick, and I will be right back. I've got my second upload ready so you guys can listen to my music.
songs are. Start the world through fabrics. Now that the first was right. To living and posting on that in so to exist on the inside. Songs from I'm letting good announcements go into the voices for the ancient sky. Stay calm, the story's right. Although their lips turn to stone, the first time seems we are not alone.
Okay, I am back. I had to go use the bathroom real quick and went ahead and grabbed me some more coffee. So, with all of that being said, I am going to get back to the story. Wanted to check everything, see if we had anybody that left any comments. Doesn't look like that, actually. So, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get back to the story. And here we go. Okay. Now each. Okay, so each root of Yggdrasil is also a guardian of the cosmic knowledge. The beings associated with each root, Mimir, the Norns, and Hell are keepers of ancient secrets, destiny, and death. They are not merely passive elements of the cosmos, but are active participants in the maintenance of the cosmic order. These roots remind us of the foundation of the world. Reminds us that the foundation of the world is not static, but requires constant guardianship and vigilance to preserve the balance of the realms. The three roots of Yggdrasil symbolize the deep interconnection between the different realms of existence, wisdom, fate, and death, and the need for these forces to remain in balance. to remain in balance, to maintain the cosmic order. The number 3 itself is sacred, representing the foundation of life, the balance between opposites, and the cyclical nature of the universe. By supporting the world tree, these 3 roots create the structure that holds the cosmos together, linking the realms of gods, giants, and the dead, and reflecting the interconnectedness of all things. Now we go to Orbrunner, Havergelmer, and Mimisbrunner. Those are 3 prominent wells in Norse mythology. Now, these are the wells that we were just discussing, I believe. Each with significant roles of the cosmological and symbolic structure of the Norse cosmos. Keep saying North. Of the Norse cosmos. These wells also serve as critical elements of the narrative of Yggdrasil, the world tree, and are often connected to themes of fate, wisdom, and knowledge. Now, Uderbrunner, also known as the Well of Erd, is one of the most important wells in Norse mythology. It is located in Asgard, the realm of the gods, and is tended by the 3 Norns, Erd, Verdandi, and Skuld, who represents the past, present, and future, respectively. The well is a source of fate, and it plays a central role in the maintenance of the cosmic order as it governs the flow of time and destiny. The Well of Erd represents fate and time, signifying the cosmic threads that connect past, present, and future. The Norns draw from the well to shape the destiny of all beings, and the well itself is often seen as a representation of the cyclical nature of time. The name Erd is closely related to the Old Norse word for fate or destiny. In Proto-Indo-European, the root wer, W-E-R, to turn, twist, or bend, is thought to be related to the word erd, in the sense of something that is woven or woven together. This reflects the concept of fate as something woven, much like the threads spun by the Norns. The Proto-Indo-European word wer, W-E-R, also gives rise to words like word, W-O-R-D, in English, indicating something spoken or decreed, suggests that fate is spoken into existence. While the connection to Proto-Indo-European language is less direct, the idea of fate and time governing existence can be found in older mythological traditions that precede Indo-European influence. The concept of time being personified and connected to natural forces like wells or rivers has paralleled in other ancient cultures, including those in Mesopotamia and the Near East. Evergelmer, meaning the roaring kettle, is another well located in Niflheim, the realm of ice and mist. It is the source of many rivers in the Norse cosmos, and it is described as a place of primordial chaos. Hivelgelmer is also the location where the serpent Nidhogg gnaws at the roots of Yggdrasil. Hivelgelmer represents chaos, or origin, and creation. it is the source of many rivers, symbolizing the outpouring of life-giving waters from the primordial well. However, it is also tied to the destructive force of the universe, as it is associated with Nidhogg, the serpent that gnaws at the roots of Yggdrasil, representing decay and destruction. This well signifies the duality of creation and destruction, and how both forces are essential to the cosmic cycle. The word no, no, I've got this is hard to say. Hvergelmir, which is Hvergelmir, is related to the Old Norse word Hever, which is Hver, meaning boiling or roaring, and Kelmir, Kelmir, meaning kettle. The Proto-Indo-European root kwe, kwe, is which means to boil or churn, is connected to words for liquid or heat in several Indo-European languages. The association of boiling or churning, well as the origins of rivers, can be found in various mythological traditions, indicating the symbolic importance of water as a creative and destructive force. The concept of primordial waters and chaos as the source of life is also seen in pre-Indo-Aryan mythologies. For instance, the ancient Mesopotamian myth of Tiamat as the primeval ocean reflects the idea of a chaotic source giving rise to the world. This type of mythological thinking precedes Indo-European languages and connects the idea of creation from chaos to make ancient world. No, creation. No, I'm going to read that all over again. This type of mythological thinking precedes Indo-European language and connects the idea of creation from chaos to more ancient world views. Memes Brunner, also known as Mimer's Well, is located in Jotunheim, the land of the giants, and is the source of wisdom and knowledge. Mimir is a wise being who guards the well, and he is associated with ancient wisdom and the preservation of cosmic order. In the myth, Odin sacrifices one of his eyes to drink from Mimir's well, gaining the wisdom of the ages. Mimis Brunner represents wisdom, knowledge, and the sacrifice necessary to gain such knowledge. The well is a source of ancient secrets that govern the workings of the cosmos, and it is directly tied to the idea of sacrifice in exchange for enlightenment. The well is also connected to the preservation of cosmic order, as it holds the key to understanding the universe's deeper workings. The name Mimsbrunner is derived from the Old Norse word mimi, M-I-M-I, meaning memory or wisdom, and brunner, B-R-U-N-N-R, meaning well. The Proto-Indo-European word men, M-E-N, meaning to think or to remember, is related to the word mimi, M-I-M-I, emphasizing the connection between memory, knowledge, and wisdom. This reflects the ancient Indo-European idea of memory as a key to understanding the universe and the preservation of cosmic order. The concept of wisdom wells or sources of divine knowledge appears in other pre-Indo-Aryan traditions as well. For instance, the Vedic tradition speaks of Soma as a divine substance that grants knowledge and enlightenment, while ancient Mesopotamian myths involve gods who guard sacred knowledge. These ideas of sacred wisdom and the sacrifice for knowledge can be traced to older traditions that influenced Indo-European mythology. In terms of linguistics, these three wells, are Brunner, Hevergelmar, and Mimesbrunner, reflect themes of cosmic balance and interconnectedness that is central to Indo-European mythologies. The Proto-Indo-European roots related to time, wisdom, and chaos can be seen in the names and functions of these wells, and they align with Indo-European cosmological themes of sacrifice, knowledge, and fate. The wells themselves also mirror the tripartite division of the cosmos in Indo-European cosmology: the underworld, the middle world, and the heavens. Each well connects to a different aspect of existence, whether it be time, Brunner, chaos, Havergelmer, or wisdom, Mimesbrunner, reinforcing the idea of a unified, interconnected universe that is balanced through the interplay of different forces. Furthermore, the importance of sacrifice in gaining access to the well, such as Odin sacrificing his eye for wisdom, echoes a recurring theme in the Indo-European and pre-Indo-Aryan mythologies, where sacrifice is often required to obtain divine knowledge or favor. This theme is also reflected in other mythological traditions, such as the Vedic and Mesopotamian mythologies, where divine wisdom and sacred knowledge are closely guarded and only accessible through sacrifice or divine favor. The three wells, Brunner, Havergelmer, and Mimesbrunner, serve as metaphysical and cosmological symbols in Norse mythology, representing key aspects of existence: fate, chaos, and wisdom. They are deeply connected to the Indo-European linguistic tradition, reflecting themes of time, knowledge, and sacrifice. These concepts resonate across both Indo-European and Proto-Indo-Aryan mythologies, where the interplay of creation, destruction, and wisdom form the foundation of the cosmic order. All right, so I am going to end it here so that I can save this again later for another episode. I have actually started some good stuff. I went straight into the wells and got into it, and like I said, I apologize for my bad readings when it comes to these names. It really is a lot harder than you think. I've had issues with the Greek words as well as the Phoenician words, and pretty much every word that I've had to do when it comes to Hindu and Buddhist. That's something that I really do need to work on. But I figured as time goes by, it'll start making more. All right, I'll start sounding them out better, you know. Um, so, with that being said, I am going to check and see if anybody actually left any comments. So far, it doesn't look like I have any. Um, so I must have done something right because I was able to slide by comments and sections, and I hope you guys did enjoy this. Next week I'll come back and I will start diving more deeply into the Norse mythology, starting out with Nidhogger. That's the unnamed eagle. And then after that, it'll also involve the four stags too, and we'll go from that point on. And hope you guys are here to check it out. Before I leave, I do want to say that I have got stuff set up for Strange Stories as well, which is going to be on Saturday. And I've had to switch it from Friday to Saturday because of scheduling problems that I had with another stream that I'm doing. But it's back on Saturday and ready to go. And that one's going to be good too. So in that one, I'm going to get back to the strange stories and try to focus more on strange stories and not as much into the ancient history, because I know that I've gotten really excited about doing the ancient history and stuff. So I'm going to try to keep it the way it needs to be. So. If you guys have any kind of questions or any comments, man, make comments down here in the comment section. That's what it's there for, you know, and I love to talk with people. So, you know, if you want to say something or make a comment so that we can actually talk. I do like having conversations in the comment sections. So do that if you want. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. You know, if you want to. I'm okay with you guys just listening and making comments in the comment section. So thank you again for watching. And with that, I am going to end the stream. You guys have a good day. Another way to understand this hypothesis is to view civilizations as a form of intelligence trying to maximize its control over its own environment. In the early stages, this may involve manipulating the natural world, developing agriculture, building cities, and eventually exploring space. But once a civilization reaches a certain threshold, the path to further advancement might lie not in expansion, but in refinement. Mastery over matter, energy, and information allows such a civilization to create internal environments more rich and meaningful than anything the external universe can offer. These internal environments might take the form of simulated realities, quantum substrates, or engineered worlds that exist entirely within compressed domains. At this point, the motivations of such a civilization shift. Why send ships to distant stars, which takes thousands or even millions of years, when the entire cosmos can be simulated internally at the fraction of the energy cost and at speeds vastly greater than those allowed when one can design perfectly stable and responsive environments inside artificial matrices. The inward turn becomes not a retreat, but a leap forward, a path towards godlike control over experience, thought, and existence itself. This vision also transforms our understanding of what it means for a civilization to be advanced. Traditionally, we measure advancement by technological artifacts, physical infrastructure, and ability to alter the external world. But under the developmental singularity model, advancement may be better measured by efficiency, miniaturization, integration, and inner richness. A highly advanced civilization might be one that has eliminated all waste, created perfect feedback systems, and concentrated its activity into a tiny, silent core. Such a civilization could have vastly outpaced our own in intelligence and capability, yet leave no visible sign of its presence. This leads to a powerful reinterpretation of the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. If most advanced civilizations follow this inward path, then our effort is to detect them using radio waves, telescope surveys, or searches for alien megastructures may be fundamentally flawed. We may be looking for the wrong signatures in the wrong places. Instead of looking for expansion, we should be looking for compression. Instead of vast stellar engineering, we might do better to seek anomalies in black holes, time distortions, or unexplained concentrations of information in very small regions. These are speculative pursuits, but they match the logic of the hypothesis. One of the most fascinating elements of the developmental singularity hypothesis is that it mirrors trends already observable in human society. As our own civilization has advanced, we have seen a dramatic shift towards digital miniaturization. Computers once filled entire rooms. Now they fit into the palm of the hand. Communication networks once required massive infrastructures. Now they rely on microscopic semiconductors. Entertainment, once experienced in physical theaters or arenas, now unfolds in personal virtual spaces. Even our ambition for exploration has shifted. The idea of simulating a planetary ecosystem in a lab or constructing digital worlds through artificial realities now seems more achievable than colonizing Mars or traveling to another star. This suggests that we too may be on the path of inward development. As our technologies improve, we may increasingly choose to focus our efforts on perfecting digital environments, mastering biological interfaces, and creating compact systems of enormous complexity. The ultimate trajectory might be towards the construction of controlled inward space that offer everything once sought in the stars, but at a fraction of the cost and with vastly more precision. The future of humanity under this model may not lie in the stars, but within the atoms and circuits we learn to shape. Philosophically, the hypothesis opens up profound questions about purpose, destiny, and the meaning of advancement. If if the highest state of development is not to conquer, but to comprehend the perfect, then the ultimate goal in civilization might be inward harmony rather than outward conquest. This vision aligns with spiritual traditions that have long emphasized inward journeying as the path to truth. Whether in meditation, philosophy, or science, the idea of turning inward to find deeper order has a long lineage. The developmental singularity hypothesis brings this theme into the realm of cosmic evolution, suggesting that the universe itself favors inward refinement over outward expansion. Yes, the hypothesis is not without critics. Some argue that it underestimates the drive for exploration, that it ignores the possibility of simultaneous inward and outward growth, or that it makes assumptions about the goal and psychology of alien minds. Others question the feasibility of total inward compression, pointing out the technical and physical limitations of computation at ultra-small scales. Still, the hypothesis does not claim to describe every civilization, only the dominant pattern for those that reach a certain developed level of advancement. It allows for exceptions and acknowledges uncertainty, but offers a compelling narrative that fits both the silence we observe and the trajectory we ourselves seem to be following. In practical terms, the developmental singularity hypothesis advises caution in our expectations about extraterrestrial life. If we expect to find advanced civilizations by looking for sprawling space empires, we may be forever disappointed. The silence of the stars may not be an absence of intelligence, but a sign of maturity. We may be like children shouting into the void, unaware that the wise have long since moved beyond shouting, beyond space, beyond even time as we understand it. In recent years, the boundary between biological systems and digital technology has begun to blur in ways that would have once been considered purely speculative or science fiction. Nowhere is this convergence more evident than in the launch of Cortical Labs' biological computer known as CL1. This groundbreaking development introduced a hybrid machine composed not of traditional silicon alone, but of lab-grown human neurons actively interfacing with integrated circuits. Branded as a form of synthetic biological intelligence, this new platform represents a radical shift in the conception of computation and artificial cognition. Rather than being programmed solely through lines of code and mathematical models, the CL1 learns, evolves, and interacts with its environment in ways more analogous to the human brain than to any existing machine. As a commercial product, it is intended for use in a wide variety of applications, including drug discovery, neuroscience, and disease modeling, as well as robotics, all while raising new ethical, philosophical, and technical questions that the world has only begun to explore. The CL1 is a product of years of work initiated in the early dish brain experiment, which lab-grown brain cells were taught to play a single video game, demonstrating the neuron's capacity for adaptive learning. The early research laid the foundation for CL1's more sophisticated architecture. Okay, getting everything set up, making sure the audio is good before I get started, and after everything sounds good on DLive, going into YouTube to make sure that that's all set up. I've got to make sure that the video is going to the proper playlist. And give it a thumbnail, I guess, while I'm in here. Actually, I don't even know what thumbnail I am using for this, so let me just go ahead and see if that'll work. Yeah, there we go. Do an audio test. There we go. Sounds good on YouTube. Now I'll go in and check it out on Rumble. Sounds good on Rumble as well. So everything seems to be up and running. Gonna check out Kick first. Kick sounds good. And Twitch. Now here before long I may stop using Twitch. I'm not really finding any use out of it, but I am going to stream as much as I can. If anybody's actually seeing it, make comments, that way I know. But if nothing else, I'm going to end up leaving it. So it sounds good on Twitch, but Here we go. Looks like we got everything up and everything is good to go. I'm going to do my countdown after I take a drink of coffee and get started with the show. All right. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Weird Science. I'm Roger Hanson, and I will be your host. Last week, I had some issues that came up to where I could only stream half an hour, and I apologize for that. Today, I am coming back to you with another episode of Weird Science, and I have more topics to discuss. So with that being said, let me go ahead and get into the talking points or the topics and go from there. So the origins of high frequency active aurora research program can be traced not to a military facility in Alaska, as many commonly believe, but rather to a more obscure and unexpected source. A Texas oil company operating in the mid to late 20th century. The intellectual and technical foundation for what would eventually evolve into the massive ionosphere or ionospheric heater in Gakuna, Alaska, began with a single inventive mind, a physicist by the name of Bernard Eastland. His work developed while under contract to a subsidiary of a major oil enterprise, eventually produced a patent that has become infamous in both scientific and conspiracy circles alike. Bernard Eastman's professional background straddled the worlds of corporate science, advanced physics, and defense adjacent technologies. While collaborating with a subsidiary of Atlantic Richfield Company, a major petroleum firm based in Texas, Eastland was tasked with exploring non-traditional uses of the company's vast natural gas reserves discovered in Alaska's Prudhoe Bay. The idea was not merely to extract and transport this energy, but to find innovative ways to utilize it in situations. This line of thinking gave rise to the concept of using gas-generated electricity to power a massive electromagnet transmission facility capable of interacting with the ionosphere. The potential application Eastland filed in the mid-1980s was granted in the summer of 1987. It bore the title Method of Apparatus for Altering a Region in the Earth's Atmosphere, Ionosphere, and or Magnetosphere. It proposed a system of ground-based radio transmitters that could send high-powered radio waves into the upper layers of the atmosphere. These waves would cause localized heating, altering the behavior altering the behavior of charged particles in the ionosphere and magnetosphere. While atmospheric heating had been experimented with before on smaller scales, Eastland's concept was remarkable for its scale, ambition, and multi-domain implications. According to the patent, the electromagnetic waves generated by the proposed apparatus could be used to manipulate the ionosphere in various strategic ways. For example, the energy could be focused to create a lens or mirror effect in the atmosphere, potentially allowing for the reflection of communication signals over the horizon. More provocatively, the patent suggests that such a system could interfere with or even disable incoming ballistic missiles by disrupting their guidance systems. The apparatus could, in theory, simulate the effects of a nuclear explosion in the sky, producing high-altitude electromagnetic pulses without the use of fossil materials. What made the patent even more provocative was its reference to potential weather modification. By heating specific regions of the upper atmosphere, it might be possible to affect wind patterns, jet streams, or even precipitation cycles in a targeted area. Although this idea was presented in theoretical terms, the suggestion that one could manipulate weather systems from the ground fed directly into the more dramatic speculation that would later surround the high-frequency active aurora research program. The use of electromagnetic waves to influence the ionosphere is not a purely speculative endeavor. The basic science behind this has been confirmed through smaller facilities, like those located in Tromsø, Norway, and near Fairbanks, Alaska, before the construction of the larger facility in Gakona. These installations showed that high-powered radio waves could indeed induce ionospheric heat, stimulate the production of low-frequency waves, and generate artificial auroras. Eastland's patent took these foundational concepts and imagined their application in a grander, more transformative scale. The relationship between the original patent and the later government-funded research project is not purely hypothetical. The original patent was assigned to a company called APTI, a subsidiary of the Atlantic Richfield Company, which was later contracted by the United States Air Force and Navy to develop what would become the High Frequency Active Aurora Research Program facility. When APTI was sold to a larger defense contractor and later acquired by yet another major defense entity, the patent rights and associated technology went along with it. Bernard Eastland himself would later claim that the design of the facility was based on his patent, even if the full scope of his more radical ideas were never fully implemented. The site, constructed in Gakona, Alaska, consisted of a phased array of high-frequency antennas spread over a large field. These antennas were capable of generating focused beams of radio frequency energy directed upward into the ionosphere. The purpose of these transmissions was publicly stated as scientific research to study the natural dynamics of the ionosphere and to develop advanced technologies for radio communications and surveillance. However, the public availability of The Eastland patent, combined with the facility's remote location and military oversight, led to a range of suspicions and theories. Among the more controversial ideas drawn from the original patent was the claim that the facility could influence weather patterns or be used as a weapon. Although the scientific consensus largely dismisses the idea that such an installation could have the installation could have a practical effect of global weather systems and original patents. No, wait a minute. The idea that such an installation could have. Okay. Although the scientific consensus largely dismisses the idea that such an installation could have a practical effect on global weather systems, the original patent's language is sufficiently broad and suggestive to fuel ongoing speculation. The patent even alludes to the possibility of creating artificial plasma layers, redirecting particles trapped in the Van Allen belts, or disabling satellites and aircraft electronics. Concepts that sit on the edge of conventional physics, but were not excluded from the realm of possibility by the patent itself. The timing of the patent is also worth noting. It was filed during the height of the Cold War, when technological supremacy was viewed not merely as advantageous but essential. The United States and the Soviet Union were both engaged in extensive research into exotic defense systems, including particle beams, weather control, and space-based surveillance patterns. In this context, Eastland's intervention would have appeared as an imaginative and potentially valuable tool in the ever-escalating arsenal of high-tech defense capabilities. What set this particular patent apart from typical defense-related inventions is its unusual fusion of energy infrastructure that advanced atmospheric physics. The idea of using natural gas resources to power a geophysical weapon was, at the time, unconventional and illustrative of the kind of out-of-the-box thinking that sometimes characterized research sponsored by major corporations with ties to government contracts. Although the eventual facility constructed in Alaska did not operate with natural gas power as Eastland had proposed, the vision embedded in the original patent remained influential in shaping the research and technical framework of the large project. Bernard Eastland would go on to file another patent that expanded on the principles outlined in his original documents. These included more refined systems for beam steering, artificial ionospheric mirrors, and even concepts involving the manipulation of atmospheric conditions to support missile defense. While his name is not widely known outside of certain technical or speculative communities, his contributions to atmospheric physics and defense theory are significant. His original patent remains one of the clearest bridges between corporate energy interest, scientific exploration, and military technology development. The very language of the patent suggests that its author was well aware of the controversial implications of his ideas. It speaks not only of enhancing communications, but also of disrupting them. not only of atmospheric study, but also of atmospheric control. Whether these capabilities were ever fully realized remains uncertain, but the potential envisioned in the patent was vast and ambitious, and in many respects ahead of its time. As the high-frequency active aurora research program became operational, a number of public outreach efforts were made to frame its purpose in purely scientific terms. Tours were offered, academic collaborations were initiated, and data was published. Nevertheless, the shadow cast by Eastland's original invention remained. The notion that a system had been proposed decades earlier which could potentially affect everything from radio communications to climate patterns ensured that the project would never be entirely free of scrutiny. Even today, with the original military-run version of the project having been transferred to a civilian research institution, the theories and fears associated with Eastland's patent endured. Much of his persistence is due to the sheer breadth of his claims and the openness with which they were presented. Unlike classified documents or covert programs, this patent was a public document available to anyone willing to read it. That openness has made it a cornerstone in the architecture of both legitimate inquiry and less grounded speculation. In a broader sense, the legacy of the patent reflects a recurring theme in modern technology or technological history: the convergence of military ambition, corporate resources, and scientific vision. The invention was not the product of an isolated genius working in obscurity, but of a deliberate effort by a large energy company to repurpose its assets in a way that might influence the skies themselves. Whether that influence was intended to be benign or strategic remains an open question, but the implications of the work are clear. The apparatus described in Eastland's patent envisioned a world where upper atmosphere could be shaped like clay on a potter's wheel, subject to the invisible hand of electromagnetic force. It imagined a future in which human beings standing on the ground could reach up into the charged layers of the sky and alter their behavior for communication, defense, or possibly environmental purposes. That vision, while never fully realized in the precise terms described in the patent, nonetheless set the stage for one of the most enigmatic and debated scientific installations of the modern era. The concept of the magnetic monopole occupies a unique place in the history of science, straddling the boundaries between theoretic physics and experimental pursuit. It is, in its simplest form, a magnetic monopole is a particle or object that possesses a net magnetic charge, meaning it would act like an isolated North Pole or an isolated South Pole. In contrast to every magnet observed in nature, which always has both the North and South Pole, regardless of how finely it is divided. A magnetic monopole would be a singular source or sink of magnetic field lines. Though never observed in nature, the idea of such an entity has persisted through generations of scientific thought, fueled by the elegance it brings to the mathematical frameworks that describe the physical world. Excuse me. Magnetism, as commonly understood, arises from the movement of electric charges and the alignment of microscopic magnetic movements in materials. Ordinary bar magnets owe their properties to the spin of electrons and the arrangement of atoms in ferromagnetic substances. When a magnet is cut in half, the result is not a separation of poles, but the creation of two smaller magnets, each with its own north and south pole. This fundamental symmetry has led to a widely accepted belief that magnetic dipoles are inseparable. Yet the theoretical possibilities of breaking this symmetry and finding a genuine monopole remains one of the most enticing quests in modern physics. The origin of the idea stretches back to the early 19th century, when scientists began developing the field theories of electromagnetism. The Scottish physicist James Clerk Maxwell formulated a set of equations that described the behavior of electric and magnetic fields. These equations contain a notable asymmetry. While electric charges exist in positive and negative forms, there are no corresponding magnetic charge in his model. Magnetic fields always arise from currents or dipoles, never from isolated monopoles. Maxwell himself acknowledged this imbalance and speculated whether a magnetic charge might someday be discovered. However, the idea remained dormant until the early 20th century. It was in the early 1930s that the concept of the magnetic monopole received a profound theoretical foundation through the work of British physicist Paul Dirac. He showed that if a magnetic monopole existed anywhere in the universe, it would explain the otherwise mysterious phenomena of charge quantization. In simple terms, all observed electric charges are exact multiples of a fundamental unit, such as the charge of an electron. Dirac demonstrated that the existence of even a single magnetic monopole would require this quantization as a natural sequence of quantum mechanics. This insight not only restored symmetry to Maxwell's equations, but elevated the search for monopoles from a speculative notion to a matter of deep physical significance. Despite the elegance of Dirac's theory, the decades that followed yielded no direct evidence of magnetic monopoles. Experimental physicists searched high and low, from the depths of particle accelerators to the analysis of moon rocks and meteorites. Some detectors were constructed specifically to spot the characteristic magnetic signatures that a monopole would produce as it passed through matter. Though a few anomalies were reported, none proved conclusive, and the existence of the magnetic monopoles remained unconfirmed. In the meantime, theoretical development continued to lend support to the possibility of monopoles. In the later half of the 20th century, efforts to unify the fundamental forces of nature, particularly the electromagnetic, weak nuclear, and strong nuclear interactions, led to a family of models known as grand unified theories. These models predict that at extremely high energies, such as those present in the first instance after the Big Bang, the distant forces merge into a single interaction. Crucially, these theories also imply the spontaneous formation of magnetic monopoles during symmetry, breaking phase transitions in the early universe. According to these models, magnetic monopoles would be extremely massive, far heavier than any known particle. Their density should have been significant in the early universe, yet today they appear to be absent. This inconsistency is known as the monopole problem. To resolve it, cosmologists proposed the theory of cosmic inflation. In this scenario, the universe underwent an exponential expansion within a tiny fraction of a second after its birth. This inflationary burst would have diluted the density of monopoles to a level where they would be exceedingly rare today, so rare that none may exist within the observable universe. In more recent years, interests in magnetic monopoles have resurfaced in an unexpected place: condensed matter physics. In certain crystalline materials known as spin ices, researchers have observed emergent quasi-particles that behave like magnetic monopoles. These are not fundamental particles, but collective excitations of atomic spins that mimic the behavior of an isolated magnetic charge. In a spin ice lattice, the magnetic moments of atoms arrange themselves in a frustrated geometry, where flipping one spin can result in a disturbance that propagates through the lattice as a magnetic monopole. These discoveries have provided experimental systems in which the physics of monopoles can be explored, albeit in a limited and indirect way. The study of these synthetic monopole-like objects have advanced our understanding of magnetic charge and may pave the way for new technologies. For instance, the systems that use magnetic currents rather than electric ones could benefit from the ability to manipulate isolated poles if they can be stabilized and controlled. However, these laboratory analogs do not resolve the deeper question of whether true monopoles exist as fundamental entities. One of the difficulties in detecting a magnetic monopole lies in its presumed rarity and mass. If such particles exist, they may be so massive that even the most powerful particle collider cannot produce them. They may also interact with matter in ways that are subtle or difficult to distinguish from background noise. Some experimental strategies involve placing large volumes of detector material deep underground, shielding it from cosmic rays and radiation, in the hopes that a monopole might someday pass through and leave a detectable trace. Another promising avenue is astrophysical observation. Monopoles, if they exist, may be accelerated by cosmic magnetic fields and produce unique signatures as they move through space. Efforts are underway to search for these effects using radio telescopes, neutrino observatories, and cosmic ray detectors. Yet the vastness of the cosmos and the potential scarcity of monopoles make these efforts akin to looking for a single grain of sand in the ocean. The philosophical implications of discovering a magnetic monopole are as profound as the scientific ones. Their existence would provide the missing half of the magnetic puzzle and complete the symmetry between electric and magnetic phenomena. It would validate decades of theoretical work and potentially open the door to a deeper unification of the forces of nature. It might also lead to practical applications that are difficult to predict. Much as the discovery of the electron eventually gave rise to electronics, computing, and telecommunications. Moreover, the confirmation of magnetic monopoles would lend credence to the idea that the universe is governed by principles of symmetry and elegance. In modern physics, symmetry is not merely a aesthetical idea, but a guiding principle that shapes the formation of laws and interactions. The existence of magnetic monopoles would reinforce the notion that for every electric phenomena there exists a magnetic counterpart, even if it has remained hidden for most of human history. Some speculative theories even suggest that magnetic monopoles could play a role in cosmic evolution or the structure of space-time itself. In certain models, monopoles are tied to topological defects in fields that span the universe. These defects could act as seeds for the formation of galaxies or influence the curvature of space-time. Others propose that monopoles could serve as carriers of exotic forms of information or be harnessed for advanced propulsion systems, though such ideas remain far from realization. The search for magnetic monopoles thus remains one of the grand challenges of contemporary physics. It is a quest driven not only by the desire to confirm a theoretical prediction, but by the deeper yearning to understand the fundamental natures of the universe. It reflects the same curiosity that led early scientists to discover electricity and magnetism, that drove Maxwell to unite them into a single theory, and that inspired Dirac to find harmony between quantum mechanics and relativity. Whether or not monopolies are eventually found, the pursuit itself has already enriched our understanding of field theory, quantum mechanics, and condensed matter systems. It has led to innovations in experimental design, inspired new generations of physicists, and expanded the frontier of what is considered possible. If they are discovered, magnetic monopoles will become part of the known landscape of physics, reshaping textbooks and redefining the standard model. They remain elusive. They will continue to haunt the margins of theory, a reminder of the mysteries that still await. Morgellons is a controversial and poorly understood condition that has sparked debate among patients, doctors, and researchers for many years. People who report having morgellons describe a range of troubling symptoms, most commonly skin lesions, sensations of crawling or stinging on or under the skin, and the appearance of unusual fibers or particles emerging from sores. Some individuals also report fatigue, memory loss, mood disturbances, and joint pain, making the condition seem both dermatological and systemic. However, despite the consistency in patient reports, morgellons remain officially unrecognized as a distinct disease by many mainstream medical organizations. The term morgellons was revived in the early 20th century or 21st century by a mother whose young son was suffering from skin lesions. She used the word after discovering a 17th century medical account describing similar symptoms in French children. The modern wave of reports, however, did not gain significant attention until patients began connecting online and describing their shared experiences. This network of testimonies helped morgellons grow from isolated complaints into a larger collective phenomenon. Medical investigations into morgellons have been mixed. One of the largest studies conducted in the United States was carried out by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention in Collaboration with Kaiser Permanente. Kaiser Permanente. Published in the early 2010s, the study examined a group of patients in California who reported symptoms consistent with morgellons. Researchers concluded that the fibers found in the lesions were mostly cotton or other commonly encountered substances. They did not find evidence of a new or infectious disease. Many of the patients studied also showed signs of psychological stress, delusional thinking, or mental illness. which led to the conclusion that Morgellons might be a manifestation of delusional parasitosis, a known psychiatric condition where individuals falsely believe they are infested with parasites. However, this conclusion has not satisfied many patients, advocates, or independent researchers. Critics argue that the study was limited in scope, failed to address many of the more complex or systemic symptoms reported, and did not adequately investigate the biochemical composition of the fibers. Some clinicians have found evidence that the fibers are not simply textile contaminants, but may contain biological materials such as keratin or collagen. Other studies have pointed to the presence of spiral-shaped bacteria similar to those that cause Lyme disease in skin samples of Morgellons patients. This has led a small group of researchers to propose that Morgellons could be a dermatological manifestation of a chronic bacterial infection. A particularly contentious aspect of the Morgellons debate is its overlap with chronic Lyme disease. Some practitioners who treat Lyme disease believe that Morgellons is a co-infection or a secondary effect caused by persistent bacteria in the body. According to this theory, the fibers seen in Morgellons are produced by the body itself in response to infection or inflammation. Others speculate that an immune system imbalance or environmental exposure could trigger the symptoms. While this view has not been widely accepted by mainstream medicine, it continues to drive research and treatment approaches in some alternative and integrative health communities. There is also a sociological dimension to the Morgellon phenomenon. The internet played a critical role in shaping how people understand and identify their symptoms. Online forums and support groups have provided validation and solidarity for sufferers, but they have also contributed to the rapid spread of self-diagnosis. This dynamic has made it difficult for physicians to distinguish between psychogenic illness. Yes. This dynamic has made it difficult for physicians to distinguish between psychogenic illness, where symptoms arise from psychological origins, or a potential new disease that is simply not yet well understood. In some cases, patients have brought extensive documentation to their doctors, including photographs, videos, and even physical samples of the fibers. When their concerns are dismissed, frustration and distrust can grow, leading patients to seek care outside conventional systems. Another layer of controversy surrounds the suggestion that Morgellons may be linked to exposure to unknown environmental agents. nanomaterials, or bioengineering substances. These ideas often fall into the realm of speculation. These ideas often fall into the realm of speculation and are frequently dismissed by scientists as unproven or conspiratorial. Nevertheless, the intensity of belief among some patients has led to persistent questions about whether environmental toxins, industrial pollution, or even deliberate human intervention could play a role. These theories have not been confirmed, but they illustrate the deep anxiety and uncertainty that many sufferers experience when searching for answers. The challenge of Morgellons lies in its intersection of multiple disciplines. It touches dermatology, psychiatry, infectious disease, immunology, and even neurology. The lack of definitive biomarker or tests makes diagnosis difficult, and the absence of consensus on its cause or treatment creates frustration from both patients and healthcare providers. Some physicians treat the condition symptomatically, focusing on skin care, antibiotics, antidepressants, or antipsychotic medications, depending on the individual case. Others reject the diagnosis entirely, viewing it as an internet-driven delusion. Meanwhile, a smaller number of doctors have developed protocols based on the idea of chronic infection using long-term antibiotics and herbal supplements, though this approach remains controversial and is often criticized for lacking scientific validation. From the patient's perspective, Morgellons can be an isolated and traumatic experience. Many report being dismissed, misdiagnosed, or treated with skepticism by the medical system. Others face ridicule from friends, family, or online commentators who do not believe their condition is real. The social stigma compounds the physical and psychological burden of the illness. For those who believe they are afflicted, the suffering is undeniably real, even if the underlying mechanisms is still in question. The God helmet is a controversial and fascinating device developed to explore the relationship between brain activity and religious or mystical experiences. Created by Canadian neuroscientist Michael Persinger and his colleague Stanley Coren in the late 20th century, the device was designed to stimulate specified areas of the brain using weak magnetic fields. Persinger claimed that this stimulation, particularly when applied to the temporal lobes, could induce altered states of consciousness, including the sensation of a presence, profound spiritual awe, and even out-of-body experiences. The name God Helmet came from media portrayals of the device, reflecting its association with experiences that users described as religious or transcendent. The helmet itself was not a complex or high-powered piece of equipment. It was essentially a modified motorcycle helmet outfitted with magnetic coils and connected to a computer that generated low-intensity electromagnetic signals. These signals were carefully patterned to mimic the natural activity of the brain's own electrical processes. Persinger believed that certain types of brainwave stimulation could unlock latent physiological capacities, producing sensations that people throughout history have interpreted as contact with supernatural beings or divine forces. Persinger's experiment involved hundreds of volunteers who wore the helmet in a quiet, darkened room while their responses were monitored. Many participants reported a strong sense that someone or something was in the room with them, even though they were alone. Some described a benevolent presence, others sensed something ominous. A few reported visions or deep emotional insights. Persinger interpreted these results as evidence that spiritual and religious experiences could be triggered artificially by manipulating the brain's electromagnetic environment. According to Persinger, the temporal lobes of the brain are especially involved in processing emotion, memory, and self-awareness. He hypothesized that under certain conditions, such as stress, sensory deprivation, or electromagnetic stimulation, these areas could produce sensations of another intelligence or presence. He believed that throughout human history, people experiencing natural or accidental stimulation of the temporal lobes may have interpreted the resulting sensation as visitations from gods, spirits, or the metaphysical or other metaphysical beings. The God helmet was, in his view, a tool to demonstrate that these experiences were rooted in biology rather than external realities. The response to the God helmet within the scientific community was deeply divided. Some researchers found Persinger's work intriguing and worthy of further study, especially in the context of neurotheology, the field that explores the neural basis of religious experience. Others criticized his methodology, questioning the consistency of his results or challenging the interpretation of his findings. One of the main criticisms was the difficulty in replicating the effects in other laboratories. Some experiments conducted by independent researchers failed to produce the same intensity of experiences reported in Persinger's studies, leading to speculation about whether the device truly worked as claimed or whether the effects were largely due to suggestion, expectation, or placebo. Nonetheless, the idea that religious or spiritual states could be neurologically induced was revolutionary in its implications. If divine experience could be artificially generated by stimulating the brain, it raised profound questions about the origins of belief, the authenticity of mystical encounters, and the nature of consciousness itself. For some, this was an argument in favor of materialism, that all aspects of human experience, including the most sacred, are products of brain chemistry. For others, the fact that the brain was wired to experience the divine was taken as evidence that such experiences have a genuine basis, even if they are facilitated by neural mechanisms. Persinger himself did not claim that the God helmet disproved the existence of God or the supernatural. Instead, he suggested that the human brain is a natural conduit for spiritual experience, and that understanding its workings could help explain why people from all cultures and eras report similar kinds of religious and mystical events. He maintained that his research was not meant to reduce religion to a trick of the brain, but rather to explore the mechanisms through which such experiences are made possible. Outside the laboratory, the God helmet gained attention from the journalists, television programs, and popular science writers. Some people who tried it reported powerful and moving encounters. Others felt nothing at all. The variability in responses only added to the mystery and controversy surrounding the device. The God helmet became a symbol for the growing interest in how neuroscience intersects with age-old questions about the divine, the soul, and the unseen dimension of reality. Today, the legacy of the God helmet continues to influence research into altered states of consciousness. While Persinger passed away in the 2010s, his work laid the groundwork for further studies in brain stimulation, including the use of techniques like transcranial magnetic stimulation and transcranial direct current stimulation. These methods, though more advanced and precise than the original God helmet, aim to explore similar questions: how the brain constructs reality and what happens when its usual patterns are disrupted. The Kardashev scale is a method of measuring a civilization's level of technological advancement based on the amount of energy it is capable of harnessing and using. It was first proposed in the mid-20th century by Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev, who envisioned a framework for understanding the development of intelligent civilizations on a cosmic scale. Rather than measuring progress by political structures, cultural achievements, or military power, Kardashev focused on energy consumption, which he believed offered a universal benchmark that could be applied to any civilization, whether human or alien. The central idea behind the Kardashev scale is that a civilization's ability to manipulate and consume energy reflects its capacity to exert control over its environment. The more energy a society can harness and use effectively, the more advanced it is presumed to be. Kardashev originally divided civilizations into three broad categories: planetary, stellar, and galactic, each representing a different level of energy control. These categories are commonly referred to as Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3 civilizations. A Type 1 civilization, according to Kardashev's model, is one that can harness and use all of the energy available on its home planet. This includes not only the energy derived from fossil fuels and renewable sources, such as wind and solar, but also geothermal energy, ocean currents, and the planet's total atmospheric and hydrological systems. Such a civilization would have achieved complete control over its natural environment, able to manage weather, control earthquakes, and regulate potentially and regulate ecosystems with precision. It would have eliminated energy scarcity, potentially ending poverty and resource-driven conflict. In human terms, reaching this level would mean fully exploiting the Earth's energy budget, estimated in the mid-20th century as being in the range of tens of petawatts. A Type 2 civilization is far more advanced. It is capable of harnessing the total energy output of its star, not just the energy that reaches its planet. In our case, this would mean capturing all the energy radiated by the sun. To accomplish this, a Type 2 civilization might construct vast structures in space, such as a Dyson sphere or a Dyson swarm, encircling the star and collecting its energy output directly. Such a society would have complete control over its solar system, including the ability to mine planets, redirect comets, and build megastructures on an astronomical scale. The engineering challenges involved in reaching this stage are immense, requiring materials and energy far beyond anything currently available to humanity. However, the rewards are equally immense: access to energy many orders of magnitude greater than anything. However, the rewards are equally immense: access to energy many orders of magnitude greater than anything available at the planetary level. A Type 3 civilization takes this progression to its ultimate conclusion. It is able to harness the energy of an entire galaxy. This includes not only the energy from billions of stars, but also the rotational energy of galactic structures, the gravitational potential of black holes, and possibly even dark matter and dark energy, if such forms of energy can be utilized. A Type 3 civilization would likely be capable of traveling between star systems at will, altering the structure of galaxies, and potentially even manipulating the fabric of space-time. It would be effectively godlike in its capabilities, at least from our current perspective. Such a civilization might appear indistinguishable from nature itself, having reshaped its surroundings so thoroughly that its presence is difficult to detect. Although Kardashev's originally, although Kardashev originally envisioned only 3 types, later thinkers expanded the scale to include intermediate levels and beyond. Some theorists introduced fractional types, suggesting that a civilization could be described as type 0.5 or type 1.2, depending on its precise energy consumption. Others propose type 4 and type 5 civilizations, capable of manipulating the energy of multiple galaxies or even the entire universe. These extensions, while speculative, help frame the broader question of what is physically possible within the laws of nature and what ultimate limits might exist for intelligence and technology. Humanity, as it stands today, is yet even a type 1, is not yet even a type 1 civilization. Estimates place us somewhere around type 0.7 on the Kardashev scale. We are still largely dependent on fossil fuels, and while renewable energy is growing, it represents only a small portion of our total consumption. Our ability to manage natural systems is rudimentary, and we remain vulnerable to natural disasters, climate change, and ecological collapse. Achieving type 1 status would require a transformation of our global infrastructure, economy, and values. It would involve not only technological innovations, but also political coordination and cultural adaptation on a scale never seen before. The transition to a higher Kardashev level is not just a matter of increasing energy output. It also involves changes in energy efficiency, sustainability, and ethical use. A society that generates vast amount of energy while destroying its environment or enslaving its population would not be considered truly advanced. Many thinkers argue that a civilization must also evolve in moral and social terms in order to manage its growing power responsibly. This raises the question of whether technological advancement naturally leads to ethical maturity or whether the opposite might occur. The Kardashev scale has also influenced the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. If intelligent life exists elsewhere in the universe, and if it has developed for longer than humanity has existed, then it is reasonable to expect that some civilizations may have reached type 2 or even type 3 status. Such civilizations might be detectable through their energy signatures. A Dyson sphere, for example, would absorb visible light from its star and radiate the energy as infrared heat, creating a distinctive spectral fingerprint. Astronomers have searched for such signature using data from space telescopes, although no conclusive evidence has yet been found. This absence of detecting this part of the broader Fermi paradox, which asks, now this absence of detection is part of the broader Fermi paradox, which asks, why we have not encountered signs of alien life despite the vastness of the universe. Some interpretations suggest that the transition to higher Kardashev types may be more difficult or dangerous than it appears. Civilizations may destroy themselves through warfare, ecological collapse, or technological missteps before reaching planetary or stellar mastery. Alternatively, advanced civilizations might become so efficient or so contained that they leave very few detectable traces. They may retreat into their virtual realities, live in megastructures that are perfectly energy balanced, or operate on principles entirely beyond our current understandings. Critics of the Kardashev scale argue that it is overly simplistic. Energy consumption, they note, may not be the best or only measure of advancement. A truly advanced civilization might use less energy rather than more, having perfected efficiency in eliminating waste. Such a society might exist in harmony with its environment, using subtle technologies to achieve its goals with minimal disruptions. Furthermore, the scale does not account for developments in biology, information theory, or consciousness. A civilization might be incredibly advanced in these domains while consuming relatively modest amounts of energy. Despite these critiques, the Kardashev scale remains a powerful tool for thinking about the future. It provides a cosmic perspective, helping to situate humanity within the broader arc of possible development. Challenges us to consider what lies ahead, what obstacles must be overcome, and come and what responsibilities come with greater power. It also invites philosophical reflection on the nature of intelligence, the meaning of progress, and the destiny of conscious beings in a vast and mysterious universe. Some futurists link the Kardashev scale to a specific technological milestone. For example, achieving Type 1 status might involve the global fusion energy. Type 2 might require interplanetary colonization, solar-scale construction projects, and artificial intelligence capable of managing complex systems at astronomical scales. Type 3 might involve interstellar travel, the engineering of entire star systems, and the manipulation of exotic forms of matter and energy. Others propose that the scale could be multidimensional, with different axes representing not just energy, but also information processing, consciousness development, and ethical sophistication. This multidimensional approach would allow for a richer understanding of what it means to be advanced, recognizing that different civilizations may evolve along different paths, depending on their environment, history, and priorities. In recent decades, the Kardashev scale has also inspired speculative fiction and popular science. Writers and thinkers have imagined what it would be like to live in a Type 2 civilization, with humans harvesting the power of the sun through space-based solar arrays, terraforming other planets, and coexisting with intelligent machines. Still more ambitious stories depict Type 3 civilizations building galactic networks, exploring parallel universes, or achieving forms of immortality and transcendence. These visions, while fictional, help explore implications of real scientific ideas and offer a way to engage the public in thinking about the long-term art in about no, these visions, while fictional, help explore the implications of real scientific ideas and offer a way to engage the public in thinking about the long-term future. Importantly, the Kardashev scale reminds us that humanity is still at the beginning of its journey. Our technological achievements are impressive, but they are dwarfed by what may be possible. The challenges we face, climate instability, energy transition, resource management, are not just problems to be solved. They are steps on a staircase that leads to higher order of existence. Whether we ascend or fall depends on our choices, our visions, our vision, and our willingness to think beyond the immediate and the familiar. The scale also encourages humility. It, con- it in contemplating civilizations capable of manipulating stars or galaxies, we are forced to reckon with the limits of our knowledge in the scale of the cosmos. We must admit that we do not yet understand the full range of what life and intelligence can become. This awareness can be sobering, but it can also be inspiring. It suggests that the future is not closed, that the boundaries of possibilities have not been reached, and that the universe may hold more wonders than we can currently imagine. So yeah, I thought that would actually be a lot longer than what it was. We only made it up to an hour and 19 minutes. I'm completely amazed by that. I had 5 topics set and ready to go. And we went right through each one of them in just an hour and 20 minutes. It's pretty interesting. I didn't think that would happen, to be honest with you. But we did it. And like I said on a couple of my other shows, I want to say it again on this show since it actually happened here. I apologize for last week only being a half an hour long. I had some issues that took place where I had run late in the day, and I wasn't able to get on and do my episode on the time that was allotted to me, and I was really pressed for time. So I had to just give it a half an hour and be done with it, so I apologize about that. I hope you guys did enjoy this episode. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, not just in the chat, but also down in the comment section. You would be amazed how important that really is, just to reach out and give a comment to somebody that you're supporting. You don't have to give money or anything like that. Just say hello, you can make a comment about the topic or just say hello and have a conversation with them. At least with me, you can. So remember, man, leave a comment down in the comment section, and I always respond to anybody who leaves a serious comment for me. So just reach on down there and give me a comment, and I will respond to you. So thank you guys for stopping in and checking me out. I really did enjoy doing this one. Just trying to go through and find out what we have for comments. Okay, so now we have comments on Kick where it says it's not luck, it's all math and strategy. I started small and scaled up. Okay, yeah, so yeah, that's just a scam trying to get me to do that. I thought it was actually, we don't have anything at all for any comments, which is fine. That means I can get off of here and be done with it. I actually thought somebody gave a comment on Kick, which they didn't. So that is it. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, but I think I've already given that spill. You can find me on Kick, Rumble, Twitch, DLive, and YouTube. As on Rumble and on YouTube, I am at the Wonderful World of Weirdness, and on YouTube, I am at the Wonderful World of Weirdness, as well as Strange Stories, which you can find also on YouTube. On Rumble, it's just the Wonderful World of Weirdness. On DLive and on Kick, I am Roger _Hanson. You can find me there as that. And on Twitch, I am Infamous 1969. Now I am the Wonderful World of Weirdness at the Wonderful World of Weirdness on YouTube. So with that being said, I guess I can close this out and be done with it. I hope you guys have a good day, good morning, afternoon, whatever time of day it is, and I will talk to you later. Bye. Arno. Well then, was Damkar in Europe, or Fez, or Damascus, or Damasco? You may limit yourself, Arthur, but then we are well aware that you like to deny plenty which actually took place, if it give you grief to admit it. And I don't agree with their note, by the way, because they're trying to imply that Francis Bacon was the original writer of Shakespeare. And don't get me wrong, I mean, he had the talent to write stuff like that, but you have to put his work side by side with Shakespeare to understand one man couldn't have written all of that literature from both people. You know what I mean? It's just impossible. Francis Bacon wrote a lot just on his own. He's also the one that came out with the New Atlantis, which I was talking to you about earlier, Karma. So a lot of this has to do with what we've been reading when it's concerning the Neoplatonism and Hellenistic beliefs and how it affected the 1600s. The strange part about all of it is like Phoenician history was supposed to be missing and lost, but for some reason it got blended into the secret societies. So that's what really stands out to me about
And
that.
then
Go ahead.
Then there was something else that right. No, it was just because, and then you think about how much we know about like Greek mythology, and then supposedly like that's where a lot of the information came from Greek accounts, which despite the fact that they were kind of enemies, I think that's interesting as well. And then finding out that it goes with secret society teaching, and for them to be quote unquote lost, more like secret, it sounds like you said, yeah. No, that is interesting.
It's really interesting because, I mean, I'm not going to go as far as to say as the secret societies lasted all the way back to the mystery schools, you know, but they did retain a lot of the knowledge that was back there in those mystery schools. So that does seem pretty interesting, you know, and that sticks out to me. So let me continue here. Okay, it stands or falls on the authority of Thorey, who says that a letter by the Baron de Westerode is in the archives of the Philosophical Rite, that it was written from Ratisbon in 1784, that it was addressed to the head tribunal, that it contains the Orma's story, and that the story in question is described as received in Sweden, which may mean that it is a traditional history belonging to the Swedish Rite of Masonry, in incorporation of many elements, that according to de Westerode, the Rosicrucians came to Europe in 1188, an important date connected with Templar history, that 3 of the Adepti proceeded to Scotland and there established an order of Masons of the East. This legend is naturally set aside by Thorey. There is very little doubt that he had seen the letter of Baron de Westerode, and the present whereabouts of which are beyond speculation, as the archives of the Scottish Philosophical Rites were dispersed on February the 23rd, 1860. A catalog was printed, but I have failed to obtain a copy. Baron de Westerode was on the council of the Rite of Philothes and was present at the convention of Paris summoned by the illustrious Masonic body. Now, why did he do this? This work originally came out in 1924, at the same time that the collection of Masonic articles of his own compiled together under the name Emblematic Freemasonry. Okay, hold on. At the same time that a collection of Masonic articles of his were compiled together under the name Emblematic Freemasonry. In there he speaks of the Knights of the Morning and of Palestine. Shoddy's legend and writes there in his new encyclopedia about the Thebaid Solitaries, about the knights who were contacted by them, who went back to Europe, about the depositing of a sacred treasure in the crypt of the three kings of Uppsala. We see in the legends already quoted at the beginning of the part 4 of book 2 pertaining to the gold R plus C snipped remnants of the story. So that is Ormus, and Ormus is actually an old Greek cult that or actually Phoenician cult that was started, and then it was incorporated into the Greeks, and the Greeks actually created a mystery school out of it, just so people know. And these are writings that were supposed to connect the Rosy Cross and the Rosicrucian together with these mystery schools, which I wouldn't do on my history topic, but it is Halloween and I thought it was cool to discuss. Plus
I think you picked a good one.
Yeah.
And it leads into tonight's show on Pirate Radio that I'm sure you're going to be at, right?
I believe so. What time are they doing it?
Well, same time.
Same time.
11 o'clock. Yeah, well, 11 for me. But yeah, same time. I'm only going to be able to stay for a bit. I have a show tonight myself. But I'll be there for a while.
Now, another thing that I wanted to bring up too was the Judgment of Solomon. Now, a lot of people aren't aware of that either, but the Judgment of Solomon is a story from the Hebrew Bible in which Solomon ruled between two women who both claimed to be the mother of a child. Solomon.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, right. And the one lady was like, well, look, if you're not going to be able to tell, the one lady's baby died in the middle of the night. And then after the baby died in the middle of the night, she stole the other lady's baby. The other lady knew it was her baby. And so the king was like, yeah, look, this is what I'm going to do to find out. Just so that way y'all both can have the baby, since no one really knows. I'm going to split the baby in half. And the girl that stole the baby was like, okay, cool, split the baby in half. Knowing that would kill the baby. But the mom was like, no, she can have it because it's her baby. She wanted to keep it alive. Right? That's the story?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that story is so dope because I think about that just like with the life. How many times people will kill something in order for them to say they have a part of it, as opposed to allowing it to live in its fruitfulness and its divinity. So that story is always in my head because people do that a lot. They'll kill the kid before they let the rightful owner have it,
Right. And Solomon ordered that the baby be given to the second woman, as her love was selfless, as opposed to the first woman's selfish disregard for the baby's actual well-being. Some consider this approach to justice as archetypal. The concept of an archetypal appears in areas relating to behavior, historical psychology, and literary analysis. Now, some consider this approach to justice as archetypal example of an impartial judge displaying wisdom in making a ruling. Now, the biblical narrative is in 1 Kings 3:16-28. It recounts that two mothers living in the same house, each the mother of an infant son, came to Solomon. One of the babies had been smothered, and each claimed the remaining boy as her own. calling for a sword, Solomon declared his judgment. The baby would be cut in two. Each woman would receive half. One mother did not contest the ruling, declaring that if she could not have the baby, then neither of them could. But the other begged Solomon, give the baby to her, just don't kill him. The king declared the second woman the true mother, as a mother would even as a mother would even give up their baby if that was necessary to save its life, and awarding her custody. The judgment became known throughout all of Israel as and was considered an example of profound wisdom. So that was something that I wanted to bring up there, and I wanted to find more when it came to Ordeus or whatever it was, but there really wasn't much that I could pull up on it. I probably could have dug into it a little bit more, but I figured it would be something that would be good to mention and everything. And like I said, I just wanted to let everybody know that we are going to stop with the Phoenicians, and then me and Karma just discussed it. We're going to start discussing the Canaanites, because with me, I think that if we go from the Phoenicians to the Canaanites, it's going to show kind of like a direct connection on how the Phoenicians and the Canaanites and the Egyptians were influenced by older lore and older deities, gods and stuff like that. So it's kind of interesting. And like I said, I have noticed the Amorites and a lot of the stuff that we've been discussing, plus some stuff that I've checked out before I even started doing these streams with the Sumerians. So that's an aspect that I'm going to have to look at right there. So hold on.
And then we can tie the Sumerian and the Canaanites history, because I feel like they have a closer connection than the than the Phoenicians and the Sumerians. Even though they do have a connection, it's all interconnected. But I feel like going here with the Canaanite, they probably are like the extension branch, like Phoenicia is on his one side, and then Sumerians on a different side. Canaanites kind of in the middle, both all stemming, which kind of creates them in the form of like a triangle, so where they're interconnected, even though that they have different points. So it'll be good once you start doing the Sumerian history, just based off of what I've been learning with you guys.
So kind of give us a little feedback on what you're saying. For a second, I got to come out here and talk to my mom real quick. So just kind of give some feedback and the way you've seen what we've been going through and what direction we're going to be taking. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, what I was just saying is we've been learning a lot about Phoenician history and how it ties into a lot of other cultures. There are a lot of different cultures in regards to some of the deities that we learn about in Phoenician history that kind of interact and overlap in different cultures. So with the Canaanites and the Phoenicians seem to be very interconnected, and so as well as the Sumerians and the Canaanites. So I think it's kind of cool that we have this type of opportunity to use the Canaanites in the middle as being able to see where they are, their roles in history, different stories that are being told, and then be able to kind of outbranch again to where we're going to Sumerian history, because they're all kind of forming, like I was saying, a triangle, to where it would probably be Canaanites at the top, and then you have Sumerian history on one side, and then you have Phoenician history on the other, and they all also have a line drawn to them as well, but both stemming towards the Canaanites. But that was that. Also, too, there's a lot of Egyptian culture that's tied into the Phoenician history. Like in general, every single culture seems to kind of go back toward the Egyptian history, where we really should attempt to get into at some point, because like even Greek culture. Kind of calm down, because I was telling him, I was like, I want them to hit me. He was protecting me from getting hit by a car, and we can talk with our minds. So, and I'm telling him, I'm like, I want them to hit me. I want them to hit me so they can see what I can do, because I honestly would like to be able to just show people that I'm not afraid and what I can do. Especially if I can, well, I always see stuff coming, but like my kid, he can do it too. Like my kid went through a car hit him and he went through the car, and all he felt was his hand get tapped. And I remember the police went so crazy over the situation, because we had the right of way, we were allowed to walk across the street, and these people hit my baby, and he went through the car, and he was just shocked, like he couldn't believe like what happened. And the police saw, and he ran after the guy, because they're laughing like ha 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 ha, like it was no big deal that they just hit a child. And the police took off after the car, and kind of first made sure they let us finish crossing, and they took off after the car. But like to the day that my baby was like, oh well, it just kind of hurt my hand. It just hurt my hand when that happened. But it's crazy to me, because he literally got hit by this car, went through this car, and like was okay. And I watched it, and I mean, I don't know if it's still on camera, but it was at a light with cameras. So I mean, like, it's not the first time. Like I said, I got shot in my head through the back windshield of my vehicle, and then it went straight out of my head, to where at one point, like now it's gotten better, I could always feel where the bullet went in and where it exited out, and then to where it kind of went, like, it looks like it went over my head, but it didn't go over my head. I died in front of my ex-husband, and he watched me die, and I like Weekend at Bernie's type deal, shook myself back to life. Like literally just kind of just like how Weekend at Bernie's, whenever you play music for him, he started dancing. I dropped. I remember dying. Like literally, boom, I get shot in the head, and then boom, now I'm dead. And then it was just getting up. Like right after I died, just time to get back up now. I'm alive again. And we drive off, and like we're talking about it, and he's like, "You're good." Yeah. He's like, "Everything feel all right?" I'm like, "Yeah, like just regular stuff." Like, and people have been wanting to test this theory, and I've been wanting people to test this theory, because every time I have any type of close death encounter, I always come back more powerful. And it sounds crazy, and it sounds like you're just welcoming some type of issues, but it's not that. It's just like people are not that big of a bully, and we're a lot more powerful than we give ourselves credit for. We've been manipulated in our mind to feel, even you say that, like, we don't have any power, but you have every bit of power. Like, that's why these people do these things, because they recognize their power.
Now, whenever we're talking about this, though, like, I don't know if you're aware of it, but you know about the Unabomber, right?
Yeah, I heard of him before.
Now, when the Unabomber was younger, he was actually in college, and like how they talk about these experiments and everything that they were doing during that time period, he actually he was a part of it. He went in there,
he helped develop them.
No, he went in there and he did the testing and stuff. So, like, he ends up becoming a Unabomber, and then later on they find out, whoa, hold on, man, years before all this stuff happened, he actually was a subject in the freaking same experiments that were taking place on college campuses for MK Ultra.
Just like Osama bin Laden was the true terrorist, but he was trained by us. Like I said, we have to have someone to point fingers to, even if at one point in time you were on our side. Like I said, people sell out for anything. If it's status, if it's notoriety, all these people have little areas to where they live. Half the people that we think are dead are not dead. Even if you look at Jeffrey Epstein's death, he's not dead. There's no way he could have hung himself. I mean, he was too tall to be able to hang himself. Like, he would have, no matter what, his feet would have touched the ground. And no one's paying attention to these aspects. It's just like, oh no, they're telling us he's dead. It's no big deal. Well, it kind of is a big deal because kids are still going, oh my gosh, where did I read that it just happened? And there was like a bunch of kids that just all of a sudden they turned up missing. Like, it was so recent. Oh man, I wish I would have took the notes down on it.
Well, now, Epstein, okay, another thing too, like, they found out that Epstein, like, you know how that nobody knew his face until all that stuff started? The thing that is weird about that is they found out that these tabloids had all that information. It was all collected, and they held it back so that they could freaking get power from it if they had secrets.
Blackmail and money. Epstein pays for him to be able to be hidden, to be able to kind of go under the radar. Now it's to the point to where people can just like, oh, you're just lying. So they control the media, they control the narrative to make you sound like you're crazy for believing in quote unquote the Illuminati. But it's not the Illuminati that are doing these things. These are different type of sectors in which they're
nobody looks at the freaking tabloids, though. You know what I'm saying? Because
of course not, because you know that it's not supposedly nonsense.
Well, they put out all the nonsense so that all the people on who's watching TV and listening to what's being on the magazines are just
they
whatever.
Think that's the legitimate stuff. Have you seen the Men in Black? When the Men in Black, he said the tabloids is where you get your real news from, though. Because see, that's the stuff that everyone ignores. So the real stuff is actually in the tabloids. And granted, if we're telling you never to believe the tabloids, that's the narrative. So anything they put out is discredited, even if it's true. Well, that's who I need to talk to.
They've got stories that they're holding back on because freaking they can make money off of it. They can get influence from it. So, I mean, they literally have caches and caches of freaking information about celebrities, politicians, all that they refuse to freaking publish because that gives them power. That's a secret that nobody knows about. You know what I mean?
Blackmailing them to say, hey, if you don't do this, I'm going to tell this about you. If you don't let me shake your hand at this event, then these people are going to see these pictures of you hugging this 13-year-old and taking her to your hotel.
Exactly.
Stuff like that. Yeah. I can only imagine. You just put a really good idea in my head, though. Unintentionally, it's not your fault. The acts that I do are no reflection of Roger. But yeah.
Okay, let me do the description for Project Artichoke real quick, and I'll be done with that one because this one's actually a lot better.
I love conspiracy.
Yeah. Now, Project Artichoke was a mind control program that gathered information together with the intelligence division of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and FBI. In addition, the scope of the project was outlined in a memo dated January 1952 that asked, can we get control of an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will and even against fundamental laws of nature, such as self-preservation? Project Artichoke was the Central Intelligence Agency's secret codename for carrying out in-house and overseas experiments using LSD, hypnosis, and total isolation as forms of psychological harassment for special interrogations on human subjects. At first, agents used cocaine, marijuana, heroin, peyote, and mescaline, but they increased increasingly saw LSD as the most promising drug. The subjects who left this project were fogged with amnesia, resulting in faulty and vague memories of the experience. In 1952, LSD was increasingly given to unknown CIA agents to determine the drug's effect in unsuspecting people. One record states that an agent was kept on LSD for 77 days. Artichoke researched the potential of dengue fever and other diseases. A declassified Artichoke member read, "Not all viruses have to be lethal. The objective includes those that act as short-term and long-term incapacitating agents." The CIA disputed which department would take over the operation. Finally, it was decided that an agent from the CIA research staff, former USA Army Brigadier General Paul F. Gaynor, would oversee it. The CIA sought to establish control over what it perceived as the weaker and less intelligent segments of society, or for potential agents, defectors, refugees, prisoners of war, and others. A CIA report states that if hypnosis succeeded, assassins could be created to assassinate a prominent redacted politician, or if necessary, an American official. The overseas operations took place in locations throughout Europe, Japan, Southeast Asia, and the Philippines. Teams were assembled to manage these operations, and they were told to conduct at the overseas bases operations experiments utilized aliens as subject. Okay, so teams were assembled to manage these operations, and they were told to conduct at the overseas bases operational experiments utilizing aliens as subjects. So basically, at the end, they're saying that they did operations on aliens and stuff. So
do you think? Do you think that it started with aliens and then they?
No. I honestly believe that this started with mass hypnosis. And a lot of people have this hard time with believing that exists, but I don't. Alright. When you look at the television is created for the sole purpose of influencing the way you see things and you perceive things. Okay, have you ever watched The Outer Limits?
I feel like I watched like 2 or 3 episodes.
It was a cult classic, and at the beginning they kind of get into that when they open up the show. They freaking tell you for an hour they have control over everything you think and you feel and all that stuff. And that's what television does to you. It doesn't matter what you watch, okay? If I take 3 random pictures, I take a girl and I take a teddy bear, and I put them side by side, you get one thought. But if I take a pack of cigarettes and I put it in between them, it creates a whole different way of looking at that whole scene with those 3 pictures. You see? You get what I'm saying? So I can influence your way of thinking by introducing 3 separate pictures that are completely unrelated to one another.
Right. And now it'll make it seem as if you'll draw, your brain has to connect. So your brain will formulate the connections regardless for you without them actually being present.
Exactly. See, and they understood that concept, and they started experimenting into it. Now, it's just like now, you see these freaking beautiful skyscrapers, and you see these freaking nice paved roads underneath them, and you think, man, this is great. This is amazing. Look how far humans have gone. You know, we're just the greatest freaking thing that ever freaking hit the universe. You know what I mean? And the reason why you believe that is because you see all these great structures that we've created. You know what I mean? You're hypnotized by the glass and the freaking and the foundations and how beautiful those buildings look. And that's the way that the majority of people who see that scene freaking feel. And then this is Paris.
Even this looks like an oblique.
Oh, let me go back. There, what was you gonna say?
I said even this looks like an oblique. No, oblique. I'm saying it wrong, but the obelisk. Yeah, that circle. This one right here. Look at it. It looks like the same thing I sent you in the chat. Look at the shape and look at how it does with the pathways coming from this side, coming from this side. That makes me wonder, like, the symbol, that design itself means more than what we've been able to uncover thus far. Look at it. It looks just like this picture.
A lot of it could have Roman influence too. And don't get me wrong, I mean, this might not have been built up, most of it during Roman Empire, but they still... Europeans are weird that way, okay? Like, the Romans were freaking... They conquered freaking Gaul, alright? They weren't freaking Europe's friend. You know what I mean? But for some reason, when they got cast into the Dark Ages, they all of a sudden just, immortalized Rome. Like, it was like the golden
just the
age.
infinite, yeah.
And that they had lost so much. Like, you'll see freaking archways in Paris and archways in freaking London and all over Europe where the Romans built an archway and they just turned it into a big trophy. You know what I mean? So, and that's probably why you're seeing that. It could have a lot of Roman influence, because I guarantee you that city hasn't really changed that much in the last 500 years. Well,
I wish I could stay.
It's gotten bigger. I do know that much. And the sewage, they've really supposed to have done a lot of work on the sewage in the last 100. So, but they say Paris still stinks.
That's funny. I'm looking for. I just saw someone. They were on YouTube and they were talking about how we romanticize Paris, and they were there and they were like, Paris is basically just like they were like, it's like being in like low income. They're like low, like they was just saying it was like they said ghetto, but I don't get the term for ghetto itself is not a proper description. But they were just saying like impoverished and it was really dirty and like, but and then they even said the Eiffel Tower was not all that we make it out to be. And there was I picture lights and people like with berets, and they're just like, oh mon ami, and you got minds walking down the street, and they have their little white and black shirts, and they're like, you're walking with your lover, and then this is how I think about Paris now, mind you, and you're walking with your lover, and the mind is like messing with you and your lover, and
yeah.
I see other stuff when I hear about Paris, and then when they said that, I was kind of disappointed, like, wow, what? Because I never thought that would be a description. And then you just said it, Paris. You said they still said that Paris still stinks. And they literally just posted that.
Can you see my mouse on
Hold
here?
on, I was looking for this picture. Oh, that was the ruined atoll. Because the symbol, the way that it looks the same, just been bugging me.
See this?
And so I was looking.
Can you see this city scope? So
Oh
Patty,
yeah, now I do. Mm-hmm.
are you able to see that?
I'm looking at it. It looks like a church in the background. Now you see it at the top, and then it's just in the middle. Are those bones on the ground?
Uh,
No, that's
Probably.
not. Those are carts and stuff. No, those are skulls. That's a skull over here on the bottom right. Those are skulls.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then right over here, yeah, those are skulls. Are you kidding me?
I
Look,
wish
look,
it.
look! They're on the ground.
Yeah, I see them right here. You got skulls here. You got skulls over
Skulls on
there.
top of this thing.
See this dog over here?
Yo,
Uh-huh.
he digging up bones. That's probably why he over there. He
Got
get
a
his
bear.
bones.
Got a grave right here.
What did they say this is called? This is what?
They won't let me navigate now. Oh, there we go. Ray Ox Furs.
First, okay, hold on. Let me
Canary
screenshot it.
You're probably able to read that, aren't you?
Yeah, I just gotta zoom it in. I just wanted to save it to my pictures. Rayos fur. Yeah, I think he said a rue. It's not rue, but it's Ray. Rayos fur. Chanel de la Rue Oxfurs. Yeah, la Rue. So Rue Oxfurs. Chanel de la Rue Oxfurs. Is everyone?
Now we've got. Okay, so this would be. I'm guessing it's the ancient mapping system for it.
Harrison terrain. Oh, can we go back, zoom out for a second, and then go back? Hold on one second. I'm just screenshotting as you go. You can zoom in now. I have it.
Okay. I believe that this is what they're talking about right here. I can scale it left and right too.
When you stopped turning up, is that when you started going back to your research and learning, relearning all the stuff that you were interested in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It even told me cool stuff about when the Vikings finally invaded Paris. And right here, what I was trying to explain to you a little while ago.
Yeah.
This river.
Which one at the top? There you go. I see.
It runs right straight through Paris. That is where the Vikings was on one side, and they were freaking sacrificing their prisoners to Odin and forcing the people within the walls of Paris to freaking watch, because they were hiding away from them, and the ones they couldn't get within the walls, they were sacrificing them to Odin.
Where on here, where does it come out at? Like it goes in, like where are these on right there, and on the other side, where does that in and out? Where are those locations?
Right down here. You see where the writing is down towards the left bottom part?
Yeah.
That's
what's it called? I mean.
Oh, I can probably find the name.
Yeah. Well, you go in and it looks like we can read it a little bit.
Luga. Right here is the name.
This G word? Oh, Calcari. Gracia. Calcaria. Exploitable. You see this? Exploitable.
Yeah. Gypsy exploitable. Now
they like zone exploitable. Oh, the zone of exploitation.
It says limite extreme de la formation du gypsy exploitable. That's interesting.
Limit of extreme of the formation of the gypsy exploitable. So that, and then you said that's where the Vikings used to go to force the people. The Vikings used to go to force the Parisians to watch their people die, right? Like they used to do it right there. And that's called exploiting. Yeah.
They were. Well, I don't know exactly where the walls were during that time period, but it was somewhere along this river.
I can imagine, but look at the name. It would make sense. I mean, like, just the name itself is basically saying this is where we would format, this is where we get information to exploit stuff, exploiting their people, showing you, hey, watch this, we're going to kill your people.
Well,
And those are on each
the-
side. It's on both sides.
The
That's a
Vikings
wall.
were invaders, though, and like they could also be talking about like the ancient mines that we were talking about too, where they would come here to freaking mine the bedrock too. So
What would mine and bedrock? Was it profitable?
I guess for them, they were they said that's actually what makes up the majority of the catacombs, and then they said that the catacombs themselves don't even make up even half of the freaking abandoned mines that are under Paris. So like there's more abandoned mines under it than just these catacombs
That they discussed.
Yeah.
So, excuse me, do you think that, so that would be a good place to hide a body and it would just go undetected?
People get lost in there, right? Yeah, and bodies. You could kill somebody, take their body down there, and they'd never find it.
That's what I was just thinking. You just put it on the wall and it just fits in with everything else. You might have to hold on to it. I was just thinking the same thing. That's like a great place to like dispose of bodies.
You see that
That's
right
why.
there?
Oh, look at it.
Got crazy
That's
bones.
crazy. That's all bones. That's not even rocks. It looked like you would think that those rocks at the top, but those are like hip joints.
See that? Different
That is
kinds
so
of bones
insane.
too. You got the feet,
got the skulls.
the skulls there. Then you got the
femur. You said, yeah, the femur.
Yeah.
That's what I was just like. Yeah, hip joints, femurs. Yeah,
All
elbow
of 'em.
joints. That's so crazy. Imagine though, like these are all real people's. Oh my gosh. You think there's power in those? Do you think like you know what I mean? They're powerful. They induce power, or some people believe that maybe.
There's a ancient religion that was before the Buddhists, and they believed that like when you were talking earlier, or we were talking, and we were talking about cleaning the bones and stuff.
So disgusting, but yeah.
I was thinking of these people, and like some of the Buddhists still do it today, where instead of freaking killing, or no, instead of burying a body or burning them, they would take the body out into an open field and let freaking birds pluck their bodies clean. They just sit them out, let them ripen up real nice.
That's
and
so disgusting.
nice
And it's just
stanky.
sitting in the yard. It's just sitting
No,
in
they'll-
the yard.
They have certain conditions. It's got to be in a field, and it's got to be away from water, because the human body will contaminate frickin' the water if any of its parts make it to the water. So they don't like the idea of human bodies touching the water and stuff like that. And they also think that if you burn the body with fire, then you're contaminating the fire.
What?
Yeah.
You're contaminating the fire, but we come from the ashes, so that doesn't really make much sense.
They don't. That's one reason why they let the birds pluck them, because they don't like
Believe
the
in
idea.
it.
They don't believe in the idea of human ashes.
Ugh. That's wild.
The ashes get caught up in the wind, and the wind blows it away, and the next thing you know, it's contaminating the earth, the water, stuff like that. It's just better to let the birds eat them. Be done with it.
Mm.
What do you think? You think that's a good way of doing
No.
it?
No. Lay the body out on the front lawn. Hi, Bill. How you doing today, Carm? No big deal. Just getting rid of some dead weight. I got mine in the back. Like, no, it's
I don't
not.
think so. No. What is this? We haven't gotten this.
Oh, I get it. Right. It's a whole different ball game nowadays. You go outside and someone's burning, it's just letting a bird eat a dead body. No one's just gonna walk by. Back then, that was the norm, though. No big deal. We're just cleaning the dead bodies. Like, why would you have the dead body? That would be the first question. I mean,
It's
like,
your
just
family
how easy is it?
members. It's your family
Oh
members.
my god.
No,
That's just Uncle Jim.
the one I seen,
Oh.
the video I seen was freaking monks. They had a monk in a monastery that they did to after he had died, but they wouldn't let you get close, or they wouldn't let the cameraman get close to see up close. But you did see the birds coming down and eating something, so.
That's really disgusting, man. And like to make it seem like it's just like no big deal. Like, I don't know, just I mean, I guess it's technically the facts of life, but it just I guess that's the lack of respect in reference to what they used to do with their bodies and what they do now. I could not go outside and just watch like my grandmother getting pecked away by birds. Like she's just sitting out there. Like that's just the only person I can remember having like a real solid, like when she died, it was like a real hardcore reaction. And now she's just in the yard, like, and how long does that last? How long does that take? How long do you think it takes for some birds to eat a whole human? So the body's out there for at least a week.
Firecracker in the center of the clearing, embers fitting into the dark light, sparks from the cosmic forge. The boys circled it close, half to stay warm and half to prove to each other that they weren't afraid of what their friend was about to say. They had heard him speak before, or tried to. What came out was often fragmented, caught in his throat like tangled thread. But when he told stories, even the stuttering could not dull the weight of his words. He began with a whisper. He saw too much. The others leaned closer. He was small, pale, and twitching with some quiet fever. But when he looked at the flames, his eyes reflected something deeper than firelight. He said the universe was right, not fixed, not dead. They heard his father was a scientist, not a real one. They had said just one of those men who wrote long papers nobody read, talking about invisible things with made-up names. The father had gone missing years ago, long before the boys' speech had worsened. They said he walked into the mountains and never came back, but the boy never cried about it. He just listened to the wind and stared at the stars like he was waiting for something. He called it the machine, ancient, hidden, not made of us, not made by us, made before. The wind stirred, the boys stopped shifting in their sleeping bags. One of them gulped, another kept his eyes on the flames, as if they might be his only protection. Doesn't matter when things die. Not really. Not the way it hides in time. Slows things. Spins them. Catches entropy. He was shaking now, not from cold. This machine is big. Bigger than galaxies. It's in space. It's in the stars. But also below. It's what he saw. The voice cracked, and one boy, unable to bear the tension, made a noise. He laughed, nervous, but the storyteller didn't stop. My dad, he mapped it. He saw the points. The stars, they glowed just wrong. Not bright, or too warm. He looked up suddenly. No light, heat, dead heat, no glow, no flame, just computation. The others stared, caught between horror and confusion. They didn't understand half of it, but something in the boy's voice had changed. There was conviction now, not just fear, and something else, grief. They didn't laugh. They siphoned. They hollow. He looked at each of them, and for a moment the fire dimmed, or maybe their eyes failed them. Maybe something leaned in. The galaxies, hollow, bleached, turned to waste. Not by time, by them. He reached into his coat and pulled out a page, a diagram, drawn in pencil, spirals, curves, angles like constellations arranged by an alien hand. This is the map. He made it before they took him. Who? One of the boys whispered. The storyteller paused. The ones before, not gods, not aliens, just things, empty lines in the midst of the stars, big machines, eyes that don't sleep, just count. Another page came out, this one black with dots of light, and filled with quasars. But the lights weren't random, they formed patterns, paths, lines, like the layout of a city from above, or a circuit. They left beacons, trails, stellar cartography, maps for things that don't see like us. One boy began to cry softly. We thought it was space, empty. It's a system, a program. He began to draw in the dirt, a spiral, then another concentric, moving inward. This is where it hides, in the voids, in black cores. He touched the center of the spiral. A mind, slumbering, not in life, not in God, not a God. A core, a processor. It warps time, delays decay, stretches it, forgets things end. The fire hissed, the wind fell still. Above them, the stars pulsed in silence. I saw it, he said, once in a dream, or a message, or something else. No one dared speak. I woke up. I noticed. It noticed me. I looked too long. He touched his chest. Now it's in me. The others recoiled. Not a demon. Not a curse. A signal. Just a signal. Turned too sharp. Beyond meaning. He looked up again. This time his eyes glistening with something like pity. I hear voices, the transmissions, not messages, not for us, just side effects, leakage, backflow from systems mile wide, and minds so fast they burn space. His voice dropped to a whisper. Somewhere, something defeated death. But it's man to stop time to do it. They sat in silence. The air felt heavier, the stars sharper. One boy reached to toss another log on the fire but froze. The fire wasn't dying. It was cooling. Still burning, but the light was wrong. Less yellow, more gray. It's here, the boy said. A pulse came through the ground, not a tremor, a rhythm, like a signal. Something deep, timeless, not vibration, computation. Above them a star blinked, not twinkled, blinked, gone, then back. They're looking, he said, for listeners. When boy stood up, ready to run. But where? The trees? The sky? No use. It's already listening. It knows. It always knew. He stood, bones thin like twigs. Diagrams fluttered from his coat into the wind. Caught for a moment in a spiral, then gone. I just wanted to warn you. He turned to the forest where no path lay. The boy sat frozen as the sound of his feet faded. The fire crackled, still burning, still warm, but wrong. A human being, somewhere high, somewhere low, a pulse, not heard, but felt. A countdown that no one remembered started. In the distance, somewhere vast stirred, or something vast stirred, something old, something never alive, yet never dead. A slumbering circuit mind that dreamed of entropy, whispered to galaxies, and woke slowly to the sound of children speaking too loudly by the fire. They never saw the boy again, but sometimes, late at night, when the stars grow dim and the sky feels too flat, they hear the transmissions, the voice, broken, trembling, trying to warn them, trying to finish the story.